Hi everyone, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Literary Activism Symposium. Okay, we need a minute. And welcome back to some of you. We have a very exciting range of talks today, and we're ready to begin with our first session. Our first talk is by Edwin Frank, titled The Fiction of Original Response. It will be chaired by Professor Maya Joshi. I'll introduce Professor Joshi. She teaches literature and English at the Lady Shri Ram College, University of Delhi. Her PhD explored ideas of self and belonging through the autobiographies of key traveling figures from early 20th century India. She is currently working on an intellectual biography of the traveler polymath Rahul Sankritayan, with whom she has been intensely engaged as reader.
So I have to introduce you. Thank you so much for inviting me to this exciting gathering. I've attended a couple of them earlier, and Shumana particularly is a close friend. Amit and Shumana wanted me to chair this session, and I'm really glad because I wasn't aware of this book, for one, about which you're going to be speaking. Among other things, I also have worked on Frankenstein, so that's another novel that perhaps we can talk about, and I teach a good deal of 19th century fiction. So Edwin Frank is a founder and editor of the New York Review Books Classic Series and editorial director of the New York Review of Books. He's a veteran in the field. He's also the author of a book of poetry, Snake Train, poems from 1983 to 2013, so 3 decades of poetry writing. And most recently, he has a book, I love the title, Stranger Than Fiction, Lives of the 20th Century Novel. And looking at the descriptions and the blurbs and so on, it looks like it's more like the long 19th century, which we're contemporary, because he begins with Dostoevsky, which immediately struck a chord with me. I just discovered that both of us read Dostoevsky prematurely as teenagers, the brothers Karamazov. So he has described the book himself as a non-peer-reviewed essay in literary history. And he's going to be describing the process of the production of the book, which took over a decade. So over to you, Edwin.
Thank you so much. And I guess I'll go stand at the podium or lectern or whatever. Yes, thanks so much. Thanks to you all for coming. And thank you to Amit for inviting me. It's really a pleasure to be in India, to which I've been a few times in my life, but at wide intervals. And but it's also a pleasure to be here and see people who I know from the States, like Arvind Krishna Mehrotra and Carlin Romano and so on. So the sense that the world gathers in Delhi. That I'm going to start by saying a few things that sort of go over some of the things that have been said very eloquently in the last few days, but it seems like turning the soil again won't hurt, and I spent some time writing it, so maybe. And then I'm going to turn to discussing the composition of my book, which is I hope it does not seem entirely an exercise in navel gazing. The non-peer-reviewed essay is the topic, and I want to start by considering what, in discussing it, we're talking about. We're all aware, after all, that in many places all over the world, for many years, for centuries, countless essays have been written altogether independently of anything like peer review. Political essays, travel essays, and personal essays, to use my countryman Philip Lopate's coinage, Pope's essay on criticism, the essays of Elia, Hazlitt's tablecloth talk, the first and second series of Emerson's essays, etc., Woolf's two common readers, not to mention closely allied popular forms like the feuilleton and the chronica, and what in English has long been published in papers under the nice simple designation of a piece. None of these things enjoyed the honor or suffered the indignity of peer review. Nor did the only begetter of the genre, the essays of Montaigne, though here it strikes me that in French, where the informal, provisional nature of the essay is closer to the surface of the language than in English, the word essay remains Montaigne's preserve, a supreme achievement without successors, a category of one. Instead, the French call what we call essays critique, and Colin spoke the other day about the German word critique and its presence in the academy. The French critique is more perhaps focused on genre really than that deep German dive. But the French use the word critique, and my point here is simply, it's a point that's been made throughout the conference, that in considering a category like the non-peer-reviewed essay, a category that necessarily stands in contrast to the peer-reviewed essay, it is not. What we are really considering is the source and role of criticism, whether literary or art or social criticism, the criticism of ideas, or, as Matthew Arnold called poetry, the criticism of life. The critic, per the Greek origin of the word, decides and separates not just wheat from chaff, but distinct and specific kinds of endeavor, ways of knowing, whatnot. There's no end to criticism. The critic discerns and discriminates, and it really is a strange thing that in the last century, that labor and authority tended increasingly and almost exclusively to take place in and depend on the university, a world of inquiry grown to such unbelievably vast proportions that those present at the creation, at least of the modern university, Matthew Arnold, William James, would surely hardly recognize it at all. Non-academic essays, by contrast, during this time, were more and more seen as either a thing of the past, idlers and ramblers suitable for academic study, but not so much for reading, or light impressionistic entertainment of the moment, the mayfly opinionation of the chattering classes, filler for the Sunday papers. Well, it wasn't quite like that. Figures like Clement Greenberg, Octavio Paz, Maurice Blanchot, James Baldwin, Susan Sontag continued to enjoy a certain authority. And one thing the posthumous late century canonization of Benjamin Weil and Hannah Arendt seems to indicate is a yearning for models and authorities outside the academy. But then these exceptional figures were seen as precisely exceptions. Even the most industrious working critics of the last 50 years and so, TV intellectuals perhaps above all, were likely to come brandishing academic credentials and chairs. This situation, historically novel to our times, where the university has laid claim to the whole of critical understanding, has begun to change. But to address it and to consider what the changes have been and what we might like the changes to be, we don't, I think, have to spend time bashing the academy. The academy is always subject to the reproach of pedantry, and surely it's its honor to brave it. There are few people whose work I respect more than the dedicated philologists and explorers of the archive who remind us of all that there is to find out and to remember, and with that, all that we have forgotten and forget every day. Then, the power of the academy in the last century, its centrality to intellectual life, was also a function of a great and in many ways virtuous democratization of instruction and inquiry. In the United States, as is well known, the universities grew in the aftermath of World War II thanks to the GI Bill, designed to compensate and to maintain a soldiery, designed too to foster the knowledge necessary to maintain an empire and to educate its citizenry, among other things in the ideology of empire. Yes, the American university was meant to secure America's place in the world and the world for America, and all this raises all sorts of questions that remain live for all their familiarity. And yet, that said, I can remember that my father, his father, a self-made businessman, my mother, from a family of doctors and teachers and preachers, and very much from the sticks, having escaped the university, found their freedom of thought and feeling that they had never imagined might be theirs, a whole world of discoveries that served, among other things, to put in perspective the machinations of the American state. Whatever criticism we may lay at the door of today's university, we should recall that it was for many years a place of awakening. We need to defend that potential from the assault of autocrats everywhere, as we need to defend it from within, from the growing corporate investment and control that has done so much to cheapen what the university was. But back to the question at hand, the question of criticism. A critic may or may not be an academic, the critic's work may or may not be peer-reviewed, but one way or another, critics need to engage with the questionable nature of criticism, the most questionable form of writing, born as it is of the love of questions. So having raised this question, I mean to evade it. Instead, I'm going to talk about how I came to write and went about writing the book Stranger Than Fiction, Lives of the 20th Century Novel, that I published late last year after all too many years of work. The book, long in the making, is also long, but if it is anything, it is an essay. In the introduction to the book, I describe it, as I recall, as an essay in critical literary history, though really that seems rather unnecessarily grand. It is an essay, a piece of writing caught in the act of finding its way. It is an essay, and not only was it not peer-reviewed, it was conceived and executed in continuing tension with what I saw, the child of academics, as I've said, and for years a graduate student myself, as the protocols of academic study, disciplinary boundaries, citational niceties, and above all, the methodological fretfulness that in my days as an art historian had been so dismally familiar. I remember my fellow graduate students sent out to teach Art Hum, the core course at Columbia University, about the history of art, limited to Western art at that point. And they're all getting very, very eagerly saying, we're going to teach the students to understand methodologically why this art is so, so unimportant. And this, of course, before most of their students had any idea what that art was. It was the sort of age of suspicion, which again, I hope we are getting over. My book came to me in a moment, and as a question, could one find a way to describe what had happened over the course of the last century to make the novel of the time so different from earlier novels, and to raise the novel, and along with it, those earlier novels it was so different from, to previously unimagined level of cultural prestige? Could one do that in such a way as to shed light, too, on what was happening to the novel now? Yes, perhaps, but the only way I could imagine wanting to approach the subject would be from the inside, in a way that captured something of how that changing novel had lived in the minds and hearts of its writers and readers, and in their hands, quivering like a dowser's rod. I knew then what kind of book it would not be. It would not be a study, whether of influences or movements. There's no modernism in my account of the modern novel. It would not be a series of readings performed by drawing on a so-called critical toolkit to arrive at, let's say, a Bakhtinian view of Robert Musil, or a phenomenological reading of Jean Rhys, or a Derridian deconstruction of the memoirs of Hadrian. It would not advance an argument. In the back of my mind, I hear my old teacher, Robert Fitzgerald, saying, as he had years ago to me, I never went out to argue, which does not, of course, mean that it would be free of things to think about or arguable matter, nor would it set out to construct a canon of the books that count for whatever reason, whether because they're deep or shallow, uphold Western civ, say, or strip it bare. It would not exist to train the reader in empathy or critical reading either. None of that. It would be something much vaguer and at the same time much more concrete, a book about specific novels. They range from The Island of Dr. Moreau and The Immoralist to the posthumous memoirs of Bras Cubas, Melanctha, The Magic Mountain, Ulysses, The Confessions of Zena, Good Morning Midnight, The Rainbow, Life and Fate, The Lost Steps, History, The Enigma of Arrival, that's some. A mixture of universally known books to books best known to readers in their original languages. A book that would unfold the conditions of conception and gestation that brought those novels into being, the better to go on to evoke the book's habits and character, their birthmarks and beauties, their warts too, the way they came to live in the world of its readers and continued to live in our world now. I wanted to offer portraits of these books, showing them in the garb of a place and time, as a portrait typically does, while seeking at the same time to endow the pictures with the ongoing presence that the books, in quite different ways, enjoyed. The book was to be what I call descriptive criticism, not unlike, perhaps, what in the Academy is known as immanent critique, and if not at all an academic book, nor would it be the academic studies' pop counterpart, How Proust Can Change Your Life, How Middlemarch Gets Me Up Every Morning, or Put Me to Sleep Again Last Night. Ways of approaching fiction that start by asking what I can learn or take from it. I'm not interested in what you can learn or take from books. I'm interested in books. And one way to appraise and praise a book that beckons as a book is to write such a book, a piece of writing that tries to set itself in relation to the world of the book and the world at large, the sign of which is that you can feel it observing its subject and finding its own way, feel it taking form, discovering what it has to say in the course of saying it, as E.M. Forster said one had to, an essay, in short. So the book, as it emerged, took the form of portraits of some 30 novels, some well known, as I said, others rather less so, written between the years of 1864 and 2001, portraits braiding historical, literary historical, biographical, and critical material, ranging from plot summaries to analyses of sentences, but aiming always at elucidating how a book both opens itself up to experience and to being experienced, changing us and changing our sense of the novel and perhaps even of the book in general. The point was to look at books from various angles to better give them a sense of how they existed in the round. And then, in putting these diverse portraits together, linking them narratively, I aspired to a group portrait, the different books and authors representing a range of different ways of being a novel in the last century. There was Gide turning from the rigors of strict Protestant upbringing to offer a paean in The Immoralist to sexual liberation, or was that what that book was? There was Brazil's Machado upending the authority of the European novel with deadpan provincial humor. There was Gertrude Stein making the baggy, anxious verbosity that is such an American tic into the shape of a new kind of sentence, one that would travel around the world. There was Robert Musil recoiling from the butchery of World War I to refashion the novel as an essay, or the essay as a novel. He could never quite figure out which, nor can we. A group of portraits and a group portrait in the spirit of, say, Rembrandt's Night Watch, with my various novelists out on parade in characteristic ways. And finally, it became my ambition and hope, a book in which these many portraits and larger historical scene would add up to a portrait of that quite notional and yet real entity, the 20th century novel. And here, the analogy from the visual arts would be, I suppose, the grotesque composite portraits of the Italian Renaissance Arcimboldo, where a grimacing profile of autumn is put together from images of the fruits of the season. Or I think of the image of Krishna I saw the other day, made of countless smaller images of Krishna, macrocosm meeting microcosm. The lives of the 20th century novel, spanning multiple languages and several continents, would constitute a tale of the novel as it negotiated the perils and opportunities of the last century, a picaresque scamp and survivor, skeptical of convention, social or aesthetic, hungry for new experience, social, individual, or aesthetic, protective of individual sensibility, dismissive of individual sensibility, politically active, humanly appalled, and so on. And rather than settling on some reductive essence of the thing, I aim to suggest something of all the forms of experience, rather than settling on some reductive essence of the thing, I aim to suggest something of all the forms of experience, or at least the variety of forms of experience, I should say, the variety of questions the novel made us alert to and opened up to thought and feeling, the way the novel thought and felt. That story was, in the end, and this again surprised me, a rather conventional one of youthful fecklessness and adventure giving way to the wiser and sadder recognitions of maturity. It was a bit like those Italian popular prints that show an archway in which at the beginning you have a child crawling, a baby crawling along and then standing up. It's like also the old images of the growth of the human race, and then becoming a distinguished man with a suitcase before descending to doddering old age. That this was a conventional story and a popular story did not bother me. Stories are at their heart conventions. There are only so many of them, and recognizing that is a way of being aware of precisely the limits of story. Story is never the whole story. It's more like a useful frame for life. Was there, however, a center of gravity of the book? Yes, I think my chapter about sons and lovers and the rainbow is that, a point from which the energy radiated in and out, but that's something I can't really go into here. An exercise in portraiture, but we are talking about portraits in words and verbal portraits. This was a consideration that grew on me. Verbal portraits demanded a voice, comparable, you could say, to a painter's sense of composition. The voice lays things out and holds things together for the reader. It is the integument. Throughout the writing of the book, I wondered about the voice of the book. The peer-reviewed essay presents the narrator as an expert in the presence of experts. The narrator is always identified as the bearer of specific credentials, and these are what initially allow him or her to command our attention. I didn't want and couldn't pretend to have that sort of institutional authority, but nor did I want this book to be the bright little high-flying kite of my personal angle on things. My narrator had to be both impersonal and personal, it seemed, but how was that to be done? I found a clue at a certain point in the novels of Henry James. James is, as we know, endlessly preoccupied with matters of point of view, and the very attention he devotes to the problem commits him, at one level, to narrative omniscience. The typically unidentified Jamesian narrator is the point on the horizon where all the points of view are bundled together. And yet, from time to time, the Jamesian narrator inserts himself into the narrative, drops in for a visit. An I appears. Who is this I? I would say, stands for the uncertain observer we all are, a complementary presence to the characters at large in the book. I gives a personable shape to the final impossibility of omniscience, while we, and we also shows up from time to time in the books, we speaks for or nods at the commonplaces by which we hope to survive our eternal uncertainty. What I, interestingly, isn't in Henry James is Henry James. What is Henry James in the work is the style, the pick of the words, the pace of the sentence, this studied deployment of the pronoun I. And these elements of style, so personal to the author, are at the same time the most impersonal dimension of the book, its heartbeat and its pulse. The book would require a sense of the speaker, and together with that, a sense of the audience to whom the speaker speaks, the audience that in speaking the speaker wishes to bring into existence, you could say. The audience for the peer-reviewed book is, of course, the peer. The audience for the essay is the reader, and for an essay about books, it will be a reader of books. The writer about books models for that audience a certain sense of what it is to read the books. He presents the possibility of a sensibility, and in the end, I suppose what I would like my book to be, beyond the kind of exercise in portraiture I have described, is an evocation of a sensibility the 20th century novel brought into being. And of course, one could argue that I have misrepresented that sensibility, but an evocation of a sensibility the 20th century novel brought into being, a sensibility now able to look back and reflect upon its own origins. If the book was a narrative of exploration and maturation on the part of writers working in a literary form, it was also one of growing self-awareness among readers of that kind of book, amongst whom I was one. Such was the book I thought to write, not necessarily, I know, the one I have written. And now, in conclusion, let me turn to the title of my talk today. Towards the end of the writing, I found myself coining a phrase to describe the principles I felt, a principle I felt, that had been guiding me. Writing about books that had long been read, in some cases very widely read, widely commented on, I wanted to maintain, I said to myself, what I called the fiction of original response. By that, I didn't mean some glorification of naive response, of what Ernst Gombrich called, arguing that it could not exist, the innocent eye. I didn't mean any disrespect to erudition or sophistication. What I meant was the feeling, the conceit, the hope that any of us, no matter how learned, brings to reading a book, that it will quite simply say something specific to us, something that by definition, since it is said to us for the first time, it is never said before. That hope is very real. It is a key to the pleasure of the text and to the wisdom of the text. It is what makes books something other than packets of information or instruction manuals. But of course, it is also a fiction. Both we and the books are products of external circumstances, conditioned entities, and our yearning for originality is perhaps only our apprehension of our mortality. It is all commonplace enough. And yet the fiction is for all that indispensable, for both writers and readers, and certainly for the critical essay, which, whether peer-reviewed or not, begins and ends in an act of the imagination. Thank you.
So we have about 20 minutes, am I right? Thank you for that very deceptively simple but very erudite and packed address. So many thoughts to take away. I was initially struck by the negation that you started with. It's not this, it's not this. The neti that we are familiar with in Indian philosophy. And the idea of originality, the way you nuance that, that it's not quite naivete, it's not, we're always already conditioned. Mm-hmm. So what is this originality that we're talking about? At the same time, we live in, the conditional moment, which is constantly changing. Mm-hmm. So, and we are changing. Mm-hmm. We never step into the same river twice. We never read the same book twice in quite the same way. I suppose that's, if I'm correct, that's one of the ways in which you're thinking about this question of original response. Perhaps you'd like to talk a bit more about it.
Well, I think I came to it at the end sort of deliberately, because I always have a hard time putting my finger on what I meant. And when I mentioned it at some point in New York at a meeting of the New York Institute of the Humanities, I was instantly, somebody leapt up and said, partly because I'd mentioned in my introduction to the book T.J. Clark as a sort of model for my proceeding. You can see that art history sort of left a kind of mark on me, since a lot of my reference are to art historians. Somebody leapt on me and said, well, but isn't everything always under interpretation? To which one wants to say, well, yes, it's sort of, it is true that we come to things with pre-existing thoughts, and in some sense our responses are shaped by those pre-existing dispositions. But it's also true at another level, and again, it doesn't provide for an interpretive ground with books that when you or I read a book for the first or second time or third time or umpteenth time, it is still a private act, and a new occasion. Yeah. That occasion or that encounter seems to me both defining for reading and for writing and for the ongoing life of these things that we value.
Mm-hmm. So that's a fascinating question of value, because you initially seem to be suggesting that there is no purpose, that that it shouldn't really be. You weren't really aiming at a certain, pedagogic or reformist or At the same time, you use these two very loaded words, the pleasure and wisdom of the text.
Yeah.
And they come loaded with value. Yeah. So
they do, yeah. I suppose what I wanted to avoid, as I said, was the kind of argumentative and not necessarily reductive, approach. There are great books like Ian Watt's The Age of the Novel, which put together a kind of picture of how sensibility changed, and indeed how it was changed through different kinds of novel writing, like Clarissa on the one hand and Tom Jones on the other, and how in some ways, it laid the foundations for our ongoing thinking about the novel. So that is a book with an argument, and I don't wish to suggest that books with arguments do not have, that there's not an argument to be made for them. Mm-hmm. I could not say, however, that I would think that there are very many interesting accounts of the 20th century novel that boil down. Partly it becomes difficult, so the 20th century novel becomes international at a fairly, the novel's already becoming international in the 19th century. In fact, the novel is in some sense launched into international space from the get-go, but the number of instances of it multiply in the 20th century at an exponentially greater rate than in the previous centuries. At some point, I always forget numbers. was interesting in writing about Dostoevsky, that Dostoevsky wrote at a point where there were something like 37 Russian novels. Dostoevsky, sitting imprisoned in the St. Paul and Petersburg prison, sat down, read Jane Eyre in Russian translation. So, and had previously himself wished to be a translator and translated Eugénie Grandet. So, I mean, the novel becomes, I guess I wanted to, and you could say this is, of course, an argument, chart a network of interactions, and this network was, by definition, a small sampling. It was not, I don't think I would, if I thought of saying, could I say it was a sort of fractal sampling that represented the overall action of things, I would say most certainly not. It is essentially a personal sampling by somebody who has set out to read widely and gotten to the point of recognizing that there's that much more widely to read. But that seemed to be a way you could represent the variety and in some sense the integrity of something that did seem to me to have a life of its own, but that I could hardly encapsulate in a kind of given definition. I mean, though, you know, I don't know, is it the post-bourgeois novel? Is it, you know, I mean, I'm not sure that that would be a terribly useful formulation, but.
If there are any questions, I think, yeah, there's one there and there's one there. Would you go first, sir?
Edwin, I'm looking forward to reading your book when I go back. I don't have a copy yet. I have two questions for you. And I want to say first how much I appreciate your thinking of doing portraits. As I said yesterday, it's important to be repertorial toward books, and so many people aren't. There's no there. People just leap into interpretation in book reviews and elsewhere. But two types of books, and one, the great book, the so-called masterpiece with an established reputation. I wonder how much you thought in choosing your 30 books, how much do I have to deal with the established reputation? Can I go against it severely? Do I need to report that? That's one question. And then the issue of bad books. So I remember once having a conversation with someone you know, also, you know, quite I think a distinguished critic, Adam Kirsch, and we were arguing. I said, but Adam, you know, you only write about books that are already established as masterpieces and so on, and a critic should be discovering things in the way your series does. You brought back so many wonderful books around the world into the New York Review books. I've always thought that book review sections should also review bad books. You learn from bad books. So I wonder how you thought about that. Should, in my mix of 30, should I have some real stinkers, maybe a stinker by a major author? Would that somehow complicate the picture of the novel?
Well, so I mean, the book did not come into being through and this is in a way important, through the mechanisms by which academic books come into being. It came into being in the form of making a proposal and actually finding publishers who were interested in being given relatively modest advance to actually endow this thing. But so, as is the nature of many non-peer-reviewed things, it is written for a larger public and written with a publisher whose aim is ultimately to make some money or at least keep going. And this inevitably conditions the kind of book you write. Because, I mean, publishers also want things that surprise people. That's how they keep going as publishers. But they also want things that live up to certain expectations. So in answer to your first question, yeah, at some level, having been asked to write about the 20th century novel, I had to choose some of the figures who were, if not unquestionably, largely viewed as being major figures of the 20th century novel, and some of their books too. Or again, having settled on basically doing one book per author, I wasn't going to write about careers. I was going to, percolate up from the book. So, and in doing that, I did a number of things that seemed to complicate and, I hope, um, um, paint some shadows in the background. That, I mean, for example, when it comes to Kafka, I write about America. I do not write about the trial and the castle. I write about America partly because I'm writing at that point in the book also about notions of youth. I'm also leading up to writing about American writing at the beginning of the century. The first part, in some sense, shows different positions from which people move into a kind of new novel at the turn of the century. I also write about America because, is it Kafka's greatest book? No, but it's an extremely interesting book, charming in a way, and actually absolutely horrifying, in some ways at the end more horrifying, because the kind of Kafkaesque, Kafka hasn't quite fully arrived at the Kafkaesque in the way that he has by the time he gets to the castle. I write about another book actually in that same chapter, which is Alfred Kubin's The Other Side, which is a very, very minor novel. I did try and range, and I tried to range outside of the expectations, partly by putting together people in unexpected ways. I end up writing about Kipling's Kim and Colette's Claudine in the same chapter, again looking at the sort of cult of youth at the beginning of the century. A young century needed young people, the Van der Vogel and so on. Partly, of course, because I want a contrast between a very, very provincial, central, provincial, well, then going to Paris, French story, and Kipling's story of the larger world. Kipling is somebody beginning to write about a larger world in a way more serious than, say, Rider Haggard did. I later early on in the book, I juxtapose H.G. Wells and Gide, again trying to suggest the very specific characters of those books, not just their greatness, but the way that one writes about a kind of interiority, one a view from outside, Wells, that is. I also want to suggest ways they're sort of similar. Ditto for Virginia Woolf and Hemingway. It interests me that I thought that people would be, a little bit, would take it possibly even amiss that I suggested that Virginia Woolf and Hemingway were separated at birth. They're kind of that. I have to say that a lot of the responses consisted of people sort of saying, well, why these books and not those books, and so on. I mean, the things I was trying to say today about the larger design that I would hope is there has not been much remarked on in the response to it. Stinkers is interesting. As I say, Kubin is an example of, I mean, I try, on the one hand, I do try, though this too has not been much taken up. People have said that I seem to be nothing but a relentless enthusiast. A lot of these writers, actually, I have their limitations, including ones I like best. And I tried to suggest those limitations without sort of piling on. I mean, as Coleridge says, anybody can write about the defects of books because every book has defects. The beauties are something rarer and harder in some sense to write about. But the beauties also emerge, a line I quote several times in the book that I like a lot, is Randall Jarrell's line that a novel is a long narrative with something wrong with it. And the beauties emerge partly from the wrongness, or at least to the degree the beauties are individual, they are features of the particular and, in that sense, limited character of any act of the imagination. I did not sit and write about a book that I just thought was pure shit. No.
Yeah, Edwin, I thoroughly enjoyed the talk. It's absolutely fascinating. And listening to it, I kept thinking of what I think has emerged as a big theme for me for the symposium, the essay without the argument. And this, I think, came up during Arvind's talk yesterday. And you said very early that how to write about a book without making an argument. Now that's really interesting. Initially, I thought you were going to do something Sontagian, like, okay, not interpret the kind of just experience. And then I sensed what I sensed was a kind of an encounter. You're talking about a kind of an encounter with books. And that actually took me back to what I think Joseph Knott says this in literary theory, that the whole idea of a kind of literary criticism used to be about an aesthetic education. And that's gone now. That's really gone. What it has become a kind of historicist exercise. I think Colin was talking about this yesterday, it has become a kind of diagnostic tool for reading culture. This says this about this century, this says this about this time. And that was definitely not there in what I sensed, what you said. Rather, it took me back to very much like the I. Richardson sort of gesture of sort of a kind of almost an encounter with book which does something to your sensibility. So would you say that's what you're doing to a degree? And of course, North is saying that I. Richards has been majorly misunderstood by his conflation with the new critics, which is a whole other thing. But that is what I sensed in how you were talking about the books, a kind of an encounter which is leading to a sort of a drastic revision of sensibility. Is that fair?
I think that is accurate. I mean, you use the word encounter, and indeed the last word of my introduction is encounter. That is what I hope, in some sense, the book may facilitate, in a certain sense. And so, not an interpretation. I mean, Sontag was, in some sense, a formative, or that particular essay, sort of formative thing for me. But an opening up, in which certainly what I write is not the last word, but is in some sense is an introduction, a kind of ongoing way. There was another way in which, as I said just in the talk, there was one. I had in a way a slightly Hegelian model here of the ways in which a thing comes to be, so that it comes to know the way it came to be, a certain sort of worm Ouroboros sort of construction, and that this was also, for readers of the novels, going to be a book, as I just said in the talk, to think about how novels created a realm of reading. Late in the book, I talk about a book which, this actually is a book people have taken great exception to my including, especially Anglophone, which is Georges Perec's Life, a User's Manual, which is an Olympian book made according to certain kind of rules that underlie it. And a totally enjoyable book. I sat down to read it thinking, well, this is the sort of, fairly late in the writing of the book, thinking, I've never read this book, it's my homework, I should read it. Of course I'm not going to like it, because I hate those sorts of books that are written with all those sorts of rules, and I was completely entranced. But one of the things, that book is about an apartment building, and it moves amongst the various apartments, suggesting the lives of the inhabitants by the things in their apartments. And one of the things it slowly constructs is a library of the 20th century novel. In one room, there is the page is open to 100 Years of Solitude. In another room, somebody has George Lukács on the shelf. This is a small thing in a complicated and densely woven book, but it is, in some sense, a tribute from a book written in 1986 to a kind of sensibility that embraces, and this is a real limitation of my book, people like Agatha Christie, Sherlock Holmes, the whole world of genre literature, which I gesture at in the beginning about writing about Wells, but partly out of ignorance, do not develop as don't go back to look closely at a genre, at a practitioner of genre and so on. But yeah, that larger sensibility and the way in which, and I would like to suggest the way in which that sensibility is, and now I am belying what I just said, is not only an aesthetic, but a moral and possibly even a political possession, in that making room for those things and making room for the appreciation of those things is making a wider and freer world.
I think there's a question there.
Yeah, thank you, Edwin, so much for the talk. I've started reading your book. I'm not very far into it, and I apologize for subjecting you to having your own words sort of read to you. But I'm doing it very admiringly.
Here, I'll plug my ears.
But this is from the introduction. And very briefly, you write, my own formulation, the 20th century novel, is perhaps best taken as a useful fiction for considering how fiction responded to a century of fact. which is a rich and fascinating statement in itself. But I guess this sort of opens on to this question that I had about your choice of the 20th century novel as the kind of unifying category and the sort of motivating figure of the book, and I think somewhat following on the previous question, in the peer-reviewed world, you almost can't say or sort of use such broad brush categories as the 20th century novel, even to sort of specify it geographically, like the 20th century American novel is not even sort of fine-grained enough. There's such a kind of differentiation by time and place. And so I think that's, I guess I'm curious, and then one other sort of parallel thought is about how the 20th century novel might not only be a novel written in the 20th century, but a novel that is in some kind of position of sort of response or kind of self-consciousness in its sort of relationship to the century in which it's written, if that is sort of making sense. So I guess all of this to ask, how did you sort of arrive at the 20th century novel as the kind of central sort of axis of the book, rather than just say 20th century fiction, to sort of step back further or sort of, or zooming in more, just where sort of how did you kind of land at that sort of certain level of great breadth, but also a degree of specificity? Yeah.
Well, I think in the simplest way that something that novelists indeed begin thinking about writing a novel that will anticipate and the 20th century and respond to it even before the 20th century begins. I mean, one of the sort of came to be late. The simple realization that the notion of the century is, of course, is a very modern notion. That periodization of a sort is not characteristic for most of human history. And it also is a periodization that obviously reflects certain aspects of modern political culture and the notion of political change as a factor of modern life. And all of those things I think novelists were very alert to, especially from the beginning of the 19th century. Somebody like Balzac will go on and on about this, our 19th century. Dostoevsky, certainly in Notes from the Underground, talks about this, our 19th century. So that sense of what I was aware in starting, that kind of essentialism and a kind of made-up essence, or an essence that's being made up as you go along, seemed to me part of what novelists were bringing to writing novels at the beginning of the 20th century, and on an ongoing basis continue to. Did every novelist in the 20th century write what I'm calling a 20th century novel? No, probably. I think, as I say, late in the book, to this day, now we can write 20th century novels, 18th century novels. I mean, there's a whole range of sort of stylistic models for writing it. But I think there was I think it is historically true to say that there was an interest felt by novelists in writing a novel that would respond to this gaseous entity, but very real and imminent one that soon was, blowing people up and granting votes to women and changing things. That was something novelists were actually out to do, and it seemed legitimate to try and describe that ambition and how it worked out in certain novels, and so it had, yeah.
There's a question at the back there.
Thank you. I was actually wondering if, in relation to the previous question, if the 20th century novel is a much more looser term that you're using, and it's not so much a historical argument, but a philosophical point, as it were, although I'm not very happy to make that distinction myself. But I was wondering that, I was also thinking that because when you were talking about this book, you referenced Ian Watt.
Mhm.
That was the example of the argumentative, which is a historical argument.
Mhm.
And then when talking about the 20th century novel, you said it's perhaps not possible to make such a historical argument. And at that moment, I was thinking, well, then there are several monographs that are also arguing with Ian Watt and saying you're
Mhm.
actually wrong and this is not true. So I was wondering if such a distinction can be drawn, because one is not at all making a historical truth claim in
Mhm.
the kind of book that you're writing.
Well, thinking about what I said before about whether you could make that argument, in a way, and also responding, sort of adding to my response to Collins, well, in a way that argument has been made about the 20th century novel. And it's a very commonplace argument. We all know that the 20th century novel was defined by modernism, and modernism, shook up form and tended towards, and here's where it begins to get lost for me, a greater abstraction sometimes, a greater, less interest in social life and so on. But how is there less interest in social life, say, in Dos Passos' USA than there is, say, in Trollope? I mean, it's a different form of interest, but it's definitely... So there was modernism, and modernism did its things, and a lot of argument about what it did. And after that came postmodernism, because everybody got tired of modernism, or it turned to pastiche, or we entered a new, as Jameson said, a new era where, where the kind of big projects, big new construction ones became periodically reconceived and impossible and so on. So there is a kind of conventional story about that. And I have to say, one reason for using this vague, but in a way vague, but sort of more concrete thing of the 20th century novel, of saying let's look at a group of novels that seem to be very much about how conditions of life have changed in this century and want to try and represent that or respond to it, was that it did not reproduce that, I thought, rather conventional argument about modernism to postmodernism, or modernism being the defining event of the 20th century novel. And you could see why, same things would be true. I'm not up on this literature about the 18th century, how you could say Watt's sort of emphasis on the bourgeois novel was not there. There are other, there's Steve Moore did this huge, he wasn't finally able to get funding for it because he was a non-peer-reviewed writer, history of the novel in many volumes, where Steve's argument is everything that is a long prose narrative is a novel. I think that's not true, but it allows you to look at books going back to the very beginning of history, which actually can be very interesting for novelists to look at and reshape what novels are and so on. So I think I don't think it's true in a way, but I think it's actually a very, very interesting way to look at books that way, look at novels. Now I've talked myself into forgetting where I am, and maybe I haven't. Yeah.
Are there any, so time's up, it seems. We can certainly carry on these. I mean, these are, really very productive conversations, and they will have to be, we have to allow them to sink in. I think there's so much undoing that you're doing in this. So it's really a phenomenology of reading and writing that, has unfolded, as far as I can see. And you really talked about, the ontology and epistemology of literature, really, right? What is and how do we know what is? And the act of reading seems to be something that opens that up.
I would be very happy if those philosophical questions exist, at least in the wings of the book.
I'm glad. Yeah, I was
They are
prompted
important
because
questions.
yeah, because you started with Dostoevsky, and you cannot evade philosophy if you're starting with Dostoevsky. So, but these are conversations that need much more time, and I think a lot more, mulling and chewing over. Thank you so much for a fantastic
Thank you to
session.
everybody.
Thank you, Edwin. Thank you, Professor Joshi. We will now take a 10-minute tea coffee break. To make it more time efficient, I recommend that we make 2 queues. There's tea on the left and coffee on the right. So if you know what you want, it'll be faster.
Okay. Thanks so much.
I have to read this book. I love it. It's so maverick. It seems so eccentric and delightfully.
Bigger problem, lunch. But let's see how that goes. Uh, our next session is by Amit Chaudhary, and his talk is titled What on Earth Does Non-Fiction Mean? This talk will be chaired by Carlin Romano. Carlin Romano teaches media theory and philosophy at Penn. The LA Review of Books described his major book, America the Philosophical, as, quote, perhaps the best history of American philosophy of the past half century. An ex-president of the National Book Critics Circle, Romano served as literary editor and critic of the Philadelphia Inquirer for 25 years, and critic at large at the Chronicle of Higher Education for 18 years. A finalist for the Pulitzer Prize in Criticism, Romano was cited by the Pulitzer Board for, quote, bringing new vitality to the classic essay across a formidable array of topics. He's currently visiting professor of humanities at Ashoka University on a Fulbright Nehru Senior Scholar Award for academic and professional excellence. We are glad to have him here, and I invite Amit Chaudhary to deliver his talk.
So I am going to do something unusual in an introduction because when you're introducing the host of a conference, very good things can happen and possibly very bad things. Sure. So I think something very good should happen. So I'm just going to say one brief thing of a conventional sort of introduction, but then just raise a possibility with the audience. So Amit is the author of 8 novels, the latest of which here is Sojourn, although I'm not sure if that's still accurate. He's also a poet, essayist, critic, short story writer, and musician, which made me think of this idea that I'm going to pose to you. But I was particularly struck at the number of awards that he has gotten and those that he has actually judged. His works of nonfiction include most recently Finding the Raga, which received the James Tate Black Prize in 2022. Other awards his work has received include the Commonwealth Writers' Prize, the Betty Trask Prize, the Encore Prize, the Los Angeles Times Book Prize for Fiction, the Government of India's Sahitya Akademi Award, the Government of West Bengal's Rabindra Puraskar Award, and the inaugural Infosys Prize in Literary Studies in the Humanities. He's professor of creative writing and director of the Center for the Creative and Critical at Ashoka University. And all of this made me think that you are probably on the short list for the Nobel Prize. And then it made me think, well, if you're not, we should get you on that list. So I'm a literary politician in addition to other things. So I know a lot of inside stuff. Bob Dylan had 21 nominations, actually, and he won, right? Singer, right?
All you need 21 nominations?
No, well, here's the next thing. Naguib Mahfouz, the Egyptian Nobel Prize winner, once told me, as I sat with him in his cafe in Cairo, that he had over 600 nominations because the Egyptian government kind of had a hand in it.
Right.
And he was wonderful, a squeaky voice. He said, and none of them read me in Arabic. Yeah, but he won. So here's something. Just imagine everybody in this room, and maybe you didn't know this, you can nominate somebody for the Nobel Prize for Literature. You don't have to be anybody special. Send it in. And that's why some people have in their IDs, nominated for the Nobel Prize for Literature. They don't mention, my wife did it. Right. So just imagine if everybody in this room nominated Amit for the Nobel Prize for Literature. We don't have as many as the Egyptians put forth.
It's not going to happen with, somebody who, having pursued topics like the non-peer-reviewed essay. And it's certainly not going to happen from the government or from academia.
Right. I don't think you have the government behind you.
So
a lot of people don't know also that it is in Alfred Nobel's will. The Nobel Prize for Literature is supposed to be for not just any writer, great writer with a great career, a writer of a, quote, idealistic tendency.
I have that.
Are you idealistic?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Okay. But that's why they say Graham Greene didn't win it. That's why Borges didn't get it, because somebody...
Naipaul was an idealist. He got it.
Yeah, well...
Look at the kind of idealism he espouses.
Yeah. Well, there's always somebody at the Swedish Academy who steps up and says, not an idealist. Yeah. So I offer you the
Thank you for
next Nobel Prize
Thank
laureate.
thank you for that wonderful. I'm going to nominate you.
Okay.
Thank you for that terrific
I'll have
introduction.
one nomination.
Okay, thank you. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Okay. The title of the talk is, without further ado, because so much has been said. The title, as you know, is "What on Earth is Non-Fiction?" and you, by the end of this talk, you'll know what it is. The title of my talk assumes we already know what fiction is. It's a made-up version of non-fiction. Investigation will reveal that there are no simple formulations to do with the fictional, except that it's a category related exclusively to the imaginary. A cursory further investigation will reveal that, with writers like Coleridge, distinction needs to be made following his reinterpretation of a European discussion to do with the difference between the imaginative and the fantastical. The legacy of Coleridge's observation is with us today, with the coming into its own some decades ago of a genre called fantasy, which we could easily, given that only the made-up qualifies as fiction, conflate with the imaginative, a conflation we are somehow resistant to, notwithstanding our arguments on behalf of the legitimacy of fantasy. Is this because fantasy is a genre and our prejudice against genre persists as an unspoken prejudice against all mutations of and aberrations from the universal, while the imaginative can't, after Coleridge's distinction, possibly comprise a genre because it is writing itself? Is it because of its philosophical pervasiveness that imaginative writing, and by extension, I still don't know how to use my laptop. Is it because of its philosophical pervasiveness that imaginative writing, and by extension fiction, is hard to pin down or describe in a definition? If E.M. Foster said, quote, "Novels are fictions of a certain extent," end quote, we have to assume short stories are, quote, "fictions of a certain extent that are necessarily shorter than the novel." Confusingly, we are often told that the best novels are at once fictional but deeply true, while novels in the fantasy genre aren't novels, but novels in the fantasy genre, as if that were a particular country. Are we still in the grip of a romantic shift in thinking, even if we are no longer interested in what the imaginative comprises, and are even embarrassed by such a question? Like inheritors of an estate or surname, we, writers, readers, publishers, booksellers, perpetuate a legacy through hubris and no longer know what the surname means. To ask what non-fiction is entails returning to the question of what the imaginative might be. But what on earth is non-fiction? Is it the other of the imaginative? Or since it's a negative, is it simply fiction's other? Does that mean it's exactly the same as fiction, barring the fictionalizing? According to this vantage point, it must be implicitly an offshoot of the centrality of fiction. On the other hand, from the viewpoint of mainstream common sense thinking, or even the empiricism of the European Enlightenment and its deep investment in the real, non-fiction actually captures the Enlightenment subject's default relationship to knowledge and the world. And it is fiction that comprises an aberration. Non-fiction is what we call fact. Its value falls or stands on verifiability. And this is how a writer moving from fiction to non-fiction will be viewed, as one who is exchanging in that particular work the domain of the made-up and the imagined for the one of fact and information. If it's a movement in the opposite direction, if a journalist decides to write a novel, It's a relinquishing it's a relinquishing on that writer's part of some form of historiography for storytelling. But why would a writer want to move towards fact if fiction is their preferred habitat? Why would one writer write a historical novel about the French Revolution and another a popular history on the same theme? Are there certain subjects, political events and figures, historical epochs, arguments and overviews to do with these that are best approached as non-fiction? Before addressing these questions, let me add another one. What does an academic historian, said with the greatest respect, no insult to academic historians, what does an academic historian, whom I'm going to caricature by the way, a person who's not just a practitioner of a genre, but an embodiment of disciplinary knowledge, mean when they say they have much to learn from fiction when they're reconsidering familiar historical material? As fiction in the age of free market globalization has been identified with two features that are casually interchangeable with each other, narrative and storytelling, we can assume that the historian is speaking of these features when they discuss the possibility of a productive interface between pedagogy in the history department and the novel. The novel for the historian is not a place to go to for anti-narrative. This is not because fiction has not been shaped by self-sabotaging and liberating explorations in marginalizing narrative, but because stasis as literary experience is not of interest at the moment to the historian. They can't learn anything from it. Narrative, of course, takes many forms, pastiche, parody, but it remains antithetical to the pointlessness of poetic language. Storytelling carries with it the integers of cultural lineage, ethnicity, and even gender, just as narrative is able to encompass representation and documentation. Arguments against the idea of storytelling as a kind of cultural phenomenon are not of use to the historian. Neither is the novel as a location for the non-representational. Henry Green called his novels, they were about people, non-representational novels, just to sort of particularize that comment. In this way, certain departures that the novel has made, certain possibilities it has opened up, are erased while the historian formulates this wish to learn from fiction. Historiography is seen to be a form of narrative without story. It's to story as a politically and culturally urgent category that the historian must turn. Story and narrative are seen to be, to a plausible degree, extrinsic. They can be detached from a novel and added to the way a historian thinks about an episode in history. Fictionalizing is the combination of an extrinsic portable feature, story or narrative, with a historical or biographical fact. It can be something material and banal. To add a mustache to a real person, say an uncle, who was clean-shaven in real life, is to fictionalize and set into motion story. Style was once seen to be a similarly extrinsic feature like the mustache, something writers embellished their prose with. It's no longer of interest to the historian who wishes to learn from fiction, not only because style is deemed elitist and a preoccupation for an erstwhile bourgeoisie that was overthrown by the globalization that academic discourse and history writing are now located in. It's because style is indispensable to an indirection that has no instructive value to today's historian. Novels, it would seem, are configured in a particular way by history departments that wish to introduce them into their discussion. The dichotomy between fiction and non-fiction does not then, to clarify, constitute an opposition between stasis and linearity or absorption and teleology. That opposition might pertain to the one between the essay or poetry on the one hand and fiction on the other. The opposition between stasis on the one hand and teleology on the other. The difference between fiction and non-fiction in the way we grasp it on an unarticulated level is the one between narrative with story, that is the made-up dimension of narrative, and narrative without it. The without in without story sounds like a lack or absence, but it implies a plenitude of fact and reality. If we were hypothetically to watch a feature film on the demolition of the Babri Masjid in Ayodhya in 1992, what would we look for in such a film? By feature film, I mean a work of fiction that deals, in this hypothetical example, with an actual historical event. If my sympathies were with the Kar Sevaks who brought down the mosque, I suppose I would want a cinematic tale of struggle, mobilization, and triumph. If I were appalled by what the Kar Sevaks had achieved, I would want a critique, a sense of the implications of this historic moment conveyed to me through story, setting, and character. Without story, setting, and character, the film, however close to my political position or true to actual events it might be, would confuse or disappoint. With a documentary like Anand Patwardhan's Ram Ke Naam, or In the Name of God, that's the English title it goes by, it's not an exact translation by any means, we think that we, from our assumptions about the sort of knowledge that non-fiction constitutes, are going to be presented with the facts leading up to the toppling of the Babri Mosque, events recorded without the superficies of fiction. It's a representation of the main event and how it actually happened that we'll expect from the film, rather than the made-up lives of made-up characters. Our politics too will draw us to this film, and we'll expect from Patwardhan a perspective that will both instruct us and confirm what we feel and know. The fact that it's a documentary means that we'll see its political reading emerging from the essential facts. Documentary isn't a form we associate generally with adornment or excess. It is the opposite of entertainment. If a viewer were to find something excessive about Ram Ke Naam, it might have to do with the film's political stance on the demolition, in which case this viewer must have disagreed from the outset with the position of the film emerged from. The documentary is meant to be true at least on two levels. It's supposed to have the veracity of the journalistic photograph, in that it literally shows us something that happened. And it possesses the truth of good reportage or of history, in that it tells us how and why that event occurred. I, though, don't go to Patwardhan's work for that kind of truth. Nor do I think he made Ram Ke Naam simply to give that kind of non-fictional or documentary affirmation to us. As far as its politics are concerned, I'll add, if such an addition is necessary, that I was shocked by the demolition of the mosque and remain in shock that such a thing happened. But even if I watched Patwardhan's film for the privilege of having my deep dismay articulated by him and the causes of the demolition analyzed, I wasn't, I say this in retrospect, transfixed by it for these reasons alone. D.H. Lawrence said of what he called art speech, "Never trust the teller, trust the tale." The immediate context on the page in which these lines appear was his revolutionary discussion of American literature and novelists like Hawthorne and a non-American, Dostoevsky. He's a non-American, right? Okay, anyway, so Dostoevsky. Lawrence's observations on art speech are equally true of non-fiction. Whatever Patwardhan might think about his documentaries or say about them in his interviews, I'm more interested in how he thinks as a practitioner when he's making them. In fact, I'm interested in documentary and works of nonfiction independent of what their creators say in interviews about the themes and questions their work has addressed as forms of thinking and responses to the grammar and problem of realism, just as I'm interested in fiction's response to the same problem. As I pursue the implications of Lawrence's remarks, I should say that I don't want to examine, in the mode of so-called suspicious reading, if Patwardhan's politics, that is, what he actually believes in as an individual, comes undone in the making of the film itself. Somebody will do some person, some right-wing deconstructionist is going to do this in the oxymoron, though that is, in our current parlance, is going to do that in the future. And then you know, the right will discover the good things that deconstruction can offer. So anyway, if Patwardhan's politics, that is, what he actually believes in as an individual, comes undone in the making of the film itself, is not of interest to me. I'm more concerned with considering if what we think of as a documentary and the purposes we impute to documentary filmmaking are in some way put into question in the experience of Ram Ke Naam. The divergence that Lawrence says art speech generates is not, for me, in this instance, the divergence between author and work, but between genre and work. The work and even the form, such as the documentary, can at certain periods in history attempt to free themselves of genre, which here is non-fiction. So documentary is in this genre largely of what we might think of as non-fiction, a term which has been around for a few decades, but not forever, not from the beginning of time, certainly. These works, or forms like the essay, don't intend at these moments, the moments I've talked about of liberating themselves from genre, don't intend at these moments to transcend genre, but to effect a departure. The possibility of this departure may well be why the filmmaker turns to documentary in the first place, to depart genre. Lawrence's lines could be tweaked accordingly: never trust the genre, trust the work. Having pointed out whom and whom not to trust, Lawrence says, the proper function of a critic is to save the tale from the artist who created it. It's impossible today to assert what the proper function of a critic is, or use the term critic straight-faced. But if we were to follow through on the rephrasing, we would have to consider what it means to save a work. Saving something is not the same as extricating it from where it's located. To extricate or isolate would mean to deny context and history. To save, since the word is related to life or death, is to give the work a lease of new life or a new meaning outside the constraints and parameters of its creator, which in this case is not so much author as genre. We have, of course, a powerful residue in us of an old romantic prejudice that the filmmaker turns to documentary as their form of preference because they don't have the imagination to make a fiction feature film. If Anand Patwardhan had the imagination, and by implication the gifts, of Satyajit Ray or Anurag Kashyap, Ram Ke Naam, according to this view, would have been a made-up story. The obverse of this prejudice would lead us to create a different kind of hierarchy. The subject of Ram Ke Naam is too political and Patwardhan too serious to surrender to the frivolity of fiction. I watched Ram Ke Naam again a couple of years ago, I think it was, when public viewings of the film became acts of protest. And some viewings were suppressed. It was an opportunity to revisit the work, much of which is available on YouTube, as you can see. It's a brave and perspicacious film, but it also makes room for a certain kind of looseness. I mean that its impact is not reducible to theme. Ram Ke Naam comprises its own language of interacting with the world. This seems to be its primary purpose, a purpose that doesn't take away from the immediacy of the watershed event it portrays or the era it anticipates arriving, any more than the portrayal of politics and history takes away from our sense of the otherness of the world in which it occurs. This otherness is not an aloof container for the temporal. It is another form of the temporal which is as much a subject of documentary filmmaking as a particular theme might be. The temporality as well as the spatial and visual elements the camera picks up and the soundtrack disseminates give to us a raggedness and unfinishedness that our idea of a historic event doesn't possess. The historic event has a completeness about it. The documentary as a form is drawn to the unfinished. In Ram Ke Naam, this unfinishedness, in contrast to the closed narrative espoused by the supporters of the Kar Sevaks, has both vulnerability and the capacity to surprise. A group of people marching, the shops along the road, the light as it changes from afternoon to twilight in North India, much of this we take to be setting, a necessary part of the documentary filmmaker's record of what's happening in and around Ayodhya. But it is the filmmaker accessing the moment. This moment is resistant both to the genre's need for information and to the story the Kar Sevaks propagate. The milestone that appears at 40 minutes and 35 seconds proclaiming Mukame 574 miles, Ayodhya 88 miles, Faizabad 82 miles is located in the narrative but also in a moment in which the history of that milestone becomes present to us. The same is true of the empty road that follows almost immediately. We will go down it with the Kar Sevaks, but we also pause. So should I just play a tiny bit from this documentary? If I can.
हम तो कहीं फैसला हुए वही ठीक है।
वो अपना मस्जिद बनाओ, हम लोग अपना जो है मंदिर बनाए। आप अपना मस्जिद
अपने भाई भाई
बनाए,
है ना, भाई भाई
कोई विशेष बात नहीं।
हाँ।
अब इतनी दोनों फरीकन में इतना जुझ है, और इसमें फायदा कुछ नहीं होगा,
बस नुकसान के अलावा क्या फायदा है भाई? पैसा हर जगह जो लड़ाई हो ठनी तो पैसा लगी, इधर से पैसा
उनका घाटा नहीं पर हमारे लोगों का घाटा है। हम लोग चौराहे दुकान खोले, कोई एक पैसा काम नहीं होता,
एक पैसा काम नहीं हो रहा है।
घर जा
आप बताओ कि जो का 4 किलो का नमक बिका रहा है तो काका कहते ने किलो भरे का नहीं मिल रहा है, 1.5 रुपया 2 रुपया किलो का नमक मिल रहा है। बस कहा है हमारे लोगन का गल्ला बखारी सस्ता है,
सस्ता बस,
और कोई चीज सस्ती नहीं है। सब गल्ला हमारा लोगन सस्ता है और जत्ती है सब महंगाई है। ये बात
कभी कोई उछाड़ा नहीं,
कभी नहीं झगड़ा हुआ। अब हमारे यहाँ पर कोई वो वैसी बात नहीं है। ये तो बाहर बाहर का जो है सब,
ये सब बातें बेकार की लड़ाई झगड़ा करने वाली है ना।
As you could hear, I mean, the milestone and the road are followed by some people talking who are skeptical of the project that the Kar Sevaks have undertaken. The Kar Sevaks are in the narrative, the onlookers and the fields on the margins are in the moment. You feel that Patwardhan has been freed up by the form of the documentary to reach for the momentary. This is what I see throughout the documentary. This is what I see in moments like this, with the milestone and the road, which belongs to the story and belongs outside it. Same here. The same is true of these people who are marginal to this story and to other stories. They're not only marginal to this story. So the fields are also marginal to this story and to other stories. That marginality is of interest to Patwardhan over and above the story to which they're related. you feel that Patwardhan has been freed up by the form of the documentary to reach for the momentary. This is the reaching for the momentary throughout the film. Not only that, the filmmaking is also, whether Patwardhan has theorized this or not, instructing and persuading us that he couldn't have done this within the constraints of a fiction feature. The unspoken credo is, all filmmakers who wish to assess the political must turn to the moment by abandoning the feature film. This credo may or may not be true. It may or may not be fair to cinematic fiction, but it is necessary to propel or justify a certain kind of documentary impulse. In Patwardhan's film, the political is not an entry point into the momentary or vice versa. What Patwardhan captures, the trucks, the chanting and marching, the cold season, the light of day and evening, are at once political and unfathomably other. As we watch, we feel that documentary film possesses this simultaneity. It addresses an indubitable theme while making space from frame to frame for a themeless, vulnerable other. This pits work against genre. The otherness is not a foil, as in Auden's account of Bruegel's Fall of Icarus, evidence that humdrum life continues around the tragedy. It is the subject of the documentary. There was a period from the 1950s to the mid-80s when British television was a home to the kind of documentary that attempted to explore what feature film couldn't, unless feature films courted the formal eccentricities and market unviability that went by the collective name of art house cinema. Documentaries were shown on mainstream television, disguised and made respectable as fact. The ambition of many of these documentaries was neither to be lucrative nor superbly informative, but to establish what I have called, while discussing Patwardhan, an interaction with the world or with existence such as is not possible through story. Since narrative is fiction and consequently in popular cinema arises from the Enlightenment's human-centric vision, feature films have had to focus on the physical and social itineraries of the principal characters and their psychological vicissitudes. This particular kind of human-centric focus is called story. The colors of the day or the presence of furniture and other objects are important in such an undertaking inasmuch as they participate in this itinerary by serving as setting for the protagonist or allegorize the protagonist's mental state. Too much focus on an object or color unrelated to the central human-centric focus, what I have called story, is met with incomprehension. Documentaries on British TV seemed to be in accord with a related Enlightenment directive to do with gathering knowledge as the primary means for the human being's domination of the world. But this period I'm thinking of, after which Thatcherism began to destroy television in Britain, introduced TV audiences to John Betjeman reassessing dull, a favorite word of Larkin's, small towns, to Benjamin Britten, writing a score for a poem by W.H. Auden for a little film publicizing the railways, to John Berger's polemic Ways of Seeing in 1972, right up to, in this long 80s, right up to Ian Sinclair's ruminations on various kinds of London photographs in the early 90s. Should I just show you a little 3-minute John Betjeman, a man considered by many an embarrassment, but still very interesting to kind of revisit, doing not one of his usual kind of stints of going around England looking at small towns, but actually doing the same, but as an advertisement for a company. But let's have a look. What I would like you to notice, besides his use of the word dull, is also that there's absolutely there is no human figure in it. There is a glimpse of a human being right towards the end of this pitch for some weird place also known as Gloucestershire. Let's see if I can switch it on, turn it on.
In the Cotswolds, many main roads like this are dull, not a house in sight, hardly a tree. You can't believe any villages are near. Even the signposts seem to be telling lies. Look at this one, East Leach Martin. It leads to my favourite Cotswold village. I'm not going to tell you how to get to it, because it's a secret place and you have to be clever enough to use a large-scale map to find it. It's between Burford and Fairford, I will tell you that much, and the road suddenly descends into a wooded valley. And here, from East Leach Martin churchyard, you can look across to East Leach Turville, which also has its own church. The way to look at a village is to get out of your motor car and walk, and this place is full of beautiful footpaths. Let's cross from East Leach Martin by a stone footbridge into Turville. I like going slowly and stopping to stare. This fresh, clear, weedy water will soon join the Thames at Lechlade, which is really Leechlade, and takes its name from the River Leach. As we walk up the village street, the old cottages look as though they've been there since William the Conqueror's day, though they're probably not more than 200 years old. The tradition of cottage building in the Cotswolds has been passed down to the present day, so that these buildings seem ageless.
Look at that.
The Cotswolds are a country of dry walls, always built like this. And if you give them a hard enough push at the top, they'll fall over.
Look at that frame.
I always like to look
With
at
half
the
the
post
cow.
office to see what's going on in the village. And I always buy the local postcards in case there's something I haven't visited. I noticed today that they don't use the elaborate adjectives they used to. They don't call whist drives grand anymore. Perhaps it's getting old-fashioned. I said walking's the best way to look at a village, and one of my favourite walks here is to Turville Church, which stands there with its saddleback tower and has so stood for more than 400 years. Baptisms, marriages and burials have been going on here and in all these Cotswold villages for centuries, to the sound of water, to the lumber of cartwheels, to the swish of cows' tails as they flick off the flies and drink the crystal River Leach. If you can find the East Leaches
That's the
from
human
Burford,
being.
well, Burford is 74 miles west of London and 55 south of Birmingham.
Okay. So, a lot of shots in which absolutely nothing is happening, and then there's kind of very tenuous distinction between what he says is wonderful and dull. He says that what follows the highway or the motorway is going to be really wonderful compared to the dullness of the motorway, but then he gives us a different kind of dullness. And without any human being or any real monument, unless you take the post office to be a monument, occupying it, and no human figure, just a human voice, which is not very encouraging. He says, "I won't tell you where this place is." So this is being passed off as a documentary, fact, information, even pitch. So we're looking at a particular aesthetic entering a kind of space. So to continue from what I was saying, right up to Ian Sinclair, it was a period, this period between the 50s, and this is 1955, to after the mid-80s, less and less of that, in which documentary in Britain was a covert or explicit means of departing theme, human interest, and the human-centric story. The documentary became a space for accommodating otherness, by which I mean a universe that is unaware of the role it's playing in a history or narrative, and is it at once in that narrative and outside it. Such as we see, one of the things we see about Benjamin's, what he shows us is that it's complete indifference or ignorance of the part it's playing in this film. Actors who inhabited the documentary's ramifying universe could include a tree or a horse. In a feature film about 16th century England, the horse gives off an unmistakable awareness of being a 16th century English horse. In a documentary, an English horse is at once an English horse and has no consciousness of being one. It stands inside and outside. This creates a kind of recoil that Lawrence noticed was one of the capacities of and spaces generated by art speech. If you watch on YouTube a British documentary from this era that you expect not to like, a work that will surely have dated and will only be vaguely fascinating for the imprimatur its time has left on it, you will still note the agenda I have described, a distractedness of focus, even when the documentary is exemplary in its human-centric aims. I have in mind Kenneth Clarke's Civilization, which I began watching as a joke, partly because I had heard that Berger's wonderful riposte to it, Ways of Seeing, was put together in a shed in Ealing, which is in London, rebuffing, effectively, all the on-location disquisitions in Europe that Clarke's series contains. I wanted to investigate what kind of scenic imperative had prompted Berger's rebuttal. The term civilization is by now conceptually obsolete and embarrassing, and the man holding forth in it, in his checkered jacket, in the series is an anachronism. His narrative and civilization itself roll forward unstoppably in the series. But the visuals are slow. Sometimes the empty agitation of the elements, say breakers against rocks at the bottom of a cliff somewhere in Ireland on which a Christian monastery stood, comprises the only movement in a frame. This stubborn dwelling on an image happens repeatedly. Almost everything shown, a fresco, a bust, but also the tiled roof of a cathedral or the rough surface of a steeple of a church, things that would never be given room in a present-day documentary because they're almost entirely formalistic, is situated doubly within Kenneth Clarke's discourse and at a distance from it. The objects will not be assimilated. They remain in the sort of moment that Patwardhan gives us access to in Ram Ke Naam. We become aware how this moment, in its resistance to the requirements of the genre, is at an angle, poetically, to the domination of a worldview. By worldview, I don't only mean Clarke's reflections on the emergence of something called civilization in the world, and most recently in Western Europe, and the cultural provenances of these reflections. I mean the genre of nonfiction that is meant to determine the form and weight of these reflections. The conflict involving trusting the teller on the one hand or imbibing the agenda of late 1960s documentary filmmaking on the other is very clearly present in Clarke's Civilization. I mean, it's almost enacted and reified. The stillness achieved by the moving camera is different from still photographs introduced in the course of an argument, such as would happen in BBC documentaries today or during a PowerPoint presentation. The image's stillness in Civilization has a tremor at its edge, evidence of a handheld camera. Sometimes the frame changes after a moment has passed, like an insect you took to be a shadow. Sometimes the lens retreats in a zoom out so that the larger picture is revealed. In each case, the shaky stillness, as well as the fact that we are made to stay with the frame 2 or 3 seconds more than we are accustomed to, prevent the image from becoming an illustration of an observation in the voiceover. what we confront is a momentariness and an aloofness in the spaces, say the interiors of the Hagia Sophia mosque in Istanbul being discussed. The trembling still image evades illustrative fixity. I'll just show you a tiny bit from Civilization. There are many, I mean, I don't know if I've chosen the best illustration. Sorry, this is not an illustration. It's for you to partake of this thing. But anyway, here we are. This is the mosque that I was talking about. He calls it grandly in the Byzantine Empire, we have the posthumous existence of the ancient world, by which he means that somehow Greece and Rome are never part of the ancient world. So here we are. That is not a still, and it reveals itself not to be a still image. But then it will move, then it will sort of progress to images then that become still, but are never completely still.
For 400 years, Constantinople had been the greatest city in the world, and the only one in which life had gone on more or less untouched by the wanderers. It was a civilization, all right. It produced some of the most nearly perfect buildings and works of art ever made, but it was entirely sealed off from Western Europe, partly by the Greek language, partly by religious differences, chiefly because it didn't want to involve itself.
Here I'm beginning to ignore the voice, and I'm looking at the images not moving for periods of time.
I am in the church of San Vitale.
The entire documentary is full of images that, by the standards of either the illustrative image or the image in a documentary, are inordinately long. And also they do not have, they don't satisfy our present day needs of being still. They are moving, but they are still. Today they would say, please replace this and just put a kind of image over there, like a screensaver. Anyway, two channels were created in Britain to further the agenda of dismantling both straight-on non-fiction and its other conventional fictional narrative through the seemingly high-minded form, the documentary, which was actually incorrigibly anomalous. The first in 1964 was BBC Two, leaving to BBC One the more mainstream programming, as well as the more recognized forms of non-fiction, like the news, or popular documentaries about rock musicians and tourist destinations. The second, Channel 4, was begun in 1982 when the full implications for experimentation of Thatcher's prime ministership, the full implications of Thatcher's prime ministership on experimentation was still to be fully grasped. The existence of these channels showed that in Britain it was possible until the mid-80s for there to be a productive departure in culture from a consensus on what non-fiction was. That although this was hardly articulated, non-fiction would slyly be given the opportunity to be a language of the momentary. BBC Two still exists, and a new channel, BBC Four, was added in 2002, ostensibly to repurpose the BBC Two ethos. But the post-globalization BBC documentary is a personification par excellence of what we have now come to take as the purpose of non-fiction, the furthering and simplification of knowledge. Central to the personification is the presenter, who is both voice-over and figure. The BBC documentary must today have various shots of the presenter, this personification, walking on a street or in a landscape, standing before something, or entering or emerging from a doorway. And I wish I could have shown you some of these punctuations in the present-day BBC documentary. You cannot have that John Betjeman documentary in which there is no one and the presenter is a voiceover. this figure, and the man is always just emerging from somewhere. It's just kind of about to do something. That this figure, unlike Kenneth Clark, with his checkered jacket and uneven teeth, is not a historical being. They are always in medias res. In contrast to Clark, who is never fully centered in the shots in which he's standing, and who's always in tension with the otherness he's trying to appropriate. These figures, whether they're on location in Egypt or in France, I mean the present-day BBC presenter of documentaries, are related to their setting as a lecturer is to a slide. The illustrative image has no actual visibility because it has no otherness or resistance to playing the role assigned to it. It's the object or scene's immunity to the commentator and their commentary in the documentary of a certain period that allows us to see it. As long as it serves as an illustration, we don't see it at all. Simply adopting the modes of being close to the action, which is sometimes the overt purpose of documentary non-fiction, does not necessarily give us a sense of the opening out onto otherness that, for me, is characteristic of non-fiction's domain. I have in mind the recent aura around the single take. Sometimes the single take, with the camera going through the entire kind of duration of filming, sometimes the single take undoes generic realism, by which I mean a grammar and syntax of representation, very effectively. In a series of interviews that John Simpson did for the BBC at the beginning of the millennium, in parts of the world that seemed to have been thrust from obscurity to being key to the world's future, a bombed-out Kabul, a suburban residential enclave in Lahore, he would take his interviewee for a walk while asking them questions. The walking figure is, as I said, a staple of the BBC documentary. To walk with an art historian inside a museum or around an open space has little difference because what's being scrutinized, Danish art or Lagos, is illustrative of something. In Simpson's documentary, though, the exploded politics of the time led to an attunement in the cinematography to the fact that there are no stable vistas, no previously knowable Kabuls or Lahore suburbs. This led not to a dutiful visual record of a breakdown in third world societies, but an accessing of consecutive moments. A burnt building, barren terrain, a 60s style residence, foliage, a dog, through a single take. It made Kabul and Lahore other and aloof from Simpson's or the News's Kabul or Lahore. In the recent fiction series on Netflix, Adolescence, the single take is much celebrated, but partakes less of the momentary and presents the viewer with a pretty complete picture of what an English town and home and road and a police station and prison might look like. Its language or technique is potentially poetic, but its grammar is realism. Despite the great expertise of the take in each of the 4 episodes, despite the gripping drama and the heaviness of human tragedy, there is no random incursion of detail, say a child's drawing or a fridge, or a kind of light that belongs as much outside the story as it does inside it. The random, when it occurs, is not the take's discovery. It has to be staged, like the cheese and pickle sandwich in the 3rd episode, which resolutely clings to an air of randomness. When we think of otherness and emptiness in cinema, that is, an object, creature, or time of day that won't be assimilated into the story, we become aware of what is putatively the subject of non-fiction, our encounter with the true. Examples of this are the candlelight, grass, stones, paths, and horses in Kubrick's historical feature, Barry Lyndon. They have their place in the narrative and they have their place outside it. They are no more period pieces than stone, grass, and horses in the 18th century were period pieces. There's no such thing as prefabricated history. 18th century Grass and an 18th century Englishman do not think of themselves as 18th century Grass or an 18th century Englishman, and only rarely knows, respectively, what it means to be Grass or be an Englishman. For the Grass and for Barry Lyndon, there is no 18th century, there is only the moment. This is the non-fictional imagination at work in Barry Lyndon, one that circles around the truth not as fact or history, but the truth that documentary as a form was once preoccupied with, its access to presentness. In writing Degree Zero, Barthes, the infamous Barthes, Roland Barthes, turns to Monsieur Jourdain in Molière's Bourgeois Gentleman, this 5-act comedy, and to the Borgesian equations through which Molière or Jourdain in the play, through which he and evidently the classical world distinguished prose from poetry. Prose equals to, according to Jourdain, or this is what he learns, poetry equals to prose plus A plus B plus C. Prose equals to poetry minus A minus B minus C. The A, B, and C here are, Barthes says, quoting Barthes, certain attributes of language which are useless but decorative, such as meter, rhyme, or the ritual of images. So you could say that poetry equals to prose plus meter, rhyme, ritual of images. Prose equals to poetry minus meter, rhyme, ritual of images. That's the B, A, B, and C. He observes that, quote, classical poetry is felt to be merely an ornamental variation of prose. It's nothing but prose, but just an ornamental variation. The fruit of an art that is a technique. Never a different language. Never essentially a different language. It's just a variation of prose with meter thrown in, and rhyme or whatever. Or the product of a different language or the product of a particular sensibility. End quote. With the poet Rimbaud in the late 19th century, Barthes feels something changes. And I quote from Barthes, something changes, he says, after in the late 19th century with Rimbaud. Poetry, he thinks, ceases to be prose plus useless adornments. It becomes, and I quote, a quality sui generis and without antecedents. It is no longer an attribute but a substance, and therefore it can very well renounce signs. It can afford to renounce these signs that make identified as poetry, since it carries its own nature within itself and does not need to signal its identity outwardly. So from then on, it doesn't matter whether a poem is to signal itself outwardly through meter or rhyme or is not itself a guarantee that it's a poem. And the lack of that is no guarantee that it's not a poem. Poetic language and prosaic language are sufficiently separate to be able to dispense with the very signs of their difference. End of the quote. If we follow Jourdain, we would come up with comparable equations for fiction and non-fiction to pinpoint the impasse we have found them in for the last 3 decades, after the decline of the documentary and during the reign of free market globalization. If let me show you a PowerPoint. That I'm good at that as well. Peer-reviewed stuff. This is following Jourdain. If A stands for verifiability and B is story, then fiction equals to non-fiction minus A plus B. Non-fiction equals to fiction plus A minus B. Okay. Perhaps both A and B are useless adornments. In the last 20 years, though, we may have inadvertently begun revisiting the late 19th century moment that Barthes identifies, where poetry found that it no longer needed to signal its identity outwardly. through our reappraisal of non-fiction and the way it manifests itself in the essay. The early 21st century has been a time when non-fiction has increasingly, quote, dispensed with the signs of its difference. Thank you.
So we are exactly 1 hour in. Can we have another 10 minutes or so? Stretch a little? Yeah? 2 minutes?
2 questions.
Okay. Every audience at a conference I have ever known has hated every moderator at a conference I've ever known who asks more than one question. So I'm going to do better. I'm not going to ask any question. I'm going to go right to the audience because I have 6 more months at Ashoka, and we live in the same building, so I can ask you some of my questions.
And we love the faculty housing dinners, don't we?
Yes, they're so good.
Yeah.
So let's go right to the audience. Back there with the mic.
Yeah, thanks. I was interested that you chose that clip from Ram Ke Naam, because what sort of stays with me, not having watched the documentary for more than 10 years, was scenes like that where you get these interactions with villagers along the way and putting forward points of view such as we saw in the clip and saying, what is all this fuss about? Why, sure, go to Ayodhya, build a temple, but don't build it on the site of the Babri Masjid. Don't knock down a mosque. Just go and build a temple somewhere else in Ayodhya. And villagers saying, we have our Muslim neighbors over to our house every Diwali. We go to their house for Eid. And so in the light of those kind of interactions, I wanted to ask a question about your point that what's enabled by the documentary genre, which would not be possible in movies, in feature movies, for example.
Or even in a more constrained idea of the documentary.
Right. That what we find in those interactions that's not enabled by other genres is a kind of chance interaction with the momentary, chance interaction with momentary facts, and a chance interaction with characters who are marginal to that story and marginal to other stories. And I wanted to ask if, in fact, is there not also a sense, or is there not, in contrast, a sense in Ram Ke Naam that what's being presented as momentary is actually the Kar Sevak's ideology, the Kar Sevak's yatra, and the view of the villagers is being presented as more non-momentary, more enduring, having been around for longer in India, in some sense more natural to India. This new Kar Sevak ideology is a kind of new imposition on what is actually more, which is presented in the documentary as having been more enduring, and a sense that this whole Hindu Rashtra ideology could so easily have remained momentary. It was something contingent and only developed because of contingent reasons such as powerful people drumming it up.
Right. So thanks, Alex. I mean, it's a good question. I think Patwardhan's documentary is trying to dismantle oppositions or contrasts between what's contingent, what's temporary, what turns out to be temporary on the one hand, and what's enduring on the other. Because these are categories that are not only appropriated by the genre, but appropriated by politics on both on the left and the right, but appropriated by particular narratives of historiography, which play into utopian ideas of historiography, which can be fine. I mean, if it's a Nehruvian utopia, we are comfortable with it. We may not
kind of really subscribe to it as, say, writers or artists, we may not believe that actually history or narrative behaves in that way, but at least it's not going around killing people overtly, you know. So we might feel okay with that kind of construction of narrative. And the narrative will always be constructed on the axes of what's temporary and what's timeless or what's enduring. And especially when we talk about India, these categories will come into play. I think those categories are being dismantled here. We are being presented with forms of contingency. And that contingency, the contingency of not just the Karsevak, who are also not kind of, by the way, they are not idealized, or whatever the opposite of idealized is, demonized. They are shown for what they are. The camera moves in such a way around them, and the shots that are chosen bring them to a kind of life, bring the Karsevaks to a kind of life. Now, on the other hand, the villagers are not immutable either. They are not part of the immemorial other, which the Karsevaks are trying to appropriate. Any immemorial other is going to then become part of this narrative. This resists it, and so Patwardhan is actually involved in dismantling that way of seeing, and saying that there are other ways of seeing even the immemorial, even history, but not in the way that we are being asked to see by historiographies. That I mean that would be my reply. I think there was a question from there, and then you. So I'll take both questions together, because I've been told I have to stop after two questions.
Yeah, I mean, so what I wanted to ask was, at some point in the talk you were speaking about stasis and teleology, and you used the terms essay and poetry together while speaking about stasis. Perhaps they have some affinity. And yesterday Shoykot had this very interesting remark or question after Brian's talk, that perhaps the essayistic can be thought outside the form or outside the genre that is the essay. What I was interested in asking was, where do the sensibilities which we term by phrases like essayistic and poetic come together? And how does that speak to this question of contingency that you have been trying to think about? So what to think of these terms or sensibilities, essayistic and poetic?
Right. And the question from you?
There were these formal elements or grammar of the documentary via which you were showing us, here are the things that the documentary can give us that, say, something else like the film or can't give. But those apart, there were also some general ideas or concepts that you were reaching out to, the non-narrative, the poetic, the non-representational, so on and so forth. And I wondered if fiction too, with different aesthetic mediations, with different formal elements, etc., is a space where we may locate them. And the reason that we are not doing it, so less to do with form, much to do with learning to read, something like that. And the reason we may not be doing it is because of disciplinary protocols of history that not just the academic historian has, but also the academic literary critic and the non-academic reader and everybody, because we learn to read historically from day one, but don't at all learn to read aesthetically, because it also seems possible to read these very documentaries as historical documents rather than as aesthetic pieces.
So absolutely. I mean, okay. Let me let me answer quickly. The essayistic, yes, it can be discovered in various locations, including the essay. The essay can itself be essayistic. I don't think we have time now to talk about what is peculiar to this kind of essay that I'm talking about, except, well, a few a few examples of what it might contain or involve. An ability to move between first-person experience and first-person experience being part of an intellectual history. You know, not being divorced from intellectual history. It's not as if I woke up in the morning. My essays, this is how I'm going to write about Derrida. I woke up in the morning and this is what I did, and then I suddenly remembered something to do with what Derrida had said, and moved from the personal to the philosophical or intellectual. I think the essay again complicates that separation in a way that one doesn't add. Again, it's not a question of addition. One doesn't add the memoiristic as a framing in order to bring in the intellectual or the philosophical. They are inseparable. This is what makes them different from the peer-reviewed essay, which doesn't allow that, among various things, that kind of what it thinks of as framing. So to challenge that idea of framing, that that certain things which are not part of a central theme must be then, it's possibly they are being introduced as frame when they are not. They're being introduced as essential to being able to discuss an intellectual or philosophical argument or history. And I gesture to the fact, where I say maybe too quickly, that the way a particular kind of novel or the category of fiction might be taught today by a historian who's curious about how they might bring fiction into their discussion, is to ignore the self-sabotaging and liberating experiences that have defined what Edwin has called the 20th century, and maybe before and maybe after. So what I'm trying to say also is that it's very true that some sort of transition took place, not just because of developments in the West, but because of a rediscovery of non-representational inheritances from all around the world in the late 18th century, that transformed the way we thought about these categories and about poetry as being, say, an incarnation of certain formal characteristics, etc., etc. That changed. So Barth is right that it's something doesn't have to be poetic through the signs of the poetic in order for it to be poetic, and vice versa. That somehow has not seeped into genres like fiction and non-fiction. But it holds equally true of that, especially now, I think. Besides us making sort of feeble and anodyne kind of paying obeisances to autofiction and genre-bending stuff, the actual philosophical implications of what it would mean to take out this kind of dichotomy, which Barth said was no longer relevant to poetry, from the domain of prose. And then how would we redefine it, if not through genre? What are we going to call it then? Because calling it, like Woolf, when she's writing To the Lighthouse, is saying that I don't want to call it a novel. So how do we begin to reset these terms? And then the old terminology will continue. I mean, people even today think that if a poem doesn't have, it doesn't rhyme, it's not a poem. So that will continue too. Thank you.
I think Roland Barthes is smiling upon this conference from afar, as is Brian Dillon, probably. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Romano. Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. We will now break for lunch. We'll take a 30-minute lunch break, and we'll be back here.
We met at Penn. I was a Fulbright Fulbright scholar.
Oh, yeah.
I remember meeting you. I think you gave me a book.
Nice to see you. You're Ashoka, right?
No, I don't teach at Ashoka. I was just invited to chair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I teach at your college, Lady Shri Ram College.
Oh, Lady Shri Ram. I had several students from Lady Shri Ram. I'm teaching the Young India Fellows program at
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. So we have, So I remember meeting you because I was at Penn in 2017-18.
Oh, now I'm remembering now.
I remember
yes,
you gave me a book.
yes. How nice to see you.
And
We had a
I was also
wonderful chat. Nice
I was a Fulbright scholar myself.
Fulbright, the program.
The program is itself
after 3 months here, they finally gave me a card. They gave me my pen card too. How nice to see you, Maya.
Yeah, let's catch up. Are you here for 6 months?
I'm here for 6 months.
So why don't we have a meal here?
And I have a couple of invitations actually to speak at Delhi
University?
Hindu College and
Let's see if we can call you.
Oh yeah, I'd be happy to.
Or we can just meet here if you're ever coming to Delhi.
I'm going back and forth a lot. I'm about to go to New York tomorrow, but then I'm back after a week, and then I'm here for a long time. Can I email you and say?
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that'd be great.
So this is the email. Just ignore the Fulbright.
Okay.
This
So you're well prepared there on the other side.
Yeah, I did it
Fulbright
for
program
my
is in such danger with what's going on with Trump.
This guy's mad. This is my phone number, and this works for
This
WhatsApp.
one, the mobile. Okay, great. I have
That's the
WhatsApp
best
now
way.
too. I'm just getting used to WhatsApp. Great to see you, Maya. Yeah. Hi, Alex.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
It's the first
I had
time
a
I'm
feeling
seeing
I
you.
was a philosopher out there. Yeah. How are you doing, guys?
What gave you the feeling it was a philosopher?
Right. Something conceptual about your question. How are you doing?
Not bad, not bad. This is the first talk I've been to, but I watched one of them yesterday.
Roy here, who's our next speaker, has the unenviable task of shepherding our post-lunch session. But the title certainly woke me awake, and I hope that her talk on disobedient women and the terror of reviewer 2 will do the same to you. The chair for our session is Professor Aparna Chaudhary. Aparna Chaudhary is an assistant professor of English at Ashoka University. She specializes in medieval literature and is currently working on a project about discourses of volition and submission in the Middle Ages. Professor Chaudhary, over to you.
Gosh, why am I being introduced at all? It is my very pleasant duty to introduce our speaker for this session, Professor Shumana Roy, who is the author of many works which are well known to this audience and to much larger audiences too. Some of them are How I Became a Tree, Provincials, there's Plant Thinkers of 20th Century Bengal, there is Missing, a novel, My Mother's Lover and Other Stories, and also 2 collections of poems. Shumana's talk today is titled Disobedient Women and the Terror of Reviewer 2. I am all agog. So Shumana, we are all yours and all yours.
Thank you, Aparna, for not being reviewer 2. For those of you who are not familiar with reviewer 2, for those of you who've not had to have any kind of encounter with reviewer 2, Alex, I'm looking at you. Here are a few memes. I had to put Cillian Murphy in a slide. Non-peer-reviewed essay. When I was first made aware of the subject of the symposium through its concept note and soon after asked to speak here, one of my first thoughts was that it seemed like I was reading my obituary, for it seemed like a synopsis of what I had been doing all my life. Like most obits, there was abundant praise for what I, and others like me, most of you, had apparently done, but I still felt a sense of unease. Why was I, why were we, being characterized through a negative, a non? In cultures like mine, of course, self-definition through a negative is often a manner of characterizing virtue. In recommending a prospective groom, an acquaintance would tell the woman's family, he's a good guy. He doesn't smoke, he doesn't drink, he's not an angry person, he's not dishonest. All negative virtues, but quite enough to make a good husband. I wondered whether the negative in the formulation non-peer-reviewed essay had the same connotation, and if it was a good thing, why did it need to be defined through a negative? By now you've realized that I began with a suspicion of the prefix, non. It's one of the many prefixes that has been attaching themselves to me over the last decade. Take this one, non-human. I have been accused of paying an exaggerated amount of attention to those that belong to this category. That makes my consciousness sound like it was something like Noah's Ark, where humans are a minority. And now this invitation to speak here, there comes another non to attack me or to claim me, which are of course quite the same thing. Non-fiction. The non that has brought us together for 2 days, where we've gathered to share our stories of having stayed sober or clean of the academic essay or the peer-reviewed essay. The non here also reminds me of plant substitutes on supermarket shelves, as if it were a working substitute for something meatier, the real thing, like the full-bodied essay with footnotes and other academic muscles. I can take the liberty of making this half joke because of the comic subversion that the negative allows. The non, the netty, the neither this nor that. That is, besides being the sign of a deeper involvement, the petri dish for the comedic. I'm thinking of Marguerite's This Is Not a Pipe. There's also, since this comes from the founder of the Literary Activism series himself, that this is not fusion music project. The non is a deceptive monosyllabic grunt, and in the syntax of the non-peer-reviewed essay bears the mark of a historical moment. It holds in it the compulsion of argument necessary to argue against what has hardened into a mainstream practice, the scholarly essay. But there are other words that follow non. The first of them is peer. Who is this peer? A word that has the signature of friendship, and why and when did this friend, this peer, start turning into a censor board? In the history of the word, from a person who was considered an equal in rank, character, or status in the early 13th century, to peer review to mean evaluation of a scientific project by experts in the relevant field in 1970, and peer pressure in 1971, as I was telling you, John, yesterday, in 1971, is a history of compelled and compulsive self-erasure that we have been unwilling to see. If a poem doesn't need peer review, why the essay? Is the non-peer-reviewed essay a minor tradition, or is the scholarly essay a minor tradition that has suddenly catalyzed into a major tradition? I want to talk about 4 disobedient women, women who have through their practice argued against the academic essay without being conscious of it, in the way Blake said of Milton, who in the way Blake said of Milton were on the non-peer-reviewed essay's side. To do so, I will, honoring an age-old tradition of speaking about women, begin by quoting a man. It is difficult for a woman to define her feelings in language which is chiefly made by men to express theirs. Replace language in Hardy's sentence with genre, and the problem becomes clearer. It's a problem that's been pursuing me since 2017 when my first book was published. How I Became a Tree, that's the title of my first book, was genre bending. It has been shortlisted for prizes in nonfiction, poetry, and God knows why children's literature. My most recent book, Provincials, has been called genre defying. While both these hyphenated words might have been intended as praise, like bending and defying are compliments for a trapeze artist in a circus, there's also the implication of disobedience in it. Genres demand that one becomes their employee, obey rules, perpetrate them. Genres discourage and in fact punish promiscuity. One must stick to the genre, to one genre. Genres and their rules have, like those in the Olympics, been created by men, so that when women step into them, they have to play by the rules for survival. In that sense, genres are even trailing behind public toilets, which were forced to change when women joined the workforce and began having a life outside the house. Otherwise, public toilets would have remained like most genres, with a provision for only male urinals. Genre defying sounds a bit like genre defiance. And I want to turn to these ill-behaved women, women who defied the mannerisms of genres, a time when the idea of genre was solidifying quite fiercely into a professional and commercial category. Other terms abound. Most of them make this genre sound like a circus where one goes to test one's gravity-defying skills. Why else would someone call a manner of thinking and writing freewheeling? The free in that word confirms that one cannot and shouldn't be allowed to be free in any other genre, in any other style, even though you might call a style of wrestling or swimming freestyle. But to return to our disobedient women. Virginia Woolf, one of the first to pick up the fight in the last century. Because we come to read a room of one's own with the passion that comes from recognition of a beloved ancestor explaining our history of being wronged, it's made many of us neglect the real argument she was making, which is about female form, and how all genres, to say male genres would be tautological, of course, how all genres, with the exception of the novel, had been created by men, and who continued to make the rules. When the men broke the rules, it seemed like an addition, not disagreement. Where are the women in literary history, asks Virginia Woolf, opening Trevelyan's book of social history. Woolf sees this in a mimetic way. The few women that can be found in the book are to be found not in the contents page, not in its chapters, but in its index. A marginalized space in any book, neglected, invisibilized as they are in life. Woolf then begins arguing for a form that can give space to women, after which she moves to her most well-known demolition of the idea of the canon. The anon in the canon, the woman, has been ignored, her work dismissed into everyday genres such as lullabies and bedtime stories. The most charismatic argument has to do with, of course, the imagining of Judith Shakespeare, William Shakespeare's imagined sister, who was deprived of opportunities to write and create and publish because of the social history of the time. Our Pavlovian response to the word genius is to think of a male scientist or writer. If I were to put that word to you and ask you to imagine one, an exercise I kind of carry out with my students every term. This is because the forms and genres that women have created or lived in and polished have been invisible in literary and scientific history. Take the form of Shakespeare's sister, as it has been anthologized. Conjuring an imaginary person in an argumentative essay is a revolutionary addition. It's an argument against the form of the antiseptic essay itself, which particularly through its control by peers has become a masculinist form. It's also an adventure and a risk. The men in these essays, whether Will Shakespeare or the novelist Arnold Bennett, are figures from history. The women, Judith Shakespeare and Mrs. Brown, have to be imagined. Also, how can we forget that this extended essay, which is what Virginia Woolf called it, was published by Hogarth Press, which was set up by Leonard and Virginia Woolf to publish small books that, they said, the commercial publisher would not look at. For the room of such an essay to exist, Virginia had to build a house, this new publishing house, which would get its name from the name of their house. The publishing house literally housed the woman's room, the essay and adjective added to it, extended, always, trying to make a little more room, so that forms that emerge naturally from their bodies and everyday living, chores and frustrations, risks and survival tactics, their mental weather and their familial climates, would be accommodated in installments. And yet, such a form would after her death sadly be collected as diary by her devoted editor and husband Leonard Woolf. Diary, etymologically deriving from day, a collection of days, a form favored by women for its secrecy, a label forced on women for being non-serious. For the important, there was a more pompous word, its initial letter always in uppercase to announce its significance, life. The life of Samuel Johnson. I like these disobedient women. I like them for the way they show up the mannerisms of genre, particularly the form of the essay with its controlled settings, about how so many of these conventions are analogical to toilet architecture that demands that women take a leak while standing. In Under the Sign of Saturn, Susan Sontag takes two seemingly non-intellectual things, like Woolf creates two imaginary women, Judith and Mrs. Brown, and uses them to make what with spanking seriousness these days is called argument. Sontag does not say, which is what you were saying, Edwin, and what you've been saying, Shoykot. Sontag nowhere in the essay says, I will argue that, such and such a thing. She just gives us these non-intellectual categories. The first of these is the touch me not of an intellectually trained life, astrology and sun signs. Writing about Walter Benjamin, she bases many of her arguments on presumptions to do with his sun sign Saturn. The other is the energy she spends on studying Benjamin's photograph, reading it, translating the visual for her reader. These are not just uncommon points of entries into the contemporary intellectual essay. These are such a genre's forbidden doors. She begins with photographs, portraits of Walter Benjamin. For want of time, I'm going to ask you to read these on the screen, please. So you see, in most of the portrait photographs, he's looking down, his right hand to his face, and the photograph is described. And so it continues. A picture from the late 1930s, the curly hair has receded, and so on. After the series of descriptions of the photographs and an informal, not archival record of glimpses, that's her word, of the man, from which I've only been able to quote briefly, comes almost casually the thesis that Sontag is about to propose that is actually the subject of her essay. Benjamin projected himself, his temperament, into all his major subjects, and his temperament determined what he chose to write about. And then comes that extraordinary declaration, a sufficient mild attack, mild by Sontag's standards, on the peer-reviewed essay that at that time would still have been a teenager. One cannot use the life to interpret the work, but one can use the work to interpret the life. She picks on the unverifiable, the saturnine element, and moves from her impression of how Benjamin looked to the world, looked at the world, to how the world looked to Benjamin, to how Benjamin looked at the world. How Sontag characterizes Benjamin's writing is exactly what reviewer 2 will chastise it for. Projected himself, his temperament, into all his major subjects, and his temperament determined what he chose to write about. This is as true of Benjamin as it is of Sontag, and all of us who've been accused of writing with an unconscious acknowledgement of our sensory and emotional lives and a disobedience to the etiquette and noise of citation. Our temperament has determined what we write about. Sontag uses the word chose. I'm not sure whether it is a choice, so that it has often seemed to me from the outside that the primary difference between a scholar and me is my lack of that thing which is as precious as a green card, scholarship. The scholar, the academic, if they wanted, can write about anything as long as they had access to an archive. I can't. Notice the words and phrases Sontag uses. Selective use of the life, information, life. Life is a problem in the academic essay. Anything that emerges from within the essayist is a problem. The scholarly essay is all outside the perimeter of skin and soul. Information. There's that much venerated word there too, that supplies gas to the scholar and their readers. But what kind of information? That disclose the melancholic, the solitary. What does one do with such information? And is this information at all? His goal is to be a competent street map reader who knows how to stray and to locate himself with imaginary maps, writes Sontag soon after. Once again, she's giving us a design of the essay, its form. To stray is the natural habit of the essayist, to focus the discipline of the scholar. There's another telling phrase there, imaginary maps, not real maps of real histories, but imaginary maps, possible to draw only in the extracurricular space of what in shorthand we've been calling the non-peer-reviewed essay. The third disobedient woman I adore is one who was called, among other things, a witch, a category used historically for those who have spoken unpleasant truths. And Dubravka Ugresic did say quite a few of those. In the palindrome story, my favorite piece of writing from her energetic and extraordinary oeuvre, she, like George Orwell in his essay, A Nice Cup of Tea, numbers her paragraphs. This, besides amplifying the sense of officiousness, as if a formal argument were being made in an office meeting, protects the creatures of the imagination that are introduced by giving them passport-like status. Just as the awareness of destiny is retrospective, so is the awareness of being duped. We don't realize, not until the throat clearing of the footnotes, that we've been walking towards the wrong destination. The non of the non-peer-reviewed essay, in case it needs reminding, is a palindrome. Let us see how Ugrisic begins by reminding us of the dictionary meaning of the palindrome in the manner of an innocent high school teacher. This is what she says. This is point number 1. This is the opening and point number 1 of the essay. Ugrisic gives us a few examples of what she calls the oldest palindromes, some by Virgil. Then point number 2b arrives, as if these subdivisions have great significance, like they do on a bureaucratic form. Ugrisic also means the obverse, that these divisions, these numberings, are also equally insignificant. And this is how it goes. This is 2b. We will be supplied with many examples of the palindrome, but in this mischievously numbered 2b, it's not only the second thing, the second option, it is also the second part of the second thought of the second option. Ugrisic here has smuggled in what is called in university settings the thesis statement. The palindrome inventor had a sharp tongue, and for that reason he was tied up in a sack and thrown into the sea. It is such a salt-to-taste kind of statement that it wouldn't strike us, not until we've reached the end of the story essay, that the sharp-tongued writer or user of words might have been compelled to invent a code for criticism, one that would confuse the surveillant and censorious. Ugrisic, writing about the political history of her country, Croatia, and Eastern Europe, cleverly positions herself as an intellectual descendant of Sotadis. She's going to write in a genre that is palindromic, where one can move between the story and the essay this way and the opposite, like the sea into which Sotadis is thrown, which is, to use her word, a bit like a riddle. Much before genre bending, Ugrisic is giving us an essay of cultural history without calling it an essay. Her title is purposely deceitful. She calls it a story, the palindrome story. To call it an essay would be risky, even dangerous. The word, the category, has come to be tied up with a non-fiction, thereby retaining its ties to history, to fact, to truth, to veracity, and verisimilitude. The word story would allow invention, would allow it to pass through the scanner. Like Woolf and Sontag, therefore, Ugrisic, our other disobedient woman, smuggles the DNA of fiction, its permissiveness and promiscuity of intellectual invention, and gives it residency in this essay. That's the thing about the non-peer-reviewed essay. It can be a story, a poem, a list, anything. But to return to Ugrisic and the sneaky and cheeky and mischievous palindrome, what our disobedient woman does is this. She divides point number 2 into A, B, C, D, and E, that it becomes a snarky mimicry of the map of Europe. She begins with Rome, with Virgil's palindromes, moves to Greece, to Sotadis, as I just said, then to England, to English, to Eliot. And what genius there is here. She is, as you might have guessed, from T.S. Eliot's essay, What is a Classic, mimicking Eliot's intellectual map of Europe, of Rome and England. Then, having blurbed Europe in this way, perfunctorily, with amusement and irony, the way one summarizes with as much respect, say, a menu card at a restaurant, turns her attention, her real attention, to what is not primarily Europe in her eyes, Russia and Eastern Europe. She's not just correcting the way we look at the map, with Europe at the center, and with the center of Europe at the center. She's also, by effecting these subdivisions in point number 2, in a way reviewer 2 might not allow, realigning the form of the essay, its syntax of priority. She is, let me put it flatly, criticizing the beginning, middle, end structure now retailed in academic critical writing programs. Where does Europe begin? Where does Croatia begin in our imagination? Does it have any residency there at all? After drawing this map, and almost magically, without using the first-person pronoun, having managed to give the GPS of where her interest lies, she gives us a new definition of the palindrome. Don't forget that we've been given its meaning in point number 1, and we've only reached point number 3, a near mimicry of how it feels to drag one's feet through an application form. By the way, is an application form an argumentative essay that must be peer-reviewed? Within the space of this one point, point number 2, with its various subdivisions, we are supplied with some nefarious information about the palindrome. This is what she says. Quite a few things are being affected here. We are being prepared for how the essay we have started reading will work and how we must read it. In that sense, point number 3 is an annotation, a guide. Read me from left to right. Read me from left to right. This is who I am. Read me from right to left. That is who I am. Which of these readings are we to trust? Ugrisic is also telling us that this is the non which characterizes the form of the essay, hers, of course, and also the generic. This is the non of the non-peer-reviewed essay that begins as a good guest, a polite acceptance of the rules of the guest, and then sets to tweak them gently, gradually, so that by the time we reach the end of the essay, the rules have not only been dismantled, they have been changed. Something else is happening. The points as paragraph structure seems random. Not one paragraph is related to the other, in the sense that they are outside the logic of continuity and consequence. They are not related to each other like generations in a family tree are, or paragraphs in a peer-reviewed essay are expected to be, and yet they are relatives. So in points 4 and 5, we go to a palindromic bloodline in the Genesis myth, and a reminder that Eve is a palindrome, and she had to introduce herself with that name because of the palindromic pickup line that Adam used. Madam, I am Adam. These seem like interludes, smoking breaks in the essay that are as necessary to the energy of the essay as water cooler gossip is in an office. Work follows, hectic work. For point number 5 is a sideways glance at the history of the Croatian language in 4 or 5 sentences. Point 6, a quote from a book published in 1665. The structure of this single sentence point paragraph is like an indictment and almost a critique of the obsessive culture of footnoting. A book quoted in another, mentioned as one does in a conversation, without feeling the need to enter into a lawyer's suit. Given where we are going with the peer-reviewed essay, I sometimes grow nervous thinking about its future life, its incarnation, if it survives, that is. A monstrously cumbersome thing where every word must be substantiated with evidence of previous usage, every word with a 24-page footnote about where it has been used before, every article and preposition hyperlinked to every mention made of the word in human history. I learned from the bibliography, the works cited, the endnotes. I hear that quite often. I've been told that quite often. Almost as often as I see people in a grocery store reading the list of ingredients that have gone into making the protein bar that they are being tempted to buy. The format of the peer-reviewed essay reminds us that art no longer lies in concealing art, but in making it visible. The labor must be visible. That is perhaps why, if the non-peer-reviewed essay can be called a work of art, the ambition of the peer-reviewed essay is to be called a labor of art, the reason it is commended for its rigor. We meet D.O., a woman, writing in the Croatian language where women wrote only children's books, then poems, then autobiography, and so on. In this entry, too, we sense the urge to enumerate. It's point number 9, and a sentence where just the comma would work to catalog, to add as much as to distinguish genres from each other. Ugrisic adds A, B, C as if a sentence were an application form, like, say, those that carry nationality, gender, religion. I cannot help thinking of this as an attack on the generic tendencies of the peer-reviewed essay, its taxonomical syntax, the I shall prove FBI-like confidence of the opening paragraph, followed by evidence that turns the peer-reviewed essay into a verifiable quasi-legal document, its spine always straight, its energy always taut. By the time we come to point number 10 of Palindrome Story, we are, besides being told that in 1981, D.O. wrote a palindromic poem, which she called This one. We are being shown that she was familiar with really difficult archives. It's an uncharacteristically long sentence in this essay. And the many conjunctions and conjunction-like words in it serve as a mimicry of the encyclopedic range of D.O.'s interests. I say interests, though I probably mean reading and research. Ugrisage is trying to intimidate her readers with proper nouns and neologisms by performing D.O.'s scholarliness. The idea of the scholarly essay depends on addition, on the piling up of books on books, source upon source. Such an essay is expected to be a mimesis of the peer-reviewed essay's reading desk. If you thought that was cheeky, wait, there's more to come. Ugrisage, disobedient woman, will now perform obedience. How? With a footnote. Yes, a footnote in a non-peer-reviewed essay. Foot number 1, this is how it goes. There are 2 sentences in the footnote. The first one is given to us as a historical fact. The existence of Dubravka, I don't know how to pronounce her name, in history and also literary history, that her palindrome poem inaugurated this essay. If this sentence is a commitment to history, let us imagine this as a pen. The sentence that follows this one is, if we were to continue with the metaphor, an eraser. It's a hilarious mockery, or what you said yesterday, the mock peer review, that kind of genre. It's a hilarious mockery of acknowledging writer and source. D.O. is a product of the author's imagination. It's almost like a footnote about a morning dream, the time when poems come to us unbidden, those we give ourselves permission to commit to writing when it's a poem, but not in an essay. Certainly not in a footnote, where all our seriousness must come to rest, or how do you pronounce this? Regurgitate. Okay. Reviewer 2 will not allow dreams to trespass into the essay. Not dreams, not anecdotes, not gossip, not eavesdropping, even though all of us, those who read and write poems and live here, know that all of these are forms of research, the real research. And tales? Folk tales. C.J. Hauser, my 4th disobedient woman, posits a Japanese folk tale alongside scientific research and her life history in her essay, The Crane Wife. The Crane Wife was first published in the Paris Review on 16 July 2019. And as we know, the lack of a reviewer too in a magazine such as that ensured that it became possible for the essay and the essayist to accord legitimacy to the folktale as much as to ornithological research. Among all the essays I've had the opportunity to teach in the last 5 years, this one seems to have had the deepest impact on some of my very young students. The reasons for this could be many. Hauser's language of self-scrutiny and rejection is theirs. During discussions, the 2 words that they use as literary criticism now comes up a lot: relatable and identifiable. This might be the reason some of them break down during discussions of certain paragraphs. Heartless, the heartlessness of a teacher who knows that she has to finish discussing one more essay in the few minutes that remain. So heartless, I try to ferry their attention to the form. I prepare to be temporarily disliked. This is a generation raised by a hyper appreciation of content. Form is a 4-letter word. I am surprised every single term. We read the first short section together, investigating every word like art dealers saving themselves from a fake. No, Hauser is not a con artist. So this is how the first section goes. I'll return to it. Like efficient readers, my students and I notice the obvious. Every paragraph begins with 10 days. The 10 days, 10 days, 10 days rhythm. The architecture of the essay is such that it's placed to be noticed, like the hanky in Othello. Then the before, earlier, later, that follows 10 days in each paragraph. What is the historical event around which this architecture is being constructed? Not partition, not the coming down of the Berlin Wall, not 20th July 1969, but the calling off of an engagement. I read these essays with my students to remind them of what the scholarly essay isn't allowed to give us, a history that exists outside citation, outside public historiography, a history of the historiographer. What we are given in the first 3 paragraphs are details, not what would constitute the character and setting expectation of fiction, but because of their residency in an essay, the first few pages of a passport application form. What does the essayist look like? You're thinking of Sontag and Benjamin, aren't you? The essayist, unlike the novelist of an autobiographical novel or a lyric poet, is bodiless. I've never seen, if you see this particular quote, you will notice the second sentence. Surely I will cancel this trip, I thought, as I shopped for nylon hiking pants that zipped off at the knee. I have never seen an essayist's knees. Have you? We don't know what to do with the piling of details. How does it matter whether Hauser and their former partner planted 2 willow trees or 4, or whether it was willow or oak? The nylon hiking pants zipping off at the knee and the large floppy hat. Reviewer 2 doesn't know what to do with these details. Reviewer 2, if Reviewer 2 was editing this essay, has left the footprint of their annoyance in the edited document. And what does this document look like? It's a bleeding battlefield in red, bombed sentences, phrases ripped apart. When you look closely, you notice that it's the human body and its allied details of spine and space that have been evacuated from them, so that no peer-reviewed essay could begin like this. The first section, with its deliberate arbitrariness of the 10 days frame, is bandage and bondage for Reviewer 2. The large floppy hat that can be tied at the chin and the nylon hiking pants give us 2 ends of a human body, the essayist's body. Since pain and humiliation and research accumulate in the body, we must see it. Where is spit and fart and teeth and tears in a peer-reviewed essay? Why does our peer, Reviewer 2, want to banish our sensory and emotional lives from the essay? The second section of the essay begins with these sentences. Reviewer 2 would want the essay to begin from here. The academic essay is meant to begin like this, with a statement of intent, the tone of someone in a confession box, perhaps only a little more earnest and therefore lost. I will show how. A guide looking for a route himself. But Reviewer 2 would be pleased with the first paragraph of the second section only if it were to be turned into the first section. But this is not the first section. It's the moustache on the nose, as it were. There's also the word research, not just the noun, but the ing of the verb that would charm Reviewer 2 right away. Look at the sentence that follows this one. The sincerity of the novelist as researcher, declaring intentions as one does contraband goods at an airport. It can be read as the novelist's quest for authenticity, the new god of our literary and arts culture, the equivalent of the safe for human consumption statement. But there's also something else hidden in it. Notice how Hauser legitimizes experience and the articulation of that sensory experience in the essay. Reviewer 2, like all employees of legal infrastructure, including Aristotle, wants to rid emotions from public settings. The essay is a public setting, and the expectation is to meet the essayist as citizen. Notice here the word shuffle and its behavior in that sentence. Notice the sound, even the noise in it, and the behavior of hands. Notice the verb that follows it, frown. Reviewer 2 insists that we show our research in the footnotes, the harvest, the what, not the how, and hence the banishment of hands and marks on face, the body of the researcher, an unnecessary thing. Hauser insists in these passages and elsewhere that we see the researcher when all that reviewer too seeks to see and survey is the research. Hauser, like Wolf and Sontag and Ugrisic, brings something that reviewer too, from what I've heard of them, seems to be uncomfortable with. It's a word we use favorably for other things, hoping to be identified by it. It's a word that's been used a couple of times by the first two speakers. But when it comes to the academic essay, we are expected to free ourselves of it, as if it were as easy and necessary as taking off one's shoes when entering a house, as is common practice in some cultures. That word is style. What we take to be intrinsic to us, as innate as our fingerprint or the smell of our breath, troubles reviewer too. Abandon all style, ye who enter here. What is the crane wife about? Let me try and summarize this in the abstract form that has become standard practice in journals today. For we must not only write the essay, we must blurb it, make it comprehensible to a reader that reviewer too has imagined to be of inferior intelligence than us. The blurb is meant to be bleached of style, even more than a shadow is. In spite of the voice of Clean Brooks's The Heresy of Paraphrase playing in my ears, and the new critics did know a few things about style, their essays wouldn't have gone past reviewer two's surveillance of not just style but naughtiness and mischief and play. Let me try and say what The Crane Wife is about. Hauser writes in the first person about an engagement that they've had to call off. The reasons for this are given to us in installments: the man cheating on them, the to-be mother-in-law's diminishing of her, the ascription of neediness to her by the man, and so on. Alongside this runs two other tracks: scientific research about the whooping crane, one of the oldest living bird species on Earth, and this, a Japanese folk tale about a crane wife. And this is just one paragraph in a very short section. Hauser is performing the abstract, the summary, the blurb of the folktale, like Ugrisic was performing research and citation, subverting with great emotional and creative investment, one not separate from the other. She manages to smuggle what could be called the thesis statement of her essay into the abstract of the Japanese folktale, from which she borrows the title of her own essay. Many kinds of displacements are being forged, and all of these, if one were to compare them with the rituals of the peer-reviewed essay, are rebellious. They are acts of disobedience. Putting the thesis of the essay into a one-paragraph section that has the shape and style of an abstract is allowing oneself the play and even mischief that will compel reviewer too to make the disobedient stand in a corner, or, to return to the analogy of their name, into the slush pile. To keep becoming a woman is so much self-erasing work. She plucks out all her feathers, one by one. Abstracts in academic journals are often coded to have a moral in it, not completely like those in the fables, but also not completely different from them. The abstract must justify the existence of this essay and this research. Hauser's cheeky riposte is to use the moral of the Japanese folktale as the axis of her essay. I've thought of these sentences often while writing my own essay. Self-erasing work plucks out all her feathers, one by one. Isn't what Hauser's boyfriend expected her to do, to become likable to him, to become acceptable, to get rid of the characteristics, the idiosyncrasies of behavior and personality that mark her out, exactly what reviewer 2 asks of us, this Gondwana land of people who submit their papers? By the way, is it called paper and not the essay to sound like a characterless and neutral document? I realize that I'm superimposing this analogy between the crane's need to become a good wife, a woman who can be loved, with the writer of a peer-reviewed journal. But if you can forgive me my acrobatic analogies for a moment, you will notice that it's not a far-fetched conceit. Self-erasure is the primary and distinguishing characteristic of an academic essay, most of which are compelled to have as much personality as a washing machine. Desiccated of sweat and stretch marks, the academic essay has come to be eugenicized in a way that it has no signature. And herein the irony. Academics will protest the anonymity of workers who build the Taj Mahal, but were denied the right to sign their names on stone. But they force the habit of emperors on themselves. The peer-reviewed essay aims to turn us into Anon or AI. Hauser's three-tack form of memoir, scientific narrative, and folktale, in spite of being filled with that much fetishized thing called research, wouldn't have been able to get past reviewer 2's scrutiny. Let me read a short excerpt from a paragraph from you, and you'll see why. Here is what I learned once I began studying whooping cranes. Only a small part of studying them has anything to do with the birds, and it continues. It turns out if you want to save a species, you don't spend your time staring at the bird you want to save. You look at the things it relies on to live instead. You ask if there is enough to eat and drink. You ask if there is a safe place to sleep. Is there enough here to survive? You would have noticed the obvious. Because Hauser insists on showing us how the research is done and not what the research brings at the end of the assembling process, it becomes a critique of the monolithic idea of research and by extension of the notion of attention. Not only are we expected to do our research all the time, there is also the compulsion to cram research on research as if the academic essay were a really cold place that demands layers and layers of clothing. The labor put into such an exercise must be seen in the essay as stretch marks and the marks of a caesarean surgery seem to amplify a mother's labor. Both do disservice to the homeliness of an essay and to the difficult life of a mother by simplifying it, putting it to a visible code. I also find myself thinking of James Wood's phrase, hysterical realism, used for the kind of fiction where one, and I quote James Wood, where one knows 1,000 things but does not know a single human being. One that I think James Wood could update with hysterical research now. But reviewer 2 wouldn't allow that. The word hysteria derives from the Greek word for uterus, after all. This is Hauser addressing reviewer 2, isn't it? If you want to save a species, you don't want to spend your time staring at the bird you want to save. You look at the things it relies on to live instead. The disobedient woman looks at the things it relies on to live. They want to live publicly in the essay. History and time. There's something interesting happening about history and time in these essays. The essayists are all reordering time and structuring it to a new history, a new kind of history. I say reordering, though I probably mean ordering. The 10 days rhythm of the opening section of The Crane Wife, reinforced by the surely of this particular, these sentences will occur in the first section, prepares us for a kind of chronology disallowed in a peer-reviewed essay. Each section and almost every sentence begins with a kind of framing of time. Not long ago, before I'd called off my engagement, in the year leading up, and it's always something about time. I'm sharing these random examples just to be able to give you a sense of how a non-peer-reviewed essay is able to create a form that is honest to a private history, as in Hauser's essay, an imagined and ignored history in Wolves, a history that can move either way, this way and that way and this, as a palindrome does in Ugresich's. Quite obviously, it's not just the women who are doing this. Having studied Amit Chaudhry's essays for nearly a quarter of a century now, I've noticed how he affects completely unexpected pairs of writers and filmmakers, for instance, and gives us a history that would not be possible in the kind of narrative and time-keeping structure of the academic essay. This kind of time, elastic and non-simultaneous, a kind of non-archival time, makes the non-peer-reviewed essay a relative of the poem and the letter in many ways. It is, to tweak Agha Shahid Ali's line, memory getting in the way of history. A form such as the poem, the letter, and the kind of essay that exists outside peer censorship allows us to experience possible histories of the kind, say, one finds in Chaudhry's essay, possible, not alternative histories, a literary history emerging from sunlight where, as the almost self-explanatory title tells us, we are allowed to experience a kind of, let me call it, disobedient history. What provokes, indulges, and allows this disobedient history to exist is something that has absolutely no place in the scholarly essay that reviewer 2 uses as a pejorative, the anecdotal. It took a woman, of course, to argue for the generative intellectual power of the anecdotal. Yes, I am thinking of Jane Gallup and her book, Anecdotal Theory. Since I am an inefficient abstract writer, here's the publisher's blurb from the Duke University website. In all the 4 essays, these women rely on the anecdotal to erect a kind of disobedience against a form that surrounds them, a form that they sense as hostile to that cliché that I must now use with disobedience, their freedom of expression. This is Hauser's bio on her website. With a bio like that, multi and non and amphibian, it is only natural that the form of Hauser's essays would be defined. Woolf and Sontag could have had author bios like that too, as could have Ugresic perhaps. The rebellion against being straitjacketed on the basis of their sexual orientation extends to their unconscious rebellion against the man-made essay. Reader, I almost married him, Hauser writes in a single-sentence paragraph. Woolf and Sontag and Ugresic and Hauser have all written novels and import what is called the novelistic imagination, a lazy shorthand, to the form of the essay. The ability to conjure a character that does not come from history or a citizen's register and use it as part of the toolkit of the argumentative essay involves an element of risk-taking that one might not readily acknowledge. Beyond fact-checking, beyond the allegiance to the statistical spectacle, beyond paying homage to information, beyond the props of old boys' rhetoric of debating. Though almost all responses and comments to peer-reviewed work and talk begin with, I was wondering, this is how all questions begin here also, there is absolutely no sense of wonder in it. To stress wonder in the phrase is to confirm its lack. There are others, Anne Carson, for instance, whose The Glass Essay is a poem that mentions page numbers from Wuthering Heights and that imagines the life of another woman, Emily Bronte. But we'll leave her for some other day. In the end, I will have to confess that I am sometimes reviewer too. In the end, I will have to confess that I am sometimes reviewer too. You might call it contagion. I'm married to an academic. Insert the smiley emoticon here. Or it might be fear, a kind of auto-rejection that I imagine comes from having been poo-pooed multiple times by the serious men of the humanities. As I was writing this, I wondered about the presence of reviewer 2 in the audience. Any of you? I don't have a scanner for reviewer 2's QR code after all. What would reviewer 2 say about my talk? I began building up arguments on behalf of reviewer 2 in my head, and these are the thoughts that came to me. The title of your talk is Disobedient Women. Surely it's not only women who have given energy to the non-peer-reviewed essay. This is an imagined history, not the real history of this genre. Where's the hyphen? Is it non-hyphen peer-reviewed essay, or is it non-peer-hyphen-reviewed essay? Surely the position of the hyphen problematizes the histories of this kind of essay? You've only mentioned 4 disobedient women. Where are the rest? Surely there are obedient men who have excelled at the non-peer-reviewed essay? Virginia Woolf had to imagine Judith Shakespeare and Mrs. Brown. I've been left to imagine reviewer 2. Thank you.
So we have about 10 minutes in which every reviewer too in the audience is invited to unmask themselves. Devadrita, you go first.
I asked you not to ask me a question.
I think you will like it, don't worry. Thank you for the wonderful talk, Shumonadi. So one of the common reviews that I get about my peer-reviewed essays are that reduce the fluff. And fluff has a very feathery touch to it, which reminds me of the crane wife story that you brought up. And when I was reading this last lines of that anecdote, that she was plucking out the feathers, self-erasing as a woman, it reminded me of the body dysmorphia that women go through. Shaving, waxing, threading, and all that, turning into hairless chameleons. And I was wondering if someone was a disobedient woman here, trying to write a peer-reviewed essay, trying to self-erase herself as a woman, would she be also kind of removing the feathers or the hair from the skin of her essay? Would she also be kind of trying to be the woman, the conventional woman? What are your thoughts?
I don't know about body hair at this moment, but I do know that there's a crane wife inside me which is trying very hard, which is always trying very hard to be likable to the person I love. And I haven't submitted too many essays to peer-reviewed journals. I hear about them from my husband, and but also from colleagues and students and friends. Yes, we try very hard to be likable to reviewer too, and to become likable to reviewer too involves a lot of self-erasure. That is why I brought about this analogy. Thank you, Devadrita.
More questions?
I have stunned them into silence.
I have a question. Reviewer two, right here. No, I was, thinking about the anonymity of the peer review process, right? We are also told that essays are double-blinded. Your name is taken out, and the reviewers, you're not actually usually allowed to know your reviewer's name. And there is something symmetrical in the anonymity of so many particularly women writers, the anon in the canon, and then also peer reviewers who also, in a way, operate as the anons in the canon, and also, dislikable though it is to us, as indeed women's labor often is too, do give us a lot of labor, do a lot of work to write even their nasty and unsympathetic to us reviews. So I was just wondering, what do we do with the labor, the anonymous labor of reviewer too?
Sometimes particularly when it involves submitting book proposals to a university press, and the reports come in, I've been tempted to ask my editor, could you please tell me who this person is, particularly if they are nice, but I still haven't. I've asked a friend. I've never done that, but I think for the last book, the anonymity was kind of, they had to surrender their anonymity because their comments became blurbs at the, on the cover of the book. That doesn't happen in a peer-reviewed essay, of course. I don't understand why the reviewer has to be anonymous, because we live in the age of the academic as troll. So the troll is not anonymous. The troll is very happy to, kind of attack us. So the reviewer too is often, the reviewer too is reviewer too because of, it's usually a he in our head. Even on all the memes, it's a he, but I'm going to be kind. So so the attack, the kind of trolling we've kind of internalized. So when we are writing, I think, oh, I'm not supposed to put this in because it's not likable. So the anonymity of this person, I'll go back to, let me answer this. Sam Weinberg, who used to teach history at Stanford, when I was a student, or just maybe out of university, told me, I was writing my PhD, and he said, I was struggling with it. And he told me, you just need to satisfy 3 people, your examiner and the 2 external examiners. And he said, the difficulty is once you know, the easy thing is once you know who these examiners might be, you know this is what they like, and then you write to please them. But I wasn't writing a PhD to please anyone except my father, who hasn't read it. I mean, who kind of said, this is the one thing that I have ever asked from you. He's asked for many things, but this is one thing. So that is why I submitted the PhD. But Sam also said something that I think is very wise, or was very wise. He said, it's the problem you face when you move from this PhD to turning it into a book, because then you cannot imagine those three people anymore. It's a completely anonymous readership. So reader as in the book proposal reader, but also the reader outside. Yeah. No, Mandakin, you will not ask me anything. So we are done.
Any more questions, comments? Any more reviews? Review or two?
Reviewer from the department.
So it's just, I'm just curious, I mean, though you haven't spoken about this today, whether the kind of, the way creative writing is, within quotes, taught, and it doesn't go through this peer-reviewed process, but I mean, it is taught in terms of what is called craft, which identifies what's kind of admissible in a piece of writing, and what's not admissible in a piece of writing. Now I'm just trying to think. I mean, so this act of reading and revise, participatory kind of revision of a work, has a long history, of course. But now it's been turned into kind of pedagogy, and so when T.S. Eliot kind of, I mean, that assemblage of stuff that makes up the wasteland wouldn't have been possible without Pound. So Pound didn't try to turn it into a more finished poem. He tried to sort of identify in what way it was most compellingly unfinished. That's what Pound did with the poem. So obviously this practice has a history, the practice of craft. But now it's just taught as if it is a good that has no history. It's a given, and we are taught without thinking of the history of it, and without questioning it too much as creative writing students, that there are certain things that one should pay attention to in terms of writing and overwriting. So I was wondering what you felt about this whole practice of craft. Teaching craft. Well, I mean, I'm sorry. This should be part of some adda outside over tea or coffee. But some of the things you're talking about, admissibility, which inform the peer review process, are at work in the way we think about writing and the teaching of writing as well.
I'll speak about my experience with students. I'll just respond to this. So some student will come and say, Professor, I read your essay in the LARB, or I read your essay in the Point magazine. So how does one manage to get published there? Or I read something that that Granta published. They've decided that
very valid question. It's philosophical kind of inquiry.
So I think the question in their head is not so much about editorial contacts, perhaps, but about style, what appeals to certain platforms, certain magazines, and so on. So someone has said, I want to give this, I want to write about this, and I want to give this to, or submit this to a particular magazine. And they've already internalized the voice and the sound and the style of this magazine, and will therefore kind of tailor their writing to suit the magazine. I notice this not just among my students, but among people around me a lot.
This leads to something very, very interesting that's happening in the non-peer-reviewed field of
Yes.
an essay, which is a New Yorker house style, a Harper's house style.
Absolutely.
I hope N+1 doesn't have much of a house style. I don't think it does. Not all creative writing departments have house styles either. I encountered this in the University of East Anglia, that it didn't expect a house style from the students of creative writing. But in Columbia, and in all of America at the time I was there, teaching at Columbia early 2000s, there was a house style, and it came from Raymond Carver, a lot of it. But Raymond Carver himself had been kind of tailored to the house style by his editor of Hemingway, so we heard later.
So I think this also involves becoming a version of the crane wife, weeding things out, this voice inside our head that is censorious, that is telling us to do this and not do that. That is self-destructive as a writer, and of course, it's also dishonest.
It makes for a good career.
I wouldn't know about that.
Thanks, Sumana, that was lovely. Just to stir the pot a little bit, since you also sing in the classical Hindustani tradition, I was suddenly reminded that the house style sounds a little bit like the gharana, right? And I wonder how that would change the way we think about this, because that's something you aspired.
It's also a problem of an inherited style.
Absolutely, yeah. At the same time, there is improvisation that's allowed within a certain.
There's also a lot of curtailment to do with style.
Yeah, yeah. So is it like the plucking out of the feathers, would you say?
Yes, it is.
Mm.
It leads to a kind of deadness in Hindustani classical music at this time, because fresh styles are formed because of needs for formal aberration. That's why those styles were formed. There were compulsions to make aberrations from inherited forms of the khayal. Those compulsions at this point don't exist. They don't seem to exist as much as do the following of inherited gharana styles.
Yeah, and would you say that that's also patriarchal in the way that, because Shumana talked about, the mansplaining essentially, and, Reviewer 2 seems to be about.
Patriarchal, but it's also a kind of cultural take. I mean, so if you looking at Ashwini Bhide Deshpande, Padma Talwalkar, and various others following in the style of Kishori Amonkar.
So women can also.
Is an extraordinary, extraordinarily aberrant conceptualizer of the khayal.
So I can see that there are more hands up. I'm also being told by Shubham to channel my inner, the worst incarnation of Reviewer 2, the live incarnation, who says we've run out of time. So, no more. Oh, okay. Look, there are other reviewers too, but we can presumably have more questions outside. So, indeed there will. So, in that case, we will all give Shumana a round of.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shumana. Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. We'll take a 10-minute tea break, and I've been told to inform you that this is the last tea break of the day. So have your fill.
Reviewer 2, Shubham, Reviewer 2.
So 10 minutes. everyone. Welcome back to our penultimate session, which is also the last talk of the day, because this will be followed by a panel discussion. And this talk will be given by John Cook. The title of his talk is The Essay's Situation. The Essay's Situations. Professor Cook's talk will be chaired by someone familiar to all of us, Sanchit Toor. Sanchit Toor is a multilingual researcher and the project coordinator at the Ashoka Center for Translation. He has also been a visiting faculty of Haryanvi and Braj languages at Ashoka University. He has degrees in neuroscience, liberal arts, and literature. And he recently edited a collection comprising translations of Kabir in 11 languages. He is also, or so he thinks and says, an unofficial honorary member of the Center for the Creative and the Critical, having been involved in organizing the last 3 symposia. Sanchit, over to you.
Thank you, Shubham. I wrote this self-congratulatory bio during one of the breaks to partly make myself seem worthy of chairing this talk, because while on any other day being 27 feels too old, today I did want to underscore that I'm only 27, in case I'm not able to adequately respond to the insights that Professor Cook will be bringing forward. And although I do think I will be able to respond adequately to them, and that has not to do with the length of my growing hair between the last 3 symposia, but about sort of populating my bio note with these random signposts from neuroscience to editing a book comprising 11 languages. And that has to do with the walk Professor Cook and I took as we were all heading for dinner on Thursday. And during that walk, we spoke about a couple of things, such as working with language contexts not yet considered literary or not considered as good literature, as did we about working particularly via translation, even with languages that one doesn't know quite well. And we also spoke about the possibilities of comparative collaborations and collaborative comparisons. There were many resonances, many shadows between our own respective works and ideas, which we realized we see and share. On that note, it is my honor to be introducing Professor John Cook, who has been an integral part of literary activism since its inception. Professor Cook is Emeritus Professor of Literature at the University of East Anglia. His recent publications include essays on the philosophical essay and on the work of the essayist William Hazlitt. He has taught at universities in the US, Europe, and India, and currently he is involved in a research collaboration with colleagues at Jadavpur University and is co-authoring a book on democracy and decolonization. With that, I welcome Professor Cook.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for staying, and thank you very much, Amit, for inviting me for this 10th anniversary of the Literary Activism Symposia. As Amit said in the introduction to the whole event yesterday, the idea of the literary activism activity began in a series of conversations that he and I had when he worked at the University of East Anglia, and it's wonderful to see the way in which it's developed over time. What I have come to notice, I think, as Amit puts forward new proposals for discussion, is at least 2 things. One is a kind of intransigence, an admirable intransigence in the face of different kinds of literary fashion, and also different kinds of compulsion to talk in a certain kind of way. And the other thing is just the sheer inventiveness that he's put into the expanding our sense of what the literary might be and what it might become. And that's something that I will be thinking about in the talk that I'm about to give. And Thanks to Ashoka as well, of course, for housing the project and indeed paying my airfare and accommodation. And thank you too for that very sweet introduction, very kind introduction. I need to say one more thing before I dive in, and that is that, as you indicated, I've recently been working on 3 essays. 2 of them I need to fess up to are peer-reviewed essays, and one of them is edited, and that led me to think a little bit about what the difference is between the peer reviewer and the editor. There are obvious differences, but they're different ways in which work is deemed to be worthy of publication. And one of these essays was on the philosophical essay, and I'll be drawing a bit on that in the course of this talk. That was an essay about whether there is such a thing as a philosophical essay, and if so, what is its relationship to philosophy. I then wrote a piece which was about an essay by William Hazlitt, an early 19th century essayist who I've written about a lot over the course of my career. And there I was thinking about an essay on living to oneself. No, it was my first acquaintance with poets, sorry. And in my first acquaintance with poets, I was thinking about the personal dimension of the essay, the way in which Hazlitt was using that essay to repair friendships which he nonetheless felt were doomed anyway. And something very strange in the mutating moods of that essay that I wanted to try and find a language for. The third piece was about punctuation and is for a forthcoming Cambridge history of punctuation in literature. I was bemused when I was asked to do this. I thought, what do I know about punctuation? But in fact, of course, it led me to realize how important punctuation and the printed page was to the genesis and the development of the essay, because without it, quotation in an essayistic manner would not be possible. And I therefore wanted to begin to think about the interesting dynamics that are set up in a form which in many ways is, I think, citational quoting. Now, these 3 pieces began to kind of interact one with another in the way that one finds. I wasn't quite sure what they were saying to each other or what they were actually about as 3 pieces. I was interested in the fact that I'd written them and they seemed to form a kind of trio. And so what I'm going to be talking about today will have a bearing on what I think I'm beginning to hear from the interaction of these 3 pieces as they find their whatever way they do into 2 of them are published and one is about to be. And there are, just a signpost before I go into more detail, there are 3 things that interest me in relationship to the essay and its development in a European context. I'll be talking out of a European context. And those 3 things are doubt, okay? It is very striking to me that at the moment when European imperial expansion begins, 16th, 17th centuries, what at the same time happens within the intellectual culture of Europe is the pervasive doubt about authority, a pervasive doubt about the authority indeed to rule. In Montaigne's case, famously, the essayist Montaigne, and I'll allude to this a little bit more, doubt is about the consistency of the self. There is a doubt about whether the self can be authoritative in relationship to its experience. In the case of Descartes, he develops a method of doubt, a method of skeptical inquiry, which in his view is the only way in which you can arrive at certainty. And in Pascal's case, in Pascal's famous wager, there is, of course, a doubt about probabilities. That without doubt about probability, without that statistical sense that Pascal has, you wouldn't have his wager upon the existence of God. He thinks about it as somebody might think about whether to invest in a set of stocks and shares or not. So you have these 3 kinds of doubt. And this doubt as you begin to become alert to it, surfaces in so many different aspects of European culture at the time of imperial expansion. There may well be a history of this that's been written. I don't know if there has been, but it seems to me to be very important to build it into our understanding of what that expansion was about and what its cultural consequences were. The related to this question about doubt is a question about the authority that is attributed or not to experience. This word experience, it gets used frequently. I mean, we've heard it used today. The appeal to experience as some kind of authority. And in a way, what I'm doing here is trying to sketch out, in a very minimal form, how changing concepts of experience, changing understandings of what experience amounts to, relate to the form of the essay. So there's doubt, there's a question about experience, and the third thing, and I think this is something that has resonated a lot with the things that I've been hearing over the course of the last couple of days, is a question about literary experience. Okay, I'm very interested in when and how experience becomes literary, and when and how it connects with what we might think of as non-literary experience. And I think that in essays, and I'll try and illustrate this in what I've got to say, you often find a very interesting, highly unstable interaction between literary and non-literary experience. I don't want to set up a simple binary here, because I think actually there's a curious kind of interaction between them. And I'll try and make these rather general thoughts clearer as I go on. And I want to begin, not with Montaigne. I know that everything is supposed to begin with Montaigne, but that's not where I want to begin. I want to begin somewhere else, partly because it actually establishes a rather different paradigm or model situation for the essay. And that's with a person who's often thought of as a philosopher, David Hume, the philosopher, 18th century Scottish philosopher. He obviously has canonical status within the Western study of philosophy because of his work on skepticism. But this is oddly not the way in which Hume saw himself. He regarded himself as somebody who was practicing not philosophy but literature. He said in a brief autobiographical note on my life, written shortly before his death in 1796, he said that literature was his ruling passion. And of course, what he meant by that was not that he was a frustrated poet or novelist or whatever. What he meant was that he saw literature as a field for his ambition. Literature for him meant anything that could be put into print, pretty much. And that what he wanted to do was to appeal to as wide a readership as possible, and the essay would be the vehicle of this appeal. And he saw through publication at least 3 different editions, compilations of his essays during his lifetime. So here we have a writer who in some senses is misidentified as a philosopher, who should be thought of as an essayist. And he is a writer who took a great deal of care over the composition and the publication of his essays. And what I think he does in them is not exactly abandon philosophy, but he distances himself from a certain version of it, and perhaps too from a certain version of himself. Essays are the outcome of what Hume calls in an essay on the first principles of government. They're the outcome of what he refers to as a philosophical eye. Okay, I mean not eye, but eye, ocular metaphor. They're produced by the philosophical eye, and what he understands by that philosophical eye is a capacity to be both analytic and comparative. The philosophical eye may be diverted by individual things, but it is never absorbed by them. Instead, it seeks to view from a distance, one that can scan across geographical space and historical time in search of the regularities in human behaviour. And that's what he sees his essays as doing. His essays are exercises in the philosophical eye, and there's more to be said about that in a minute. But at the same time, he notices that there is a danger in the philosophical eye when it's confined in what he calls colleges and cells. Okay, so he sees there's a danger for a philosophy, and here he begins to distance himself from what was the academic philosophy of the day, because for him it's caught up in a kind of Gothic confinement. Colleges and cells is how he refers to it. And when this happens, there are at least two kinds of damage. One is intellectual, as he makes clear in his essay, The Skeptic. There is one mistake, he writes, to which they, philosophers, seem liable almost without exception. They confine too much their principles and make no account, and make no account of that vast variety which nature has so much affected in all her operations. Okay, so the solitary, obsessed philosopher is ignorant of a vast variety which lies outside the college and the cell. And the second danger, which is outlined in his essay called Of Essay Writing, is both conceptual and communicative. Shut off from what Hume calls the conversible world, the world, as he goes on to call it, of a social disposition and a taste of pleasure, philosophy has a tendency to become, as he says, chimerical in her conclusions and unintelligible in her style and manner of delivery. The essay, as Hume conceives of it, then guards against these dangers by mediating between the conversible world and the learned world. Each of those worlds has drawbacks. In the case of the philosophical of official philosophy, if you like, its obsession and unintelligibility, and in the case of the conversible world, it's to do with a tendency towards triviality. And contact with the conversible world engages philosophy with that variety of life that philosophy runs the danger of ignoring. And Hume has another name for this variety. He calls it experience. Okay, so it's the philosopher, the confined philosopher, lacks this thing that he calls experience. And he says that philosophers must consult experience in any of their reasonings and find it, this is its location, in common life and conversation. So that's where experience is to be, as it were, discovered and unearthed. And in exchange for this, the world of the learned introduces the resources, as he says, of history, poetry, politics, and the more obvious principles, at least, of philosophy to the conversible world, and therefore mitigates its tendency, and I quote, to gossiping stories and idle remarks. The essay's situation, then, as imagined by Hume, is placed between the world of the pedant and the world of the chatterbox, between the person who can only talk about one thing and the person who will talk about anything because they must have something to say. Now, there is a subject, and by that I mean an impersonal subject, that is cultivated by this essay writing and its mediating role, and it's the one that gives each individual essay a place in a larger architecture. And I'm saying this partly to draw your attention to, if you like, a genealogy of the essay which doesn't think of it in terms of fragment, but thinks of it in terms of a kind of beautifully shaped brick in a wonderfully large edifice. And that edifice is called by Hume the operations of the mind. While these operations can certainly be developed by the intense and solitary work of the intellectual specialist, their potential cannot be realized without the collective activity of the conversible world. So a misunderstanding of what Hume is saying here is that the purpose of the essay is to popularize. He's not saying that at all. It's not the way in which specialist knowledge is mediated, is sweetened for an ignorant audience. And that is because, in his view of what it means to be rational, you have to meet the requirements of a collective readership which has a discriminating power in relationship to the development of thought, not least in its capacity to turn its back on what it finds incomprehensible or dogmatic. And the essayist acknowledges that discriminating power And for Hume, this is predominantly a power, interestingly, that's exercised by women. So if you think of the analogous space for the essay as Hume conceives of it, the analogous social space, it would be the salon. It would be those gatherings of people from, on the whole, different backgrounds. I mean, there are exclusions, which I'll come to in a minute, and it's presided over by usually an aristocratic woman whose judgment matters as to whether something is deemed to be not simply tasteful, but whether something, and this is very important, is deemed to be reasonable. So it's not the case that the philosopher possesses reason. Reason is discovered in the interaction by way of the essay between the philosophical I, if you like, and the conversable world, and their different experiences and their different authorities. What this creates is what we might call common sense. Okay? The product of this interchange is common sense. And here it seems to me that Hume anticipates what Kant, who, by the way, was a great reader of Hume, and Kant in Königsberg regarded it as part of his task was to overcome Humean skepticism, to resist it. But it creates common sense in the sense that Kant wrote about when he referred to it as a faculty for judging that in its reflection takes account of everyone else's way of representing in thought in order, as it were, to hold its judgment up to human reason as a whole. So the idea is common sense consists in a gathering, in a way, of as many different points of view as possible in order to see what out of their interaction might arise that we would call reason. This is not to be thought of as an established set of dogmas. It's an emergent property that arises out of the kind of conversation that I've just been outlining. Hume's essays, therefore, are a balancing act in their style. They exemplify the culture of the collective mind that he wants to promote, exploring competing views on different topics, acknowledging uncertainty, establishing a style of polite but witty and animated conversation. But their urbanity is also watchful of boundaries and limitations. Women may be important as readers of essays, but not as writers of them. The community they promote has other kinds of limits. Hume writes that animal life, a life of labour and the struggle for subsistence, is not part of the conversable world, so none of the labouring poor have any access to this community, and nor, as the standard of taste makes clear, are Roman Catholics or followers of Islam. They're both classified by Hume as fanatics, and fanatics have no place in this conversation. So there's a policing operation going on at the same time as there is a constructive operation going on. The establishment of the conversable world, of the enlightened conversable world, clearly carries very strong exclusive properties. And Hume goes on to characterize the identity of the judicious critic and the essayist when he writes, I must depart from this situation, a situation of partisan favour or hostility. He's very opposed to polemic. And considering myself as man in general, forget, if possible, my individual being and my peculiar circumstances. So he characterises the selfhood that is created in the essay as being that of what he refers to as man in general. And notice that it requires, therefore, the transcendence or the forgetting or the passing through of my individual being and my peculiar circumstances. Now, the last part of this sentence may strike a reader of Montaigne as distinctly odd, or indeed of romantic essays or many modern ones. The starting point of the essay, after all, is usually my individual being and my peculiar circumstances. And isn't this why we value them? For what Montaigne advised his readers they would find and not find in his works. And I quote, "If anyone who is looking for knowledge, let him go where such fish are to be caught. There is nothing I lay claim to less." So he says, don't come to my essays if you want to learn anything about matter, as he calls it, and that's namely substantive questions about God or the structure of the world or cosmology. He says, there's nothing I lay claim to less, and he adds, these are my own thoughts by which I am striving to make known not matter, but me. One of the most strange paradoxical formulations, I think, that come out of the essayistic tradition, is the idea that what they do is they make a self known, and a self in all its circumstantial reality. So the essay is, if it's about anything, about its author, not about man in general, it's about the person in particular. And whatever its subject might be, it is approached by way of a personal response, a specific situation. Think of, for example, the beginning of Hazlitt's essay on living to oneself, where we're shown the essayist in an inn by a fire, deciding to himself that now is the time to write the essay on living to oneself. It dramatizes the moment of the essay's composition. Or think again of the essay by Virginia Woolf called Street Haunting, an extraordinary essay about walking around London. And in that, she writes about the way in which she leaves her home in London and goes out into the streets to see what will happen when she goes out there. But it's very interesting in respect of the idea of the particular self, that what the essay is about is precisely a leaving behind of that particular self. As she walks out into the streets, she says that the shell-like covering which our souls have excreted to house themselves, that disappears, that shell-like covering, and what happens instead is the emergence of what she refers to a central oyster of perceptiveness, and then in a very striking metaphor, which if I had more time I'd contrast with Hume's notion of the philosophical eye, she calls it an enormous eye. The essayistic self, as it walks out into the streets of London, becomes this floating visibility, absorbed in what is visible, and very interestingly, hungry for the beautiful, for finding beauty, not for delivering the kind of rationality that Hume was concerned with. But nonetheless, it's very important, I think, when we think about this idea, this attachment of the notion of the essayist to the particular self, to see the way in which actually, in many essays which purport to be about the personal self and its circumstances, what is in effect happening in the essay is an escape from or a movement away from that self towards something more impersonal. Now, I'll come back to the difference between a man in general and me a bit later in this talk, but for now I want to note something that connects them. Both Montaigne and Hume assume that the essay records or explores or refines this thing I call experience. More than that, the essay claims experience as authority, as we've just seen. It's not simply, what happened to me. And what cloistered philosophers lack is experience, and in its absence they are prone to become narrow-minded. They need to test their ideas against the evidence of experience, and that for Hume is discovered, as I've already said, in the vast variety of nature and in human sociability. And so in Hume's world, it becomes a legitimate question of any specialist thinker in what we would now call the humanities, that they simply may need to get out more. This thought may seem irredeemably dated, Hume's version of experience threadbare and limited, but it's worth bearing in mind that a very similar test is proposed by Edward Said in his famous essay, Travelling Theory. For those of you who know the essay, its basic theme is the danger of thought becoming cloistered. He takes as his example of travelling theory a book by Lukács called History and Class Consciousness, which found its first realization, its first authorship in a set of circumstances of revolution in Hungary in 1919. And Said, you will recall, writes about how this was a book, this philosophical, theoretical book about reification, was written in circumstances where its author saw it as contributing to a revolutionary struggle. As the book progresses westward to Paris and then to Cambridge, so it loses that revolutionary fervour and becomes converted either into a sort of totalizing understanding of the world or a set of dogmas. It has a tendency both to become more dogmatic and more expansive at one and the same time. And Said, thinking about what will guard against this tendency to dogmatism in theory, says this: critical consciousness is an awareness of resistances to theory, reactions to it elicited by those concrete experiences and interpretations with which it is in conflict. So it's almost exactly the same set of circumstances, abstractly, as Hume is describing, where Said locates his experiences in what he calls everyday life. This appeal to something common, the common, which again I think forms part of the essay's situation. So a history of the essay I want to suggest could be written in relationship to these changing senses of experience. But any thought about them, I think, needs to be, in Hume's case, measured against something else, which is his radical uncertainty about the foundations of knowledge. There's a famous passage in an inquiry concerning human understanding, one of his major philosophical work, where he asks the question, what can I know from experience? And I'll just quote what he says at this point. When it is asked, what is the nature of all our reasoning concerning matter of fact, the proper answer seems to be they are founded on the relation of cause and effect. This is one of the basic ways in which we make sense of the world. When it is again asked, what is the foundation of all our reasons and conclusions concerning this relationship, it may be replied in one word, experience. But if we still carry on our sifting humour and ask, what is the foundation of conclusions from experience, this implies a new question which may be of more difficult solution and explication, and that is, as he goes on to show, that experience cannot show you the operations of cause and effect. You cannot derive the operations of cause and effect from your experience. And in an earlier version of that moment of crisis in relationship to experience, he describes what happens to him at that point as a complete bereftness of voice. He finds himself with nothing left to say until he leaves philosophy behind and goes back into the conversable world. Now, we've got one version, therefore, of the essay, its function and its relationship to experience and problems about experience. And I do think that one of the purposes of Hume's essays is, in fact, to manage doubt in a civilized way, to keep it real, but to keep it at bay at one and the same time. And now I want to make a leap of 200 years and think about another piece that was written by the German philosopher and composer Theodor Adorno, and his essay called The Essay as Form, which was published in 1957. He begins, or he ends the essay with a very striking statement. The essay's innermost formal law is heresy, he writes. Through violations of the orthodoxy of thought, something in the object becomes visible, which it is orthodoxy's secret and objective aim to keep invisible. The essay's innermost, he's not saying the essay's purpose is heresy, he's saying that its innermost formal law is heresy. This is what makes an essay into an essay. It is in some sense heretical. And when I was listening to Amit earlier today, I was very struck by what he had to say about the way in which a certain kind of narrative structure, a certain kind of storytelling can make the object invisible or can conceal aspects of the object. And it seems to me that when Adorno writes about orthodoxy's secret and objective aim there, it's an analogous thought. Now, Adorno comes to this conclusion by showing the different dimensions of the essay's heretical impulse. Philosophy, again, or rather its institutional form, is one of the orthodoxies that the essay violates. It does this by the essay does violate the institutional form of philosophy by, for example, not inquiring into the origins of things like being, and Adorno clearly has Heidegger in his sights here. This essay is part of his polemic against Heidegger that was also realized in another book called The Jargon of Authenticity. And the essay also, he argues, renounces a traditional philosophical belief that identifies truth with what is unchanging or eternal. Similarly, it does not assume the authority of logic or method, nor the belief that an intellectual order of ideas corresponds to an order of things. The terrain of the essay is instead the the experience of their non-correspondence, the way in which ideas do not fit with what is out there as much as otherwise. It has an intrinsic relationship to skepticism, and one that expresses itself in its suspicion of philosophical concepts of totality or system thinking. In a book that he'd written 3 years earlier, Minima Moralia, which drew on his experience of exile in the United States, Adorno had expressed his resistance to a philosophy which develops the idea of a totality harmonious through all its antagonisms. So he's moved very much away from the world as imagined by Hume to the thought that there can be no total structure within which the activity of essay writing works. Essays do not float above their subjects in this way, and they do not locate them as part of a grand design. If an essay is to be an essay, Adorno argues, it cannot subscribe to an intellectual school or movement. The refusal to fit in corresponds, and this is very important, to its adisciplinary and even undisciplined character. Essays do not conform to academic disciplines. They are adisciplinary in a very important sense. And the essay, therefore, does not let its subject be prescribed. Instead, Adorno writes of accomplishing something scientifically or creating something artistically. Its effort reflects the leisure of a childlike person who has no qualms about taking inspiration from what others have done before him. I want to pause for a moment with this childlike person because it echoes to something that Montaigne also wrote in his essay of books, when he wrote about how he made use of his reading. And he says about that, do not linger over the matter, again he's talking about, but over my fashioning of it, this is part of the matter, not matter but me distinction. Where my borrowings are concerned, see whether I have been able to select something which improves my theme. I get others to say what I cannot say so well myself. This is one of the ways in which in which Montaigne uses books. And I think it's very important to realize that at the moment that he was writing, he was accumulating what in effect was a personal library. And this personal library was what he drew on in order to write his essays. And he draws on them by selecting theme from these books, by selecting quotations from these books, but also in a very brazen justification of plagiarism, he says that he will actually take quotations, unacknowledged quotations from these books, and he will pass them off as his own and wait to see if he is discovered in his plagiarism or not. So his declaration of his dependence on sources that precede him is frank and explicit. And I think this is where we begin to see how literary experience begins to enter into the fabric of the essay through quotation and through plagiarism. And we begin to see the way in which it sets up a kind of game, as Montaigne conceives it, between the writer of the essay and the reader of the essay. Are you going to spot what I've borrowed? And this is a sort of dependency which we might think of as indeed childlike, but the notion of the childlike essayist, childlike and at leisure, dependent upon the thought of others, speaks to Adorno's fascination with the figure who doesn't have the right qualifications. And the author who Adorno identifies with this figure who doesn't have the right qualifications is Marcel Proust. He appears in the essay as form, but he also features in Minima Moralia as well, in a section which is entitled For Marcel Proust. In a single long paragraph, which is a tribute to Proust's example, Adorno turns him into an allegorical figure, someone who stands for the amateur, whose wealth and leisure enable him to pursue an intellectual life without the need to earn a living. And Adorno is fascinated by the resistance to such figures that come from a culture in which Adorno claims that the occupation, and I quote, with things of the mind has by now itself become practical, a business with strict division of labour, departments and restricted entry. What Adorno is arguing here is that in fact Proust makes as significant a contribution to the understanding of human psychology as any social scientist might do, but he wants to say that he does it in terms which do not conform to the protocols of the social or the psychological sciences. And it is that same impulse, I think, to not be a specialist, to be unqualified in a way, which feeds through into Adorno's conception of the essay. It sets itself against what he refers to as the departmentalization of mind. It risks, and it sets itself against the wrath of what he refers to as domineering competence, which permits no such idiosyncrasies. Now, these thoughts are risky. They can appear to be an intricate defense of a leisured élite or a slightly forlorn celebration of the outsider, and Adorno is aware of these objections. There's another section in which he writes about the dangers, the limitations of the lonely outsider. He who stands aloof runs the risk of believing himself better than others and missing his critique of society as an ideology for his private interests, and making, his critique of society an ideology for his private interests. Yet his affirmation of the essay's leisurely aspect is one aspect of his concern about the nature of experience in a society where work is highly administered and focused on the importance of production. And in making these connections between different works of Adorno's, sentences that echo to each other, figures like Proust who emerge in both the essay as form and in the Minima Moralia, I want to try and identify what lies behind Adorno's thought that the essay emerges out of the leisure of the childlike person, rather than the earnest work of the grown-up intellectual. It's childlike in its willingness to pick things up and put them down without proper attention to formal beginnings and endings, to conclusions derived from premises. Adorno wants to affirm the arbitrary quality of essays as one sign of a mind that is moving freely, and to complete the list of childlike characteristics I've mentioned already, the dependence upon the work of others. What might Adorno's thinking then tell us about the essay's situation? There are some surprising affinities with Hume. Both see the essay as a balancing act, but what is being held in balance has changed considerably. Hume sees the essay as bridging two worlds, the ones that I've already described, and in Adorno's case, the essay has essentially become an oppositional form. He's like Hume in opposing the essay to traditional or academic philosophy, but for very different reasons. Adorno bridles against philosophy's claim to know the truth, whether in its assertions about how things originate, or in the identification of truth with the eternal, or in the more modern claims of logical positivists. Any equivalent, though, to a conversible world, capable of achieving the kinds of rational consensus that Hume sees the essay as promoting, is an impossible thought for Adorno. The Holocaust and the events that led up to it are proof that no such thing as a public sphere exists. A world organized according to the imperatives of production and consumption has no room for it either. So what has happened to the concept of experience in the 200 years between Hume and Adorno? It would be wrong to say that its authority, once taken for granted, has now been simply put in question. Hume's skepticism about what knowledge claims could be made on the basis of experience indicates that he had his own version of its limits, and not least the possibility that when we turn to it to provide the basis for our fundamental categories of thought, it had nothing to say. Nonetheless, that annihilating thought could be kept at bay by the urbanity of the essay. And in Adorno, the crisis in experience has a radically different cast. He shares with many other writers, including George Orwell in Politics and the English Language, or K.C. Bhattacharya in Swaraj in Ideas, the fear that experience can be a form of dictation, whether by political propaganda, forms of economic organization, or colonization. The danger, and it is one that these writers at least requires an endless critical vigilance to forestall, is that just that where we think we're speaking originally or for ourselves, we are in fact working like a ventriloquist dummy. This fear is at one with another idea, often attributed to Freud, but having many other sources, that our experience is divided between the workings of a conscious mind and an unconscious that shadows it. To put it another way, we have experiences of which we are not aware or that exceed our capacity to understand them. So in Adorno's world, the essay has become the exemplary form of an unremitting critical vigilance. In relation to the ideas it summons, it can take on a relentless force, and I quote, "Its tendency," he writes, "is always to liquidate opinions, including the opinion it takes as its point of departure." So you can see that one version of the essay that emerges out of Adorno's conception of it is as a self-consuming artifact. It will deny the very thing from which it started, and it will initiate a kind of process of endless refutation of assumptions that it had once hoped might prove true. But this in turn does not mean that the essay simply falls apart or disintegrates or disperses, indeed, in a way that we've been thinking about over the course of the last couple of days. Essays work, Adorno asserts, with concepts, but not in order to define them, nor does it present them in a deductive order, working from first principles, or an inductive order that seeks truth from the multiplication of examples. Instead, it works by what Adorno calls configuration, and it's this idea of configuration that I just want to spend a little time with before I move to my conclusion. Very interestingly, Adorno compares configuration to what he calls a pattern in the carpet. The pattern in the carpet. He makes no explicit acknowledgement of Henry James there, so I don't know if this is another example of Montaigne-like borrowing or whether it's simply a coincidence, but he wants to suggest that form in the essay has this characteristic of the pattern in the carpet, and I want to say things that will help that metaphor to resonate. If that's one echo in the work of Adorno, another, and one that's emphatically acknowledged, is Walter Benjamin, whose example is felt at many points. The idea of configuration recurs in Benjamin's book, including his book The Origins of German Tragic Drama, where in the prologue to that work, Benjamin argues that a philosophically informed criticism of art needs to break from the ideal of system. And in its place, what Benjamin proposes is a set of juxtapositions of what he refers to as the distinct and the disparate, and these, he says, form constellations or configurations that make past events and objects inseparable from the present. So one aspect of configuration is fusing past and present together. Another way in which the idea of configuration is developed can be illustrated, I think, by the essay that Benjamin wrote in 1924 and published under a joint authorship with Asja Leicis, the Latvian actress and theatre director that he was in a relationship with at the time, and that is the essay on Naples. Categories in that essay that are ordinarily thought of as distinguishing ways of life are put into new kinds of transformative relationship. So things that we ordinarily think of as categories of distinction, sacred, profane, crime and the law, inside and outside, life lived and life performed, all these categories are not dissolved, but they are configured in ways that make their ordinary associations shift. They are all aspects of what makes the city porous, a recurrent term in the essay, but to see configuration as simply offering examples is, I think, not quite the right way to read them. Each instance of configuration does not find its justification simply as an example of a master concept. Instead, they are ways of registering a kind of amazement, one, for example, in which poverty is measured not by deprivation, but its opposite, abundance. This is, itself is intertwined with the way the inside and the outside change places in Naples. And here I quote, "Just as the living room migrates into the street with chairs, hearth and altar, so, only much more loudly, the street migrates into the living room. Even the poorest one is full of wax candles, biscuit saints, sheaves of photos on the wall, and iron bedsteads, as if the street is of carts, people and lights." The way of life and the domestic interior that it observes is caught up in another set of contrasts, which again illuminates the architecture of the city, with what Benjamin calls the house in the Nordic sense, where the distinction between the interior and the exterior is preserved. To move through Naples is to move from one of these architectural styles to another, but these are not presented in abstraction from the forms of life that give them meaning. So one of the best ways to misunderstand configuration is to see it as a method, one that might be included in a list of tips on how to write a good essay. Nor is it simply a figure of speech that shapes the essay's subject matter. Configuration is also a form of interpretation. To adopt a cliché, in his essay on Naples, Benjamin reads the city. It becomes a series of surfaces which can be deciphered, but with this important qualification: the interpreter is reading what has never been written. Or to put it another way, what is read is not passively waiting for its reader to interpret, summarize and categorize. Naples infiltrates Benjamin as much as he reads it. And the results of this interaction are unpredictable. At one point, he comes out with this thought: poverty has brought about a stretching of frontiers that mirrors the most radiant freedom of thought. And there's no gloss to this comment. It suddenly emerges and then it disappears from the essay. And it's immediately suggested a kind of resemblance which is fantastical. But I want to just say a little bit more about a line of thought in Benjamin which I think will make more sense of how these comparisons arise. If we come back to Adorno for a moment, he imagines the situation of the essayist by way of another and related analogy about reading what has never been written. He compares the way the essays make use of concepts to someone in a foreign country who is forced to speak its language instead of it piecing together out of elements according to rules learned in schools. Such a person, he says, will read without a dictionary. Okay. So again, the notion of what it means to read here, and indeed to understand a language, is being radically revised and opened up into a new kind of imagining. And in Adorno's case, the notion of reading and of the essay as a reader, essayist as a reader, echoes to earlier remarks he makes in his essay as form, where he refers to the essayist as someone who reads things in where there is nothing to interpret. That's a suspicious perspective on the essay. Or very soon after, the person who reads without a dictionary, he claims that configuration forms a readable context. So there's this intimate connection being made between the form of the essay and acts of reading. Now, I think for those of you who know Benjamin's work, you'll have seen that there's a powerful and formative echo in Adorno's thinking here of Walter Benjamin's brief essay on the mimetic faculty, written in 1933, when its concluding paragraph, thinking of early or prehistories of reading, is the scanning of stars in the heavens or the entrails of animals. Benjamin declares, as though giving an instruction to us and his reader to read what was never written. So the idea in the earliest history of humankind of somebody looking at the stars and reading them, finding a configuration in them, seeing them as the image of a god perhaps or of a giant, this for him is the activity of reading what has never been written and therefore what has never been intended. And this is, in turn, part of a larger argument about the human history of the mimetic faculty, or as he writes, or as he calls it, the capacity, the activity of producing similarities, whether in dance or child's play, the imitation of patterns in the sky in dance, for example, and Benjamin goes on to argue an aspect of language itself, of human language, where Benjamin argues there is an interplay between its semiotic or signifying function, its aspect as meaning, whether written or spoken, and what he calls its mimetic function. So again, if we think about configuration, it seems to me what configuration does is it brings together the semiotic function of language and the mimetic function of language. Configuration puts those two into relationship, one with another. And in a memorable sentence, Benjamin describes this as the nexus of meaning in words becoming the bearer through which, like a flash, similarity appears. And it's very important to bear in mind that for Benjamin, this is not simply sensuous similarity. It's not simply that one object looks like another or can be sensed as seen as like another. It's also what he calls non-sensuous similarity. And it seems to me that that thought that connects together poverty and freedom of thought, that notion is an example of where non-sensuous similarity suddenly explodes into the essay and then departs like a flash. There's one step further back to make, and then I'll conclude. In 1917, Benjamin wrote a brief fragment which is called On Perception in Itself. Okay, so I'm taking you back into Benjamin's thought to see how this notion of configuration emerges. And it consists of three short sentences. And the first sentence is this: perception is reading. So what Benjamin has done here is to install reading into the very heart of experience. What we do when we experience, when we perceive, is we read. And he then goes on to specify what has to be the case for that to be the case. Only that appearing on a surface is readable. So we have this idea of a relationship between a surface and an inscription on that surface. Without the surface, there can be no legibility. The example here again would be the reading of the stars, where the surface is the sky and the stars in them form the what is to be read. Similarly, in the case of the city of Naples, it is the surface of the city that is to be read, and that provides it's the city itself that forms the surface, which then creates different kinds of legibilities as Benjamin seeks to read it. Very importantly, by the way, in that piece, Benjamin offers us no overview of Naples. It's not a city placed within a horizon. What it is a set of both discrete, discontinuous, and strangely linked experiences. So this idea of experience as reading, or perception as reading, is, I think, important, because what Benjamin does here is he refuses certain distinctions between active and passive. He no longer thinks about experience or perception as the passive reception of impressions, but it's the activity of reading. And he no longer wants us to think about what is being read as passive in relationship to, as it were, a dominant reader. Both are agents within the process of perception. Now, just a few quick remarks in conclusion. I've suggested that there is an intimate link in the essay about what I've called literary experience, its genesis and its continuation. This can be evoked by Montaigne amongst his books, thinking about how he's going to outsmart some of his readers by borrowing from his reading without acknowledgement, or it's there in Virginia Woolf in her guise as a common reader. And you'll remember that the Common Reader collection begins with a picture of the common reader, not in a library, but sitting at leisure, surrounded by books that aren't systematically organized. And so the common reader represents a certain kind of literary experience that, again, does not fit into disciplines or programs of research, but is regarded by Woolf in her guise as a common reader as being an authentic source of literary judgment. And it seems to me that that's been an issue that's been at play in the seminar that we've been in. So we've got that idea of how the experience of reading books informs and develops an adisciplinary form of knowledge and understanding. If we go further, though, to Adorno and then to Benjamin, the idea of perception as reading has taken, if you like, an activity that is ordinarily associated with the literary and with the reading of the printed page, and has generalized it out into a general theory of perception, such that reading is no longer simply connected to the book and the printed page, but becomes something that happens wherever there is inscription and a surface on which inscription can occur. Now, what about the peer-reviewed essay? Well, I guess one point of contact between Hume and Adorno is that if we take their accounts of the essay at all seriously, then a peer-reviewed essay is a contradiction in terms. It puts the essay back in the situation that both these authors seek to escape from and resist, back to Hume's colleges and cells, placing it in an order of disciplines which circumscribe the essay's essential freedom, replacing quotation from literary experience with citations from an expert field. And this, I think, is part of the way in which the essay is in search of a kind of knowledge which is going to remain outside the university in some sense, insofar as the university is structured in a disciplinary way. And I think I don't want to sort of deplore the university and its activities for that sake. That would be hypocritical of me. But it is nonetheless a problem, and it's a problem which seems to me to be important to what we think about not as literary studies or philosophy, but as the humanities. The humanities, it seems to me, might be a name for this kind of adisciplinary knowledge that arises out of unsystematic reading, and not simply the unsystematic reading of texts, but also the reading of many other artifacts, creations, surfaces with inscription upon them. And if we just briefly now think about the present circumstance, I think we can see a number of things happening. One is a multiplication of Hume's conversible worlds taking place, one in which essays continue, I think, to play an important part. They have various gathering points, online journals like Eon, the Literary Activism website amongst them. And what you see here is, I think, a mutation whereby the essay is moving into what I would call a post-reading of the page culture. It's moving into audio forms, and in very interesting ways, I think it's also going to move into image forms. And this is occurring at the same time as a profound transformation is occurring in the nature of experience, if you take Benjamin's assertions at all seriously. And that is, of course, because we are leaving the world of print culture and are now immersed in the world of digital culture. And it would be a very serious question, not a question that is designed to provoke cultural melancholy, as to what the relationship is between the digital surface and the script that is on it, and the printed page and the script that is on it, because they would be two different, according to Benjamin, configurations of experience. They wouldn't simply be one simply transplanted to the other. And so what I'm suggesting is that Benjamin's thought gives us a way of thinking about the consequences of this kind of technological innovation, but one that is not invested in deploring them, one that is not concerned, for example, with restrictions in attention spans and so on and so forth, but rather with thinking about what that difference consists in. And there is a way in which what I've been talking about that has been already anticipated, and in a sense Amit was talking about it a little bit earlier, and that is in the emergence over the last 40 to 50 years of the essay film. Now, the essay film we haven't discussed, and I obviously don't have time to discuss it in any detail now. Let me just give you, though, three brief references. One is to Agnès Varda, the French cinema maker. There's two very witty, perceptive essay films, one called The Beaches of Agnes, where she explores both her own personal obsession with the beach in France, but also puts it into the public context of French holiday making. Another one is called Varda by Agnes, where she stands back from her public reputation and sort of charts its emergence, its vicissitudes, in an essay-like form. These are not narrative films. They're not structured around story. They're not structured around beginnings, middles, and ends. They are, it seems to me, essayistic interventions of the kind where Vada is configuring, if you like, using film, is practicing the kind of configuration, the kind of inversion of categories that I've been discussing earlier. And finally, and most strikingly, for me at least, is Wim Wenders's recent film on Anselm Kiefer. It's simply called Anselm. And it's interesting, in that film, Wenders said that he wanted to respond to Kiefer's work in a context where he knew that it was overlaid by different theories, different interpretations, different ascriptions of meaning, and he simply wanted to find a means to, as he put it, render his own experience of Kiefer's work in film form. And he has various fictional inventions as a result in the film. It's not a documentary. It's not a straight documentary by any means. It explores through sound and image, for example, Kiefer's connections to Paul Celan. It moves through myth, but the relationship between its different sections is not one of narrative connection or logical exposition or biography. It's one precisely of the kind of configuration that I think Benjamin writes about, and Adorno as both being crucial to essay form. Sorry, I've been talking for a long time, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Cook, for such a rich presentation and for taking us along towards configuration of the many metaphors and analogies. Everyone who has been occupied with the essay, or might as well say has been in a situationship with the essay, from Hume's to Woolf and to Benjamin and Adorno and Said, everyone you mentioned, and including those of us. I mean, I'm sure we do appreciate your help in making sense of what do I say, this constellation of ideas and images. Anyway, I think we really are short of time, so I don't know if we'll be able to take questions. Might as well take one, and I don't know if I should be responding, although I was thinking of a few quick things as you begin to make the distinction between, say, the concern of philosophy or of literature or of learned people or people who are conversing, and one hears of such comparisons, for instance, in Indian sociology, which has been occupied with the conversation between theory and experience and whether one can adequately accommodate the other. The Indian sociological sciences have been actively following Guru and Sarukkai in particular, engaging with that. Or when one hears Woolf use the phrase, the enormous I, one is reminded of how anthropology came to use thick description as one of its ways of going about it. Anyway, but I was generally thinking, and you don't have to respond, whether each essay, by virtue of its style, its form, and perhaps its preoccupation with the doubt too, regardless of what it says, and certainly not, I mean, outside of these essays, these meta-essays that you were mentioning, essays about essays, I'm thinking about essays outside of this, whether each essay, in a sense, harks back to its own history, its own form, and its own configuration. That's one of the things I was thinking about. But anyway, are there any questions from the audience? Yes, Adit, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello. So I'll try to keep this as short as possible. I was wondering about something that you said in the end, which was that both Adorno and Hume would be sort of find the idea of the essay antithetical to peer review.
Yeah.
But I was connecting that with something that you said earlier, which was that there was a contrast between Hume and Adorno itself, which was that Hume seems to be thinking of the essay as emerging out of a space of conversation, I think is the word you used. And I was very interested in that idea of conversation and whether there's a tension then too, because if we don't think for a moment about, and I know it's impossible to do that perhaps because of the straitjacket of the academy when it comes to conventions of peer review, but if review as a process is also an instantiation of conversation, then I'm wondering to what extent that review and essay might be incommensurate with each other, and if there's space for that.
Well, I think it depends what you mean by a conversation. I mean, if you think of the process of peer review, it doesn't strike me as having the features that we would ordinarily ascribe to a conversation, not least because you don't have the capacity, if you're being peer reviewed, of saying, well, why did you come to this judgment? Which would be part of, certainly, of Hume's conversible world. I think that in trying to get at this idea of literary experience, and it's something that I haven't fully articulated, as you can tell, as yet. I was returning to a thought that has occurred to me repeatedly, which is about the knowledge that lies outside disciplines and ceases to be valuable once it's put inside them. That's to say, its substance, its truthfulness, and its value depend upon it staying outside of a disciplinary context. This is not to say, therefore, that disciplines are bad things. I'm not trying to demonize them as activities. I'm just trying to draw your attention to, or draw attention to what gets missed by disciplinary knowledge. And this is not a new question, is part of the point of my talk. It goes back, it seems to me, to the origins of the essay, because in both, I mean, for all their differences, in both Hume's case and in Montaigne's case, the essay arises as an act of rebellion against the established orders of knowledge. And that is something that is then very interesting to see recurring 200, 300 years later in Adorno, for all the changes in circumstance that have happened between the two moments in time. That same thought of the essay as standing necessarily outside disciplinary knowledge is, for all of them, what makes an essay into an essay. Now, what that knowledge is, well, in part, it's the knowledge that is repeatedly referred to as based upon experience. What does that mean? Well, you know, you could see that I was taking a kind of Humean dive at that, because we either treat it as a word that's vaguely helpful, or we begin to think about itself, we begin to think about experience as itself having a history, so that and a history that is conditioned by changes, for example, in technology, changes in the structure of society, and so on. But it's strange then, well, it's interesting then that within all those changes, there's still this desire to appeal to experience as the basis for a form of knowledge that is not, as they say, disciplinary. So you can see I'm actually conducting a slight polemic against Foucault.
Yeah, thankfully I have the power here to say no more questions.
Okay.
We'll just take a quick break for 5 minutes, and there is no tea outside. So no need to go outside unless you really need to do so. And we'll just prepare for our concluding session, which is a panel titled, What Can the Essay Do? And hopefully we'll get to see what kind of doubts or questions of experience does the essay get to respond to. So thank you once again, Professor Cook. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, they are available for sale.
Not here, but otherwise. Yes. नहीं नहीं इधर करो। अरे वो सेटिंग करने वाला है। अच्छा। आवाज़ नहीं आ रही है। Otherwise, I should have just said it is.
the final session of this symposium, and it is a panel discussion, the theme of which is, as Sanchit said, what can the essay do? I'm happy to introduce our panelists, a very rich and diverse set of people, and I welcome you to join the table. Our first panelist is Mandakini Dubey. Mandakini Dubey is Assistant Professor of English at Ashoka University. With several publications in literary and general interest magazines, she's working on her first book, provisionally titled Esoteric Empire, Victorian Orientalism Between the Lines. Our second yes. Our second panelist is Vineet Gill. Vineet Gill is a writer and senior copy editor at Penguin Random House, India. He's also the author of Here and Hereafter, Nirmal Verma's Life in Literature. Our third panelist is Shaukat Majumdar. He is a novelist, academic, and a commentator on the arts, literature, and higher education. He's Professor of English and Creative Writing at Ashoka University. His latest publication is The Amateur, Self-Making and the Humanities in the Post-Colony. Our final panelist is Cynthia Zarin. She's the author of the novel Inverno, 6 books of poetry, including Orbit and Next Day, new and selected poems, 5 books for children, and 2 essay collections, 2 cities, and An Enlarged Heart, a personal history. She teaches at Yale University. The moderator for our panel discussion is Gautam Chaubey. Gautam Chaubey is an academic, writer, and the host of Sansad TV's Talk on Indian Literature, Likhavat. Gautam has translated prose fiction of Suryakant Tripathi Nirala. His translation of Pandey Kapil's historical romance, Phul Sanghi, is the first ever English translation of a Bhojpuri novel. His Hindi debut, Chakka Jam, set against the JP movement and the 1974 railway strike, recently won the Kalinga Book Award. Over to you.
Some literary festivals later, it's very reassuring to sit in a room where the audience actually outnumber the panelists. I spoke to my fellow panelists. I wrote to them, asking them to identify a piece of theirs that's pertinent to the panel here, and to also suggest a few talking points. There were some uneasy moments, but as we came tantalizingly close to the date, all of them responded, and now perhaps we have a problem of plenty. But that also makes this a peer-reviewed panel, since we have all shared the questions and we have a common pool. In his famous essay, The Essay as a Form, Adorno speaks of the essay and its fate in Germany and how it's being looked down upon for being not so scientific. And today, as we debate the essay here, it's for the very opposite reason. It's too scientific. We've come a long way. The word for essay in Hindi is nibandh, which is a form of writing which is unbounded. Jisme bandhan nahi hai. The Bengalis call it prabandh. They prefer some kind of a form. The Udiyas, taking a cue from the Bengalis, also call it prabandh. The word in Tamil is kotturai, which also suggests a kind of a form, a kind of a pattern to what you write, your prose, your thought. And the word in Telugu is vyasam. Vyas, as we know, among other things, was also the organizer of the Vedas. So there is a sense of arrangement, organization here. So the Indian mind is divided as to what an essay is. And for that same reason, I'll start with Cynthia. Cynthia, you've worked across.
I don't think I can speak to that. I've only been here 2 weeks.
So your mind is uncorrupted in that sense.
Great undivided American mind.
Cynthia, you've worked across many genres. You've written books for children. You have 2 collections of poetry. You have a novel, 2 books on essays as well. What do you think of the essay as a form? How is it different from, say, poetry or a novel?
You know, that is sort of the big question, isn't it? And actually, when I teach a class, I was telling some of you, called Writing Across Literary Genres. And the idea of the class is exactly that question, which I don't have a direct answer for, but the students come in with an idea, like it can't be like world peace, it has to be like a notebook. And then they write about that genre as an essay, that object or idea. One student did ornaments, one student, the subject was keys, and they write a story, a short story, an essay, a series of poems, and a scene in a play on that topic. So you can take any topic, I think, and make it into anything you want. For the essay, is, for me, it's a kind of container, a certain kind of container in which I can be perhaps more discursive than I might be in a piece of fiction or in a poem. I can take an idea and elaborate on it and make those kind of connections between, I thought it was very interesting what John was talking about, the inside and the outside. And this idea that the novel, the essay, is heretical, and it reveals what might be hidden. Generally, I do not know why I am writing an essay until I begin it, and as I go along, I discover why I may have chosen that subject. I think that's probably true in all my writing, but the essay, people do read novels. At least in America, nobody reads poems. So really, so with an essay, if I publish an essay in the Paris Review or the New Yorker, I really am it's a feeling that I am communicating more to a reader than I might be in some of the other forms that I pick. And it gives a little room. Most of my essays in the past number of years, and I'm afraid to say, I think probably now again, are really, the position is a person, as John was saying, the philosophical I, not necessarily the me I, a person somewhat like me who is looking at something, thinking about something, whether it's a work of art or a book, or an event, and saying, well, what do I think about this and why? Sometimes I discover it, sometimes I don't, but it's a way for me to discover what I'm thinking and hopefully find that other people may share those feelings or have had those experiences.
We need to comment on there. Since you used the term container for an essay, you have a biography, intellectual biography of Nirmal Verma, and Nirmal Verma, among other things. Yeah. Is it better now? Yeah, okay. Sorry. You professors always assume you're loud enough. So I was telling Vineet, reminding Vineet that Nirmal Verma, he's written wonderful intellectual biography of Verma. It was, among other things, was also an essayist. And his essays, think of essay as a form. Cynthia said a container. It can perhaps inscribe many chronotopes, many ideas, many nationalities. But can it also inscribe many sensibilities? Because that's one of the important points you discuss in the biography.
Yeah. Yeah, it can, of course. It is all about that. I think an essayist is putting his or her sensibility out there. And the essay appeals so much to the general reader is because the reader is directly in touch with that author's sensibility in the voice, which sometimes doesn't happen when we read novels, because it's mediated through all sorts of artifices, characters and so on. So yeah, the essay can, it can do a lot. And whenever I think of the essay, I'm also assailed by the non-essay all the time, what the essay isn't. And you talked about Nibandh, and Arvind, yes, yesterday spoke about, do I need to? Yeah. Just thanks for that intervention. So Arvind yesterday mentioned this Indianism in relation to Niband, something without any bounds. Arvind, you said boundation, koi boundation nahi hai, right? So I'm thinking of these Indianisms. This morning I was coming from the airport and the cab passes a street in Paharganj, full of these shady hotels. And one of the hotels has a hoarding displaying its name and it says government approved hotel. Maybe to mark itself away from that crowd, saying that this is a safe spot. So the essay in India, we've been taught to look at it as the government approved form. It's a prescribed form to youngsters. You're growing up, you have to write an essay on the national struggle and on the cow. You know, it's also administered. Same thing. Sure, and it's also administered as a punishment. You know, recently there was an accident in Pune. A 17-year-old killed 2 people driving a super luxury car, and the Juvenile Justice Board judge made an essay part of the condition of his bail. He said, "You have to write a 300-word essay on road safety," and he did.
Yeah.
So it's the form used by the responsible citizen. And the essay that appeals to me, that we are here, we've gathered here to talk about, is the essay written by the irresponsible self. You know, when the novelist doesn't have to bother about, Elizabeth Hardwick said, bother about having an imaginary man in a hat going out into the street. You don't have to bother about that, and you're free of those constraints given to you by informal constraints or social constraints.
So do you see some of those in Nirmal Verma's essays?
Yeah, he did 2 kinds of essays. One, when he was doing the government-approved essay, when he's trying to look at the meaning of Indianness, what it means, to be an Indian writer. There's a slew of those essays in his collected works, and then suddenly there's a lapse, and he writes a piece on, for instance, on Borges. He attends a talk where he doesn't even feel the need to invoke the fact that he's an Indian writing about an Argentinian writer. He writes about Borges as if Borges is part of his tradition, you know, with full authority, and not the scholars or the professor's authority.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of tradition, Saikat, you project the literature professors as in the same tradition as Addison and Steele, were opposed to scholasticism, the medieval scholasticism, and also to the coffee house newsmongers. By the way, he likens the coffee house newsmongers to 21st century undergraduates. There goes your professor.
Did I? Where did I do that?
I'm trying to remember. So there's a kind of a hierarchy I see. But when I think of essays like, as mentioning this essay in particular, Hazari Prasad Dwivedi's essay, Kya Nirash Hua Jaye, I mean, he sort of manages to meander around a lot of territories. Do you think that we need to break free from this kind of a straitjacketing of the professorial essay when you write your columns and your op-eds, that we need to be consciously away from the newsmongers and the scholasticism?
Yeah, thank you. That's a curveball. And now you're quoting things from me which I don't fully recognize, but sounds like the kind of thing I might have said. So that reminds me that I've probably written enough now to start losing track of what I've written. But that's a very interesting point. I mean, you quoted Addison and Steele, and I think in many ways I think I was just thinking of John's talk, and I think John was invoking David Hume and Kant, and I think when you talk of that public space is a space where, I mean, going back to Kant, the idea that, a public use of reason, that we must make a public use of reason. And what I think the essay does is it changes that reason, the kind of essay. And for me, the essay kind of helps to bridge my novelistic identity to my kind of critical, scholarly identity. And of course, it's not like I believe in the distinction between the artistic and the intellectual. I don't. I think my novels have a lot of ideas in them, and my critical works are often driven by images, whether images of boredom or images of amateur readers. They're kind of driven by those things. But that being said, I think the place which has really helped me bridge that is actually the popular essay, the kind of essay you mentioned, the op-eds, the journalistic essays, the essays for literary magazines, those essays. And that's where I think, this whole Kantian idea of the public reason, that use of reason in public life, what we have today is not so much reason, there's emotions. Emotions are governing public life. Emotions are often ruining everything. Emotions are sort of dictating voter behavior. I think emotions are taking over data, science, everything, global warming, nothing matters. It's emotions and identity. And I think what I realize what I've tried to do with my public voice as an essayist is not to kind of deconstruct this binary between reason and emotion to what I might call affective reason, emotional reason. It's not exactly emotion, it's not reason, but emotional reason. And here for me, I guess the greatest model is again someone who's been invoked many times, Virginia Woolf, and that text, Three Guineas, is for me a great example of that, where it's a wonderful example of how a writer might intervene into the public sphere. She's really talking about education, she's talking about, war, she's talking about everything that is political. But the fascinating thing about the book is that she's doing it exactly as a writer will. As a novel, writer is a useless word because everybody's a writer, in the sense, as a novelist would. So she lets images do the work of an argument. And Woolf is great at that. There's even a wonderful Woolf essay on reading where she says something like, oh, what is the difference between a reader and a scholar? And there she says, oh, a scholar is an indoor person, an older person with musty eyes. And a reader is somebody younger, athletic. And it's like the person is climbing a hill. And you realize what she's saying. She's letting a metaphor do the work of an argument. And Woolf does this all the time. It's almost like cheating. Like you didn't really say anything substantial. You didn't actually say anything. You just use a visual imagery, but I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. It's like, how do you enter one subject position to another subject position? The established position is to go through something objective, give data, give information. But Woolf can jump completely from one subject position into your subject position by use of a metaphor. And this metaphoric leap is what I call the crux of effective reason. That you are actually creating a kind of a reason, but that reason is kind of underlined by emotion. And so it's a kind of a rewriting of that Kantian project of public reason in life, but more like effective reason. And I think this is also a profoundly feminist act, as Woolf points out, that men have really got messed up the public sphere. Look at what they've done, their big ceremonial dresses, their garbs. And she's essentially saying, let women run the show, they're going to do a much better job. And that kind of effective reason is what is my goal as an essayist, to kind of capture that. So whether I'm writing about some doctor who was killed in a hospital, and what that or whether I'm writing about how the experience of people dying in COVID, and I'm invoking maybe how I lost my parents, and I never got to see them because I was in the US. I never got to see them. So the whole sense of disembodied death, which became a reality for so many people, because we lost people in communities, in neighborhoods, we never got to be by their bedside. And this is quite amazing how this becomes what I call a kind of a communal emotion. So you don't really need to go, it's my emotion, but it's also everybody's emotion. And I think that way of tapping into that communal emotion has really given me a kind of a voice which has allowed me to intervene in this space, which I think is that, again, if you go back to the whole Habermasian project, that the public sphere is a kind of a corrective against the excesses of the state. I don't know how effective we are in that. Sometimes I feel we are just speaking in echo chambers, but at least potentially we have that space. And for me, that kind of strange commingling of the rational and the emotion, it's like Kant to Woolf. But this is what I see as enacting, and this is what I think is our last chance to kind of have our voices heard in the public spaces.
But Saikat, you also speak of your essays, your op-eds, and columns. Okay, we'll go
That's
on.
a sign. This is, actually, we can hear our voices, but we can't see anything. And now
Wonderful. So yeah, absolutely, it's fun. So you speak of your essays, your op-eds forming a kind of a bridge between your literary self, your literary writings, and your perhaps identity as a public intellectual. Why do we need these bridges? Is the literary form, and for that matter the essay, not autotelic enough? Why is this urge to first write a book and then write an essay on the process of writing the book?
Right. I know you're going to ask this dangerous question. That's talking of, I mean, somebody who's been very fond of the essayism of this last 2 years, that not the essay as a form, but the traces of the essay in other forms, like traces of the essay in poetry, traces of the essay in a play, traces of the essay in the novel. I think that's actually almost more interesting to me than the essay as a form itself. So that's actually, I think the one simple answer is, I think the kind of novels I've written, they are actually not very essayistic, much as I like. I think they're essayistic in the sense there are ideas around it. I think ideas and emotions, I think by now everybody will agree that we think and feel at the same time. What is the wonderful quote you said in Hindi, that when I think, do you want to say? Yeah.
This is a quote from Ramchand Shukl's Chintamani. I don't remember it perfectly, but it's something to the effect, यात्रा पे निकलती है मेरी बुद्धि, मेरा हृदय भी साथ होता है.
There you are, exactly. It's like as Eliot says, I smell of cooking, sound of typewriter, falling in love, reading Spinoza. And that's a sensibility we bring into anything we write, right? We don't, there's no false distinction. But I think in my novels, I think often, some of my, I guess the novels I've kind of came of age with are actually coming of age novels. They're often novels narrated by children. I'm very fond of the child narrated, the child consciousness, because I think childhood is a time of powerful emotions, powerful experience, and yet you can't understand this experience well. So in a way, this gulf between understanding and experience is a very powerful place of art, and yet the space is not very ripe for discursive analysis. You can't turn that into a novel of ideas. Now, I have realized that, I finally have come out and written about adults too. I thought I'll write about children all my life, but then I realized adults are actually much less mature than you realize. There's a much more of children in adults. Adults don't really know answers to that. So I think that sense of confusion is very important to me, and that's probably why I wanted, I guess I couldn't turn them into novel of ideas. And I think but then again, on the other hand, this critical works that I do, they would have never come into being if there was not an image. Like the book on boredom I wrote, my first book was a book on boredom and the banal. The whole image of being trapped in a traffic jam, waiting in a government office forever for a file to clear, that sensation was so overpowering that it led me think about what this means in literature. How has literature dealt with boredom? How has literature done with it? The whole idea, this image of this student sitting at the back of the class and reading a book of their own, maybe now scrolling on the phone, but whatever, they're doing something. They are, I'm not looking at you. But, and that was such a powerful image that it made me think of the autodidact, the self-learner, who's not interested in what's going on. They're slipping out. So you see, these ideas are actually shaped by images. So I don't think it's really that distinction. But somehow I think, the public space demands that emotive reason, which I think has made me kind of create this form, and that's the form I keep exploring.
Mandakini, to come in there. The essay that you shared with us, someone who doesn't write too many non-peer-reviewed essays, is called The Unfinished Book of Family. What is the role or the position of the autobiographical in the essay as a form? That's something we've been debating. Sumona spoke of how the I is erased from the peer-reviewed essay, but how to bring I back in the non-peer-reviewed essay?
I think that Shumona was talking about the missing body as well, the missing I, the personal experience, the missing affect, the missing body. I was trying to remember yesterday, I thought, what is that essay which is, I think you had asked what essays do we like, and I thought, what is that essay in which
somebody is writing about white holes, but they're also talking about deep earth time, and then they go into the experience of reading this poem that someone is writing in a state of unconsciousness with their eyes closed. And I realized there is no such essay. I was wanting this essay, but it didn't exist. And I think that there's a way in which we've been hearing these words, like I think Shumana talked about straying. Amit talked about indirection or stasis. And stasis, as you explained it, is something which interrupts the teleological drive of narrative. You know, I was reading a book of essays by Simon Lees, and one of them, the essay is called Detours. I myself was thinking about loitering. And so the essay is not, I've been hearing the ways in which it's distinguished from peer-reviewed essays, papers, sorry. And the essay is not in sort of marching in lockstep with productive economies. That's the idea. Even if it is, it's pretending not to. It's pretending to take a moment to loiter, to sit around, to go back to one's own experiences. And I'm also thinking of John's discussion of, even with Hume, of the philosophical I and the conversible world. So that the question of the I, in the ocular sense, goes, I think, to the question of the I as in the self that you're asking about. To me, the richest thing that an essay can do is not simply stay with sort of vomiting out of personal experience, but move beyond. I mean, despite what you said about stasis, I think essay itself comes from, it's etymologically linked to the idea of movement, a moving out. And so the idea of moving between different things, between one's own experience, but also not in a solipsistic way, but moving into the world, you know, into thinking about structures of injustice, or thinking about the natural world, the non-human. I think that's what compels me, more than simply a personal essay. That's just, I'm just talking about what I like to read. So.
I'd like to come back to Cynthia. You've written 5 books for children. I don't know. Yeah. I was thinking about essay as a form, and is it a very, very adult form? I think Vineet also should be answerable to this. When we look at the books that get published for children, most of those are mythological stories, spin-offs, and in the genre of fantasy. Why don't we write essays for children? Except in a punitive manner, ask them to write one.
No, I mean, do you want to? I just was reminded of what John said in his talk about Adorno's childlike person. So the essayist does engage with the world like a child, consciousness gliding through a street, and then forgetting what it set out to do. Virginia Woolf forgets towards the end of the piece why she was out, why she set out on this sort of expedition, on this pilgrimage to buy a pencil, you know. So you see that in some of the most engaging essays, the child's way of looking at the world and even registering the world. Woolf eavesdropping on conversations and looking at the street life, right? The maimed and the deformed, and just moving on to the next thing. So engaging and disengaging, and this essence of the essay being
But
movement.
How about a book of essays for
Yeah.
children? I mean, there's a Puffin imprint at Penguin. About Puffin bringing out a book of essays for children.
Oh, gosh.
Because not very long ago, I mean, academics were deeply invested
I
in
think
writing for children. They would write stories, at least produce a textbook, though that's contentious.
See, these books are being brought out, still on various subjects. But again, it comes down to what we mean by the term essay here. Is it a kind of a form that has room for creative expression and that can be read for pleasure, as a story or a poem? Those kinds of essays are not being written for children, I think, and they very, very much should be.
There's a whole history of didactic books for children. You know, children morals. I mean, you could even say that in a way that Aesop stories are essays, telling children what to do. I am very much in sympathy with this idea of the sort of child idea of the person who is writing the essay. I mean, basically all of my essays start out with, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here. And the essay allows me, or even the review, to say, well, why was this important? What meaning does it have, not just to me, but related to the outside world? I'll give you an example, quick example was, and this is it's essay review, I don't know what to call it for the New Yorker, but it's one I still get mail about, and it's practically 8 or 9 years ago. People come across it. And it was a book about some photographs of Julia Child, the cook, who, the chef. Julia Child made it to India, yes? People know who she is. Yeah. So, but it was a book of photographs of Julia Child by her husband, Paul. Very beautiful photographs. Some of his own landscape photographs, but mainly of Julia herself, young, older, really quite beautiful. And I was writing, I was asked to write a piece about this book and a bit about Julia Child, who I had met at one point. So anyway, the book came my way from the New Yorker, and I was writing about it, and I kept thinking, what is the point of this right now? What is the point? You know, this is a book of beautiful photographs, but what's the point? And however, I was then walking, as one does, or walking out looking for a pencil. I was going down the stairs at the subway by my house, going somewhere, and sort of the other foot actually fell, which is it was right at the beginning of the Me Too movement. And we were all about the male gaze and the objectifying male gaze and how women being exploited. And this was a book of photographs about by a man who loved somebody and was celebrating her. And that was the point of the book, you see, for me in my essay. But I didn't know that when I started out. And this is this example of the outside world, a very political, very, and at least in the States, extremely, you know, people were talking about it all the time. It was in the news, everything Harvey Weinstein, you know, everybody coming up with their own, you know, everybody, of course, most women have a story like that. So, but I didn't know when I started this review that this had anything to do with it. It's a question of being kind of, your consciousness being porous, I think, and then being able to take what's coming from, you know, your own experience and from the outside world and being able to make it into something. Now, if I had, let's say, reviewed that book 5 years earlier, if it had come out, it would have been a completely different essay. The essays are very much bound, at least for me, to really kind of in the moment in which they're being created, and hopefully that moment connects in that reading the stars, as John was saying, to other moments, because of course we always think we live in a completely new time, and we do not. So that there are ways that if the essay is working, it will speak to other people at other times. So it's that inner, outer, but the child, children, we've all either been children, we've had children, some of us even have grandchildren, and it's that, you can see that moment when they suddenly understand something and a whole world opens up, and then that moment becomes part of the consciousness, and I think that's part of the kind of rubric of the action, as you were saying, the action of essay writing.
I think it's a very interesting question, Gautam, you raised, that why we don't have essays for children the way we have maybe poems and stories. And I think one thing that comes to my head is that I think we are maybe we are a bit maybe we're a bit patronizing to children, that we like to give them things which have a certain structural and moral clarity. So a story has a certain structural clarity. Okay, it's a story. And so are poems, which often rhyme. But essays don't have that structural clarity. An essay, as we've been saying, Vineet and Mandakini have been talking about, and I think everybody said that it's wandering, it's sort of aimless. And maybe we don't feel that we can give that to children. It's not, I don't know if it's a moral question or an epistemological question that, this kind of wandering thing. So you're absolutely right, Cynthia, that didactic. So what we have for children is like this aphoristic things, collection. So father to daughter, mother to son, that kind of thing. It's basically something which has a certain clarity. But I think the essay has a certain lack of clarity, which maybe sort of makes us hesitant to give it to children. I wonder, because I'm also having a hard time thinking too many essays for children, as you can think of poems and fiction and things like that. But
Mandakini, would you like to?
Actually, I don't have anything to say about essays for children, but I wanted to go to what you would just said, Shaukat, and I was wondering the idea of, we have been thinking about essays as meandering, another word that came up earlier today, or wandering. But I'm getting a bit uncomfortable with the idea of the essays being necessarily aimless, because I was thinking of the fact that, the annihilation of caste is an essay, Notes of a Native Son is an essay, A Room of One's Own is an essay. So they're moving discursively. Sometimes they are building their thoughts as they come about. But I don't know if necessarily a lack of clarity or aimlessness must be.
No, I don't think there's it's open. It's completely open. It can have a goal. It may not have a goal. It's completely open.
But I also think that perhaps, when I start out, I may not know exactly where it's going to go, but by the end, I do. I revise it so that it, we have, let's say in Martin Luther King, an essay, Letter from a Birmingham Jail. Like, that is really a built-up argument that we should all read again and again.
Yeah, and sometimes an essay can sort of burst with what it wants to say. Sometimes we don't even know whether we should call it an essay, but I'm thinking of a text I teach in theory classes, which is The Laugh of the Medusa, Siksu. It's sort of overwhelmingly desiring to say something and it's bursting at the seams. So that too can be a mode of the
But it's also fighting with form. It clearly says that the form that we have is not good enough. So it's also breaking form. So in that sense,
I can think of one book of essays that I grew up with. It's a book called A Garden of Essays by Firaq Gorakhpuri, published by, I think, Bharati Bhavan. I read that book because I had to write essays in the school exam. But it was very neatly structured, and just on the way to the venue, I was thinking of the role the essays play. There's been a lot of discussion today, from what I gather, about the structure and the form, the art of writing the essay, but the role that they play in our own intellectual constitution over the years. I'd like you to reflect on that, Mandakini. Have your sip of water first. Vineet, okay, Vineet.
The role that the essays played. I don't know. It's very integral to my creative imagination, but I don't know why. Just always found it more.
Going back to Vineet, if I can interrupt you momentarily. Your book, you start the account of Nirmal Verma that you write. You start with a visit to Old Delhi's Book Bazaar, where you pick up a book of essays by Nirmal Verma. So that's a point where you consciously register your first encounter with the essay. At what point do we start to register the essay as a form consciously, and then thereafter allow it to build our intellect, or to contribute to our intellect?
I think it happened to me. The Sontag says that essay may be a sneaky euphemism for criticism. All essays are generally, in general and essentially, arguing, taking a position and arguing, presenting an argument. And what the Verma book did for me is to open up a new area where it opened up a new area where creative expression and critical thinking could coexist. So that was one thing. Second, I'm wondering, I've always found essays more accessible because the voice is always more immediate and almost intimate. It's addressed to me, right? Adorno, so many of his essays, of course, he talks about heresy, but his essays also, they were constituted a heresy against readability, many of those. And I wonder, I wonder what you think about that when you're reading Adorno. And I don't know what German readers think about that. But some of the essays I find difficult to get into, whereas Benjamin is more immediately accessible, So so it may be something to do with readability and accessibility, and all these things that the essay makes available to the reader. It made available to me as I was sort of growing up as a reader. But I have to think about this more. I don't know if this made any sense. It did.
I just want to return to something that Shoykot had said, because I also began to think about when did I first encounter the essay as Vineet was speaking, and maybe it's more when did I first encounter the discursive, and sometimes, I think maybe if you're reading a novel, if you're reading Middlemarch, then there are moments that are discursive, there are moments that are essayistic. And those might have been among the earlier ways in which I encountered essays that were not nibands that I have to write, in school, or that I have to read in school. The have to is a bit of a drag, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, now that I think about it, the essays that I've been asked to write or I've written have been so crazily eclectic, and that I think that maybe is the main reason why the essay is quite formless. It has been formless. Actually, the very first essay I was commissioned to write was in Caravan magazine. It was actually on a book of essays, Clearing a Space. That's Amit Chaudhury's book of essays, and the editor Anjum Hassan commissioned three of us, I, Nakul Krishna and Pratap Bhanu Mehta, to write. So three of us wrote sort of brief essays on the book of essays, and that was my first sort of writing in that. And it's kind of interesting that that was a kind of a meta essay exercise. And after that, I was working on a novel. This was The Firebird, the novel on theater. And I did a lot of research on the theater culture. I did a lot of really research, and research like ethnographic research. I spoke to people, I met people. And then after doing all the research, I realized all that was useless, because none of this is going to go in the novel. Because the novel, for me, a novel and research doesn't quite work well. I mean, it's more like researching memory. It's more important to me to stand inside an abandoned theater and sort of get the feeling, and that goes in. So all this very interesting research I had done was kind of sitting there. So I decided to turn that into a long essay for Caravan magazine. So that was an essay on the decline of commercial theater in Calcutta, and how, it was commercial theatre was dying out at a time when experimental theatre was rising, and the communist government of the state was actually sponsoring the experimental theatre because it was sort of left-leaning, but the commercial theatre was dying because it was decadent and feudal. So it's kind of really interesting how it went in different directions. And since then, I think there has been no unifying subject. It's kind of I've written quite a few essays on education, I've written on literature, but on the whole, memories during COVID time, I wrote a lot about death, a lot about personal experience. And there's, of course, if you're writing for mainstream media, there's always the question of news cycles, what is happening, what is, that changes. So in many ways, I think the true eclecticism of the essay, for me, as I look back of like maybe 10 years of writing essays in public forums, is not so much internal, but the kind of external sort of context in which I've written them. They've really varied so widely, and they have started to shape my sort of more critical scholarly writing as well. I think one of my early essays, which came out in the American academic journal PMLA, on Nirod C. Chaudhury, and they sent me, this is actually a very interesting peer review story. The peer review said that we really love this essay, we want to publish it, but you have no citations. So can you please add some citations? And I just put a few citations there. They were kind of almost there. There were a few citations, including one from Rosinka Chaudhary's Gentlemen Poets of Bengal. But I think, I just had to add the citations in, and then it was like 7 or 8 citations. So it was, again, I realized I was already becoming very storytelling, very image-driven. The essay opened with this image of this little boy holding a globe and kind of imagining the world. He's a real rural boy. This is from Bibhutibhushan's a novel, Pather Panchali, and this film version by Satyajit Roy. So that shot really occupied me. And I wrote about that. So that changed. So I think in many ways, the external circumstances of essay writings have dictated what we write, and that has shaped this rather shapeless identity as essayist.
Yeah, just very briefly. I started writing essays. I think that's really what they were in fairly unusual circumstances, which was that I wrote the essays at school. You have to write, and then when I was very young, I went to the New Yorker magazine, and began writing, trying to write what we then called Talk of the Town and Notes and Comment, which was more political. There was sort of political and more sort of observation types of things about things around the city. They were 850 words long. Notes and Comment could be 1,200 words long. But the thing that I so I started trying to write those, and after a while I began to write much longer pieces of different kinds, mainly on the arts and books, and then later I became a theater reviewer there. But what I want to note at the beginning, and what I say is unusual about that, is that these essays were unsigned. So the New Yorker, at the very beginning, nothing was signed. And then for a very long time, and certainly all the time I wrote it, Notes and Comment and Talk of the Town were unsigned. So you had tremendous freedom, really, to experiment, to try different forms. Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't work. But there was this a feeling of freedom. However, of course, they were in the New Yorker, so you were... your voice was tailored to that, but there was, if you read different writers and you go back and now see who was writing for at the time, the voices actually were quite different. They did fall under a rubric. So I think I began with this feeling, the first kind of public writing I did was anonymous, which gave me a huge amount of leeway to experiment and sometimes I wish all my writing could be anonymous all the time, because you just have a sort of broader range, and not just because of political repercussions or things like that, but you can really think out loud in a different kind of way if it's not about your career.
But does that mean could you not refer to your person, because there are ways of letting your identity out without signing your name, which is actually a peer review question that also that you cannot say something, you cannot refer, which is why a lot of senior academics don't want to go through the peer review. I want to say what I wrote in my last 6 books, so I can't do that. So was that your problem when you wrote this anonymous things? Could you actually say something about yourself, or you had to kind of?
I think I had a kind of freedom as a very young person, which then propelled me to be braver than I might have been later on. I think that's true. I mean, one point I want to bring up, which we can discuss or not discuss, is that I think with all of us, certainly me, I have had lifelong relationships with editors. And that is a different kind of peer review. I mean, they are my peers. Sometimes they were quite my elders, and now I'm older than some of them, but these are relationships that really do shape what I write, what kind of assignments I take on, and so on. So it's not as though the non-peer reviewed essay is not reviewed, unless you're publishing it yourself on a blog or something. You're always interacting with some kind of judgment and conversation. So I'm wondering if that's of interest.
I've been told that perhaps we've run out of time. Do we have 5 more minutes possible? There was just one final question before we throw it open to the audience. Or should we take the audience question first? Shubham, it's entirely up to you. Let's take some questions from the audience and they'll try to insert.
If there are no questions, you can
then
it's yours. Yeah.
Quite a few. Yes, there.
Carlin and Rinkadi.
Professor Chaudhary.
And
And Amit. Yeah, it's really correct.
You know, it seemed that the panel was stumped in trying to think about essays for children. The one that came to my mind, Cynthia, you'll be familiar with it, is that, is it an essay? It was an editorial, very famous, called Yes, Virginia, There is a Santa Claus. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but every Christmas season in the United States, hundreds of radio stations read that editorial again. And, you know, the voice of it was, yes, Virginia, as long as there's love in the world and beauty and kindness and so on. Yes, there is a Santa Claus, because somebody had said to this kid who wrote the letter to the newspaper that there was no Santa Claus. And so that came to my mind, and I thought, well, what was distinctive about that that makes it so powerful still in American culture? And it's, I wouldn't want to call it didactic, teacherly, altruistic, generous, but the essay to the child is really meant to give a lesson of some sort and to cheer the child and to address the child's innocence. And it seems to me that a lot of essayists are not in that mode. That's not what they're thinking when they're writing out to the world, and maybe that's why we have so few essays for children.
Yeah. Well, Alice in Wonderland, in a way, is a long essay.
Well, that's another good example.
So I had a question that, for the lack of a better term, I will say is about the vernacular imagination. You began with Nibandh, Prabandh, and the various words in our Indian languages. And while you spoke, the panel, each one of you in the panel, you easily sort of, crossed languages, spoke about, individual essays in the various languages that you spoke about. I thought, of course, also of the rich tradition of essay writing in our individual languages. We've all grown up with classic essays in Bengali or Hindi or Malayalam that no doubt all of us read. But this then brought me to the thought that that is present in the English language for me as well. There is a vernacular imagination. Some of the essays, then I thought, what am I thinking of exactly? And I immediately, of course, thought of George Orwell and the decline of the English murder. And I thought that is a vernacular imagination at work in an essay. As, for instance, strangely enough, is E.P. Thompson's Time, Work, Discipline, and Industrial Capitalism, a wonderful essay with recourse to a wide variety of song and poetry, which then made me think that there is a vernacular imagination at work in some of the essays that we've been talking about, the ones that have heard all of you talk of, that perhaps resides in Virginia Woolf when she's going out on that walk, in the Benjamin essay on Naples as described by John. I haven't read the essay, but from what he said, so I was just, it's not a question to any particular panelist, but I was just thinking about whether that is a particular aspect of course, the non-peer-reviewed essay, but perhaps also the peer-reviewed essay. The E.P. Thompson essay is a very, very well-referenced academic essay, definitely peer-reviewed. So I'd go with Mandakini there and say that it's really, it becomes a bit difficult to categorize when you think about it like that. But the vernacular imagination, I think, is important to me, at least, in some sense, when we think about the essay, whether it's peer-reviewed or not.
Maybe Raymond Williams. I'd add Raymond Williams to that. I mean,
Raymond Williams, yeah.
The sense I gather is, because I've done my PhD on Hindi periodicals, that in the vernacular imagination, it's possible to quote both Ramcharitmanas and Marx. And I remember one essay in particular which called Ramcharitmanas the most revolutionary text after Das Kapital. So the stretch of imagination is slightly inclusive. So the hierarchy that we are trying to discuss or trying to contest between scholasticism and the university professor and the newsmongers. I don't think that hierarchy somewhat exists, or that kind of a spectrum, exists with conscious, attempt to distance oneself from these two in the vernacular imagination. I mean, that's a little sense I have of the essay. But yes.
I just want to make a few comments, and you can respond to any one of them. The first is to the last comment, which just made me think, and also Cynthia made me think that, yes, the non-peer-reviewed essay, as it appears in certain, and I think we had talked about this earlier, certain magazines, is subjected to house style. And a lot of people give up what might be their style in order to achieve house style. I know personally people who do that, and others who resist doing that. And the non-peer and the peer-reviewed essay itself, since you mentioned Thompson as an example, has itself evolved as being a less constrained form to a more citational and constrained one. The peer review essay as it appeared 20 years ago, or even the research project proposal from 20 years ago, is not the same as the research project proposal for funding today. There's been a discontinuity over there as well. Just the stasis, I was contrasting with not with movement but with teleology. I think stasis is a form of movement. Room of one's own. Remember, I mean, while we might think of it as an essay which is proposing an outcome, it is also a long essay that is always celebrating its own failure. Because at the end of each chapter, she says, I'm sorry, I was supposed to talk about this, but I didn't end up talking about it. And then at the end of it, she says, by the way, don't go looking for Shakespeare's sister in the history books. You won't find her there. So she's rejecting a particular way of seeking knowledge and validating knowledge. I don't think that that we have here an opposition between the personal essay and the peer-reviewed essay. So this takes us to a very interesting sort of question to do with something that John brought up as well, our understanding of the word impersonality. So impersonality, as used, let's say, by T.S. Eliot, is an attack on the subject. So it can't. So he's saying poetry isn't subjective because significant emotion doesn't lie in the history of the poet. But there is significant emotion. It's not as if it's emotionless. It lies in the poem. So the idea that just because an author feels a lot of emotion, they're going to write a fantastically emotionally resonant poem. Well, this is not true. So he brings in the idea of impersonality in a way that contrasts with the Enlightenment idea of impersonality, which informs the peer-reviewed essay as being an objective view. So it's not an attack on the subject. It is the subject being replaced by the Enlightenment subject who is capable of making an objective assessment. And this is what the essay, the non-peer-reviewed essay, attacks this, not through subjectivity, but through an other idea of impersonality, an attack on the subject. And this brings me to the last point, that through this symposium and through other symposiums in the past and through the essay, one has been looking to disrupt again and again what one can only call within Anglophone India a liberal consensus. So the liberal consensus is over-determined Enlightenment kind of, well, this is what we need to do. And there is an unusual amount of consensus in India, in Anglophone India, unusual for any culture. So one is trying, if one moves outside of Anglophone India, one will find a greater looseness immediately. One won't have to move to 1930s Europe. So one has been trying to attack this monolithic liberal consensus.
Yeah, the idea of the impersonal is very interesting. This reminds me of the conversation Edwin and I were having yesterday. I think Edwin, you said that not using the first person, that not the personal essay where you use the first person and talk about one's feeling, but signify the subject entirely through style. I thought that was really interesting, that one can actually not at all grammatically signify subjectivity, but just do it through style. And I think this is a bit like what you're saying, that Eliot's notion of the subject, where you sort of create that effect not by presenting yourself, personal essay, we say that I voice and we sort of use it, but can you write, and this I think is an interesting question for everybody in the room, especially the students, that can you introduce a personal voice without introducing your person? And that I think is quite a fascinating project, that you can do it through style, but no mention of the person. I think there's a question.
That's what Sontag says, that an essay doesn't have to be written in the first person to be personal. All essays, she says, are in the first person. And Woolf's essay, Street Haunting, is written in the first person plural. We go out, there's no I in it.
Do we have time for one more question? I think, unfortunately, Amit has already summed up not just the panel, but the. Okay, very quickly.
So I apologize for my presence at this seminar because I'm an outsider, but I would like to ask you a question which has not been asked, because this is a very sophisticated contemporary discussion. But, when you look at the history of speech, it is about 50,000 years old. Writing is only 5,000 years old. So before speech, you had maybe 35. Before writing or text, you had more than lots and lots. And the first written forms that you find in human cultures across the world are forms which are poetic, because you had to remember stuff, but they may have been they may have been medicinal treatises like Empedocles' Theses or Shustra's here, and so on. So those ones were really not, they contained in themselves those long poems, essays, novels, all sorts of forms, right from the beginning of human history. So when we look at the past 200 years, or 3 or 4, Hume, before Hume, essays in defense of poetry, and so on and so on, we're looking at a short period, and writing is a very unstable production. We are moving towards cultures which are not dependent on writing, but are dependent on speech across cultures and so on. I would like you to comment on whether you feel it's relevant to at all look at the long, lumbering history of the human body in connection with the sophisticated debates that you're having on Hume and the essay today and essays for children, because I myself am in that sphere of writing, and I would like to know whether these questions seem at all relevant to you.
Mandakini, would you?
I think so. I would say that maybe we could address it through our imagination. In the present moment of writing an essay, one can explore time in whatever direction one wants and go back to thinking about the body. But I don't know that we could, there's a different question, which is a more excavatory question, which is what would be the roots of the essay, and I don't feel we have the time really to get into that. But I just wanted to also respond to Amit, if I may.
Very quickly, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. Okay, to say that I think that it's in another way of considering the attack on the subject would be precisely to go back to, I think, what John was saying about the unconscious, and to think about the way that the essay form breaks down under the pressure or the limitations of the subject. And to watch that, I would think that this kind of the breaking up, the breaking down, rupture might be the subject of a future literary activism conference. And, for instance, I think, Shumon, I'm going over 30 seconds. That's it. Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, my fellow panelists, and thank you, audience. I think the panel was titled, "What is it that the essay can do?" It has managed to hold you back well past 6. That speaks for but I think in times to come, Amit, just to give an idea, I think we should also dispute the reputation of an essayist.
And thank you, Gautam, for this amazing question, bringing us all together. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Gautam. Endings are difficult, aren't they? And I think one of the more pressing questions about thinking about the essay form is, how do we conclude an essay? If an essay allows you to loiter, when does the loitering end? Does it end when you go home, or do you end up elsewhere? Thankfully, I don't have to answer these questions. To give the closing remarks, we have Amit Chaudhary.
I'll try to take less than 30 seconds. But I just need to thank all of you for being here, and so many of you for staying on till so late, because these discussions have been so interesting, actually. Yet the end of the 10th anniversary of this project. Thank you. But to talk about practicalities, we need to thank Sanjit and Shubham. Yeah, they've done a wonderful job. There have been others, but these two in particular. Thanks to the panelists, all the speakers, for making a conversation like this not only possible, but seem self-justifying. So thanks again. See you next year.
I know. We should do it more often.